Mr. Birch.
Here.
Dr. Sulcraig.
Here.
Ms. Drummond.
Here.
Ms. Johnston.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Clayman.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Ms. Osiander.
Here.
Mr. Coffey.
Here.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
It gets confusing. Ms. Osiander, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have minutes from our meeting of January 19 before us.
Move the minutes of January 19.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any amendments to the minutes as presented? Are there any objections to the minutes as presented? Seeing and hearing none, those minutes are approved. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of brevity, with a huge agenda we have, no report today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is appreciated. The Chair's report will be similarly brief. Just a few items to mention. Let's see here. We may mildly change the agenda to make sure that item 14A is taken up relatively early, as we have some folks visiting with us this evening. We don't want to keep it too late. And on item 14V, as in Victor, at the administration's request, we'll be continuing the public hearing on that item until our meeting of June 22nd. And with that, we'll move on to committee reports. Mr. Birch.
No report.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Selcraig. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Drummond.
No report.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Ms. Johnston.
The Finance Committee met last week, and we discussed the resolution that will be before you as far as the labor resolution and also performance measures, and it was a very informative meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Gutierrez.
No report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It looks like I'm going to be the only one to take up some time. The Municipal Audit Committee met on Friday, and we received a progress report on the status of the audit and the financial part of the audit. Most of the internal control tests are complete. They're currently focusing on capital assets, debt, cash, and investments, IGC, transaction accounts payable, and they have not conducted a financial statement review as a part of the audit progress as of yet. The single audit status, the procedures began on March 15. The standalone audits, the Civic Center, the audit work is complete. The financial statement review is in progress. The utilities, AWW, MLMP, they completed the work on March 12th for AWW, and they completed the work for MLMP on February 26th. The statement review is scheduled for early May for both utilities. The port, the audit work began on the 22nd, and they are working well with management, receiving information and documents in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Clayman.
The Public Safety Committee will be meeting next in April to discuss the ordinance involving kind of repeat calls to repeat service calls and an ordinance that we passed. And I know that, Mr. Chair, you had asked that that matter be heard by Public Safety. What I'm not quite clear yet is whether we're going to meet on the 7th of April or the 14th of April, and I will announce that through the clerk's office. I know there's an Airport Communications Committee meeting as well that I think is scheduled for the 14th, so I can't be in two places at once.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Clayman, and I look forward to hearing when that is set. Mr. Starr.
I have no report.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Osiander. And Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Very briefly, Title 21 Committee is not meeting this week. It will resume the following Thursday. We're almost done with those items that will be provisionally adopted before Dr. Selcraig and I leave the Assembly. We're cleaning up the last of it right now, but three more meetings of the committee before 13 April when we'll take our last action on Title 21, number one. Number two, everybody on this body should know it. There was a DNR study as to the amount of natural gas in Cook Inlet. That has been vetted and found to be substantially accurate in terms of quantities of gas. An outfit called Petroleum Resources Associates, PRA, did a economic analysis of that. It was the subject of a report from RDC on Friday. It basically says this: absent a substantial drilling program in 2013, the demand for natural gas in Anchorage and the rail belt will exceed supply. Now, if that doesn't send a chill up and down your back, and we're talking about heat and lights and going dark and cold, then you're not thinking about your city. So it's crucial that action be taken on issues in the legislature: storage, production incentives, alternative sources, and so on down the line. It is absolutely critical. The Energy Task Force had a special meeting today following up last week's special meeting so that we can develop a recommendation to the mayor by tomorrow on some of the bills that are down in the legislature. Obviously, that information will also be given to the Assembly, but this is very serious business. Marathon will drill 3 wells in the inlet next year, 3. We have to drill 135 to get gas till 215. Have to deal 185 to get gas to 220. Folks, we're in a real pickle if we don't get some action. So, enough said.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. I'd like to note the presence of Adam Johnson and his social studies class from Clark Middle School. If you'd all stand, please. Welcome, folks. This group has worked engaged in the Project Citizen process and has brought a matter to my attention that I'm working with the Traffic Department upon, and appreciate your bringing it to our attention and joining us this evening. Thank you. Moving right along, we have the consent agenda before us and an addendum to it. Mr. Vice Chair.
Second.
The consent agenda has been moved and seconded.
I'd move to incorporate the addendum first.
I appreciate that as well. Is there a second to that motion? Second. Buttons for people, buttons. Very good. All right. So with that, I will read the items to be on the addendum. Item 9, Bravo 7, Resolution AR 2010-105, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding payment of $193,000 in municipal funds to the George M. Sullivan Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust by Assemblymember Clayman. 9, Bravo 8, Resolution AR 2010-106, a resolution in support of Municipality of Anchorage's application for City Fiber Network. Item 9, Delta 25, some memorandum, AM 209-2010, amendment number 6 to professional services contract number 280334 with Kinney Engineering, LLC for the Glen Highway, Eagle Glen Subdivision Area Drainage, PM&E project number 07-46 in the amount of $675,685. Item 9, Echo 9, information memorandum number AIM 2010, International Association of Firefighters Local 1264, collective bargaining agreement, letter of agreement to rehire Nicholas Davis. Item 9, Foxtrot 7, ordinance number AO 2010-31, an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax and levying taxes for all service areas in the municipality of Anchorage, general government for fiscal year 2010. Public hearing on that is set for April 13. 9, Foxtrot 8, Resolution AR 2010-103, a resolution of Anchorage Municipality of Anchorage, revising and appropriating funds for the 2010 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Public hearing on that is also April 13. And 9, Foxtrot 9, resolution number AR 2010-104, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, revising and appropriating funds for the 2010 Anchorage water and wastewater utilities and the 2010 solid waste services utility operating budgets. Public hearing for that is also February 13. Item 11, Charlie 1, resolution number AR 2010-89S, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of the legislative repeal of the secondary student competency examination and related requirements pending before the 26th Alaska Legislature, second session. Item 11, Charlie 2, Assembly Memorandum AM 210-2010, and item 14, Delta 1, Assembly Memorandum AM 208-2010, AO 2010-25, an ordinance to the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 6.40, reports and audits to provide process for administration financial reports to the Assembly and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.45.010 to provide civil and criminal fines and penalties for intentional violations of the Anchorage Municipal Charter. Are there any further additions to the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, is there objections to incorporating those items into the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, those are incorporated. Mr. Birch, items to pull tonight.
Yes, thank you. 9B2.
Anything else, sir?
Yes. 9F1. And on the addendum that was just incorporated, item 9B7.
Thank you, sir. I have
Was that Bravo or Delta?
9 Bravo 7.
Thank you.
I have 9 Bravo 2, 9 Foxtrot 1, and 9 Bravo 7, correct?
And 11 Charlie 1.
No.
Is that what?
That's actually
My mistake.
It's a
Yep.
continuing item. But thank you, Mr. Birch. Okay, Dr. Selcraig. Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Ms. Drummond.
No items, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Ms. Johnston.
9 Bravo 8.
On the addendum. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Gutierrez.
No items, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Clayman.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Mr. Starr.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Osiander.
9 Echo 1.
9 Echo 1.
Echo.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
For purposes of making a declaration, 9 Delta 5 and 9 Delta 7, Mr. Chairman, and that's it.
9 Delta 5, 9 Delta 7.
Yes.
Mr. Vacalis, anything from the administration this evening?
Negative.
Thank you, sir. Items I have on my agenda for polling are 9 Bravo 2, 9 Delta 5, 9 Delta 7, 9 Echo 1, 9 Foxtrot 1, and from the addendum, 9 Bravo 7 and 9 Bravo 8. Did I miss any?
There you go.
Okay. Minus those items, is there any objection to approving the consent agenda as moved? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us to 9 Bravo 2, Mr. Birch.
It's pulled.
Yes, it is.
And I can speak to that. I don't intend to make a motion to introduce
I'll
because
move.
it's unnecessary.
I'll move to approve so we can debate the question.
Okay, it's been moved. Mr. Clayton, please
Second.
press your button.
Oh.
Ms. Drummond, thank you. Mr. Birch.
I believe the work that we've had on, this matter came up in front of us on February 2nd for the first reading with all backup and materials. It came up before us again on February, I believe it was February 16th. It was passed with basically one opposing vote. When there apparently was no desire to reconsider this item by the body, it was complete. At the point now, we have an opinion that was distributed to the Assembly earlier this afternoon, which renders, in my view, this matter moot. And I'd suggest that we move to indefinitely postpone this item if, in fact, it has to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
Motion?
Are you making a motion to indefinitely postpone this item, sir?
Yes.
Okay, that motion, is there a second?
You push the button.
Please press your button, Mr. Birch.
Speak motion. There we go.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Osiander seconded. Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to this matter? Seeing no one in the queue. Ms. Westover, would you kindly offer a little guidance to the Assembly based on the conversation we had necessitates this item being referred to the Municipal Ethics Board if we are to act on it as opposed to postponing it indefinitely?
Of course, Mr. Flynn. To the extent, what I told you in our conversation was to the extent that pending Assembly resolution presents issues regarding actions by the mayor under the Ethics Code, that it's the Board of Ethics that is the appropriate body to review those. and that we would recommend that you refer those questions and issues to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Westover. Mr. Clayman.
Ms. Westover, I arrived to the meeting tonight to see a opinion from the Board of Ethics that was apparently delivered to the clerk's office at 2:30 this afternoon that concludes that, at least as I read it, that the mayor failed in his obligation to disclose this conflict to the Ethics Board in advance of the Assembly taking action. Do you read this opinion the same way I'm summarizing it?
Through the chair, Mr. Clayman, I have read the letter. I got a copy of it when I got here.
And my question is, do you agree with my summary reading of the letter that the mayor had an obligation to disclose this conflict before the Assembly took action?
I really would prefer to have a copy of the letter in front of me before I respond to any questions about it.
Okay, I thought you had a copy with you.
No,
Okay.
I do not.
I would actually like to have Ms. Westover have a chance to read the opinion from the Ethics Board before we take action on this. I'm happy to address other matters first or take a short.
Okay. Are you moving to postpone this item to some point later in the agenda?
I'm happy to put it off for, I don't know how long it.
Point of order.
Ms.
There's a
Osiander?
motion to postpone indefinitely on the
Understood.
floor. So is this relevant to the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yeah, I believe that it is. I need to have the questions answered before I can meaningfully answer that. I'm more than happy to make a motion to postpone action on this for 15 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Osiander?
the reason I ask relevancy, the item before us is regarding engaging the services of an illegal counsel. It's not related to anything on the Board of Ethics. So it seems to me an irrelevant discussion. And so I need a nexus here to see why it's relevant to a motion to postpone indefinitely. Could you make a ruling on that, sir?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
I'm happy to speak to her question.
Well, if I may, Mr. Clayman.
Sure.
If we choose not to postpone this indefinitely, the recommendation of the Department of Law is for us to refer it to the Board of Ethics for them to review it prior to our taking action. And so I think it's relevant for the Department of Law to offer any further opinion based on the fact that the Board of Ethics acted on a related matter earlier today.
Mr. Could I
Please.
have one additional clarification, sir? The item before us is regarding hiring an independent counsel. A body or anyone can make a complaint to the Board of Ethics at any time. I'm still struggling to see the relevancy to this specific resolution.
Understood. If you would refer yourself to the item before you, I believe it's on page 2, line 16 and 17. It reads as follows: what process should be used under the Ethics Code to ensure that an elected public official does not sit on both sides of a municipal transaction? And so it raises issues associated with the jurisdiction of the Board of Ethics. Mr. Coffey, you wish to comment?
Yeah, I can't, hang on, I guess I'm not in.
It's okay.
Mr. Chairman, as I understand it, the question is not in the now therefore clause, which are one of them is a statement of what questions were in the mind of, but now therefore the Assembly resolves, authorizes an independent legal review, the authority of the Salaries and Emoluments Commission, special insurance benefit was legally and under what legally effectuated, legal obligations and risks, authority of the mayor to request an appropriation, public purpose under which disbursement of funds, and the authority of the Anchorage Assembly to approve an appropriation. And there's nothing here about the ethics question, which is in the whereas. So I think her point is well taken, that the question of an independent attorney is different than the question of the ethics and that. And so I concur with Ms. Osiander.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. You have done a nice job of summarizing my confusion over why the Department of Law felt this needed to go to the Ethics Board if we're going to continue discussing it. But
well, we all know it's been there now. We have that opinion as well.
Actually, no, they did not take up this item. They took up the request they received from the administration regarding the disclosure issue. That's all.
I'm sorry. We have an opinion from the Board of Ethics. So
Yes,
even if it were relevant to this resolution, we have it. And Mr. Clayman's resolution on B7 will come up about, and we can talk about whether that meets the requirements then. But the question before us is, do we hire a lawyer to look into the 5 or 6 things in this one? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Starr.
So you ruled that my point of order was not valid?
Well, we'll figure that out in a moment here. I want to hear what everyone has to say, and if we are going to vote, if we're not going to vote to postpone indefinitely following the debate, then I will rule on that point.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. You need to rule yes or no on a point of order, sir.
Restate your point.
Please do.
My point was that the discussion is not relevant to the amendment.
Okay. You mean the motion on the floor, correct?
Pardon me? I'm sorry, Mr. Coffey said
The
something.
discussion, your point is the discussion was not relevant to the motion.
The motion on the floor is postponed indefinitely.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to rule that that the discussion is relevant given the advice given to this body by the Department of Law. Mr. Starr.
We've ruled. I mean, I could move to overturn the chair, but I guess the question, Mr. Clayman moved to get a postpone for 15 minutes, following Mr. Birch's, and Mr. Clayman's purpose was to ask a question about the ethics opinion that was, the ethics letter written by the Board of Ethics and delivered to us today. And I understood Ms. Osiander's point of order to be that that is irrelevant to the question of hiring a lawyer, and therefore it would be inappropriate to stand down for 15 minutes while that's debated. You have ruled contrary. Unless I can moved to overturn the chair and get 6 votes, we're done.
Well, we need a second to the motion, please.
Yeah, well, I can probably get that too, but I don't want to waste
Actually, I withdrew the motion for the 15-minute postponement because I think we're spending enough time discussion that Mr. Westover has probably had enough time to read the letter.
All right. Mr. Starr.
I guess I appreciate the chair first going to Ms. Westover. She wrote us an 18-page summary. I believe there was 60-some pages of documentation that came our way. In the interpretation of the chair, is she incorrect? Because my statement is that she's correct. And so is that what we're debating, is whether Ms. Westover is a good lawyer and advised us appropriately?
Not at all, Mr. Starr.
Well, in that case, though, and it's not a debate, in that case, her recommendation is send it to the Board of Ethics.
That is correct, sir.
So what are we debating?
A motion to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. So the motion to postpone for 15 minutes to talk to Ms. Westover is business that we should have done this afternoon.
That motion was withdrawn, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Osiander, you're back in the queue. You wish to speak?
No, I'm ready to vote, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Drummond?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I figure since this is my resolution, I ought to at least say something before the body decides to kill it or not. I appreciate the Department of Law's early analysis, considering I had heard that that was not due to happen until early April or perhaps after mid-April. And I appreciate that the Board of Ethics was also requested to submit an opinion. It's a shame that all of that stuff was not done before February 2nd, before the documents were submitted to the Assembly for a decision without a lot of information. I also want to thank the reporter at the Anchorage Daily News that made a public information request that all of those pages of emails and conversations and documents from many years ago were duplicated in the Department of Law's report, and I appreciate that all of that was there, and now that it's all out in the open. I still think there are some questions that remain unanswered. I do not think that this resolution needs to go away at this point. If the Board of Ethics is the appropriate place, then fine, I'd like to hear that that's the appropriate place to send it. But I believe there are some questions that need to be answered that are not in the purview of the Board of Ethics. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Mr. Clayman.
I don't know.
Ms. Westover, have you now had a chance while the debate's gone on to review the letter?
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, I do not have a copy of the letter, but if you have questions about what the Board of Ethics has decided, then those questions should be addressed to the Board of Ethics.
Well,
You're the proper board or entity to answer any questions that the Assembly has.
All right, I'll ask a different question. If the Board of Ethics' opinion is that the mayor had a duty to disclose this conflict to the Board of Ethics before this matter was presented to the Assembly, what remedies or what options does the Assembly have to kind of turn the clock back so that we can take this up with a proper disclosure from the mayor?
Through the chair, Mr. Klayman, you need to address that question to the Board of Ethics.
So, Ms. Rett, you're saying that the question about what remedies does the Assembly have because the Assembly took action following a non-disclosure is a question solely for the Board of Ethics and not a question for the Department of Law?
According to the Ethics Code, Mr. Klayman, it's up to the Board of Ethics to make recommendations about remedies or violations or sanctions. It is not the Department of Law's responsibility.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Klayman. There's no one else in the queue.
That's not, I thought, I'm in the queue, I thought. Yeah. Well, here, please, Mr. Coffey. I don't want to belabor this thing too long. I believe that the report was fairly comprehensive. But to answer Mr. Klayman's question, we have approved it. It's too late to reconsider, but it is always an option for this body with a supermajority to rescind a previous action. To do that, you have to give notice at a meeting before the meeting, which would be now. Then it could be taken up on the 13th, if that's what you wish to do. But you need to understand that it takes 8 to rescind a previous action. My recommendation would be not to try to undo this thing, but to make sure that to the degree that which Ms. Westover has given us a detailed and accurate report, I think the better conclusion is that although there may have been some confusion surrounding this or maybe a lack of understanding back on February 2nd, there is really nothing more to be examined at this time, particularly since the mayor took himself to the Board of Ethics. And so I would support the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Coffey because I think he brought the question into sharper relief. I believe the question that Mr. Klayman was trying to get at is it even plausible or possible that this Assembly could rescind its action in this case? We've been told by the administration, too bad, can't do anything about it, not getting the money back. That's not an ethical question. That is a legal question. So I'd like to ask Ms. Tucker her opinion on that issue.
Ms. Tucker?
Through the chair, I'm going to answer a preliminary question first. And that has to do with the question of rescinding or amending an action previously taken. And that's a Robert's Rules of Order question that's also reproduced in our, in part in our, in the Anchorage Municipal Code. And in that circumstance, it only applies to situations where there hasn't been action following the decision of the Assembly. And my understanding in this case that there has been action following the approval of the Assembly in that the check was has been reproduced as being cut by the Assembly, by the municipality, and then my understanding is that it's been dispersed to the trust beneficiary. So I don't think that the Assembly has a procedural rule available to undo its action. The second piece, I think, of, as I understand Mr. Gutierrez's question, is a legal determination
And I'm not prepared to answer that, and that is that could you litigate or could you take it to a mediation or do something else because there was something not binding either by this Assembly's action or a prior Assembly's action, and I'm just not prepared to answer that.
Fair enough. I appreciate the answer that you were able to give. So it seems to me then that rescission is not really an option. So speaking, Mr. Chairman, to the motion to postpone indefinitely, I don't support that because I think what is in this resolution would appear, at least from this perspective, to be the only option this body has available to it at this point. We can't rescind our action because the money's already gone out the door. There are still a great number of questions that are popping up on a daily basis that haven't been answered. The answer of the ethics of the disclosure has been answered by the Ethics Board today in its decision that, yes, that should have been disclosed prior to Assembly action. Unfortunately, I was out of the country for that meeting, and it was getting to be a late night on my cell phone, and I wasn't available at that point, which I deeply regret at this point. But there are a lot of questions coming up that weren't raised then that I don't think anyone even thought to raise. For example, why was this booked by the municipality in 2009, long before the Assembly ever saw any hint of this resolution? I think that it is appropriate to spend what is a pittance when you talk about legal services and $10,000 to have an attorney whose job isn't dependent upon the mayor to look at this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Starr.
Specific to the resolution that's now on the motion here, Ms. Westover answered all of the questions. I read her legal determination. She's read all, or researched and provided the information that speaks to the legal obligations, the ability of the SEC to act. She provided additional information on what happened in 1982. So I'm curious as to what, and again, when I asked the question of the chair is, do we dispute Ms. Westover's ability to provide an independent view and an independent look at that? And I guess the body needs to discuss that. If we're not confident in our paid legal staff here, then the case should be made on why we need to go outside. But Ms. Westover provided 18 pages of legal information, some 50 more pages of supporting documentation. In also statements of that, I think it's prudent the findings of the Ethics Board, when you read that, I wasn't lobbied by the mayor. I wasn't lobbied by any part of his administration. The cursory questions that I asked of staff were answered appropriately. I never got a lobby call from that. So I guess the action that we're looking at from how the mayor may have operated inappropriately to this body in the need to further it doesn't make any sense. It was our action. We approved it as a body of 11, and we appropriated the money. So I guess, you know, in the cursory view that the mayor may have had an ethics problem in not disclosing that, I think there's two questions here on the table. I don't move for postponement of the issue, maybe further expansion. And as chairman of ethics, I'm happy to take it up at a committee level, and we can hash out what to do next. But legally, the whereas statements and the resolve statements in this resolution have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Seeing no one else in the queue, the motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. Please proceed. So by a vote of 5 to 6, that motion fails. Motion to approve is before us.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to postpone this item, consideration of this item until the next meeting.
Second.
I think as you, Mr. Chairman, pointed out, there may be a little bit more work that needs to be done on this. I didn't support postponing it indefinitely. I'm sorry, I don't have that option available to me. There it is. Thank you. Computers, you gotta love them. I don't think it's appropriate to postpone indefinitely, but there is more work to be done, so I do ask that we postpone this until the next meeting.
You mean the meeting of the 13th, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Osiander, sorry.
I'd very much like to know specifically what more information is required.
Flynn.
Ms. Osiander, thank you for that question. The report referenced by Mr. Starr was made available by me yesterday. I'm not sure that all members had the chance to review it thoroughly.
The legal opinion?
That is correct. That Ms. Westover prepared at my behest. I think it's reasonable for the members to review that and determine whether they feel that this resolution sponsored by Ms. Drummond is still appropriate in light of that information.
Okay. I mean, I've had it all day, and so I assumed that people had read it. But if people haven't read it, then I suppose. All right.
Is there a date? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
The 13th, our next meeting.
We're loading them up. Okay. Thanks.
Is there further debate on this topic? Is there objection to the motion to postpone to the meeting of April 13? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. That brings us to item 9 Delta 5. Somebody besides Mr. Coffey, please. I'm sorry, did I miss one? Oh, yes, I apologize. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
9 Bravo 8.
Move to approve.
Or Bravo, yes, Bravo 7 first, sorry.
Oh.
That's Mr. Clayman.
Move to approve.
Mr. Clayman.
And I'll speak briefly to this. When I wrote this resolution with the assistance of Assembly Counsel, I did not know that the mayor had finally submitted the question to the Ethics Board, and it's my belief that as time passes, even though the check has been cut, as time passes, it becomes harder and harder to turn the clock back. And so the purpose of this resolution is basically to say to the mayor, who serving in his capacity as the trustee of this estate, to basically put the money into escrow so that we have a chance to figure out what happened and then see what options are available and not get put in a position of being told, well, that was nice, but all the money is gone, it's been spent, it's not available to return. And so the purpose of this resolution is to say, put the money into escrow so that we can hear more from the Ethics Board and we can have time to figure out what to do about this without having to hear that all the money has gone away, because I think all of us have been hearing a lot of commentary from the public about concern that the money got distributed without meaningful opportunity to have more public input. So that's the purpose of this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Mr. Birch.
I support postponing this item indefinitely as well. If I could get a second.
You need to hit your button first, sir.
Pardon me?
Please hit your button first.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, for many of the reasons cited earlier, we do have an opinion from the Board of Ethics. The efforts and the intent of kind of dragging this on is consuming a lot of time. As Ms. Drummond pointed out, this matter came before this body first on February 2nd. It came before us again on February 16th. It was approved on a 10-to-1 vote. Presumably everybody had an opportunity to read all the background material that was associated with that. The ethics opinion that we received this afternoon asserts that the board reviewed the disclosure requirements set forth and that the mayor has no financial or economic interest in the George M. Sullivan Irrevocable Life Insurance Trust. And I think there's no confusion in this body that the mayor is, in fact, the former mayor's son. So I think we're chasing our tails here. I think this is an unnecessary effort, and I would urge postponement indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey, to the motion.
Thank you. I don't know what more we would do other than what we've done, what Mr. Clayman was asking, at least insofar as it's possible. I don't know he would expect us, Mr. Sullivan, to go back to the Ethics Board a second time. So what purpose does this resolution now serve, now that we have opinion of the Board of Ethics? And why, if we've accomplished what Mr. Clayman wanted to accomplish, at least in part, why wouldn't we postpone it indefinitely?
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we'll withdraw from the queue.
Mr. Starr.
Well, I think it is appropriate to postpone indefinitely because the matter's been answered by the board that's part of the resolution. It speaks to the Board of Ethics weighing in on the topic. And for the matter for that purpose, it's not our job to provide a remedy or a punishment on their findings. That solely relies with the board. So the point of why we have the ethics code, and that is the distinction, is that you don't have one branch of government applying penalties for the others. And we may have our opinions whether or not the action was appropriate or not, but the Board of Ethics has made the determination. I think we need to respect that mechanism that we have in government, which says that's our recourse. If we don't like the ethics code and we don't like the lack of remedies or we don't like the way the charter's enforced, then we should do things to change it. But in this case, it's very clear the way the ethics code is written on what to do next, and that's the Board of Ethics call, not ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Klayman.
The discussion is very interesting, but the troubling part that it continues to trouble me, and there was no Board of Ethics commentary when I submitted this resolution. The troubling part to me is that the mayor had an obligation to tell us that he had this conflict before we took action. And it seems to me that we ought to have an opportunity to turn the clock back, and to me it's the right thing to do. If a person has gotten money and not here in Mr. Sullivan's fiduciary capacity as the trustee for this estate, he's taken money, and he's done whatever he's done with that money, but it seems to me when you do that and you didn't follow the rules that you're supposed to follow before you get the money, the right thing to do is put the money in a place where if it turns out, basically to start this process over again, and I think that as a trustee for this estate, he should take the steps to put the money in escrow while we figure out what to do next, and that's why I do not think we should postpone this indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Ms. Osiander.
The resolution asks two things. It asks that this be brought before the Board of Ethics. The mayor has already apparently gone to the Board of Ethics, and we've got a ruling. If there's additional question the Board of Ethics needs to ask, then anybody can make a complaint to the Board of Ethics, including the mayor again. Second thing the resolution asks is that money that is already dispersed, that is not within the purview or control of this body or government at all, be set aside in a discrete fund. We do not have the authority to do that, Mr. Klayman. I think that there are limits once money is dispersed by the municipality on what requirements we can put on it after a check's been cut. So it seems to me a pointless resolution, frankly, and so I'm supporting the postponement indefinitely.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Klayman.
Ms. Osiander, I actually agree with you that we do not have the authority to require this mayor in his private capacity as trustee of the estate. We do not have the power to force him to do so. But by this resolution, I'm simply asking the mayor to do the right thing. And the right thing is because he didn't tell us what he should have told us before he put this in front of us, to put it in escrow so that we can have an opportunity to figure out what to do without later hearing basically the cow has left the barn and it's not coming back.
Could I just respond very briefly?
Ms. Osiander.
I apologize. I don't want to belabor this. There's so much on the agenda to deal with tonight. I asked questions when this first appeared. I got information back. I've gotten more information since then. I continue to believe that my vote was correct and it was a bill that we had to pay. Regardless of what happened in previous administrations on how it was booked, there are many things I've discovered in the last 6 years that I wish had been done differently by the administrations, plural, in this city. I guess it's done, and there are so many other issues that we've been asked to continue on and forget. The Care and Closure Fund on Solid Waste Services, the Hansen Project, the Muldoon. I don't want to go into it. I really don't. I just at this point, I still feel comfortable the decision was correct. So if you don't, then go to the Board of Ethics. But let's move on here, folks.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Just so everyone who hasn't read the ethics opinion, the legal opinion from Ms. Phelan understands, she went back to 1982, which was a far different world than 2012, 28 years ago. They did things differently. And they said at that time that we're going to thank Mr. George Sullivan for his service, and here's how we're going to do it. And it's pretty clear that salary and emoluments in the Assembly at that time had the right to do that. And they did do it. And over 28 years, things happened. It was reviewed by, at least as far as this report is concerned, by 2 subsequent administrations after that Assembly, and then Mayor Knowles approved it. Then it was reviewed by Mayor Wirch and his lawyer, and then Mayor Begich and his staff looked at it, and every one of them seemed to conclude the same thing, that this was an obligation of the municipality. Then the municipality sort of compounded the problem, because when Aetna came to the municipality and said, well, Mr. Sullivan's no longer an employee, he can't be in this group policy. Well, nobody told the Sullivans that. There's no evidence of that. So they go along doing what they thought was right, and then when Mr. Sullivan dies, we have this situation. But what is there about it, other than the politics of it, that wants you to keep beating this horse? What is there here that requires this? I don't think there's anything here. I wish that Mr. George Sullivan would have lived another 5.5 years until we had another mayor, because this mayor is getting, not only did he lose his father, but now people are making an issue out of something that he had absolutely nothing to do with. You ought to take it up with the folks who did it in 1982 and the folks who approved it again in 2002, and then the next guys who approved it in 2007, and let's get past this, folks. I've been around this circuit a long time, and I know politics when I see it, and I see it loud and clear here. And fine, you got 6 votes, do it. But I'll tell you what, it's politics and it's not substance. So I'm a postpone it indefinitely.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Actually, given the activity by the Ethics Board earlier in the day and their ruling, I have no objection to postponing this item indefinitely. I do think I've asked Mr. Gutierrez to, after we're done on this item, to refer Ms. Drummond's resolution to the Board of Ethics for their review, and I think it would be appropriate for the one question, the remediation question, in Mr. Clayman's resolution before it's in, but that does not require our passing this resolution. So I support the indefinite postponement. With that, Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a brief comment to make. Based on Mr. Coffey's question, I think he said something like, what is it that's causing us to continue on with this discussion, or something like that, he said. But let me tell you what it is, Mr. Coffey. It's the public. I mean, on February 16th, or whatever date it was, I had questions, but there was nobody out here to testify, and so I reluctantly voted yes. But I'm paying the price for it through the many, many emails that I've gotten from my constituents and other folks in the public that are asking me, why did you vote yes for this, Ms. Gray-Jackson? And I have to say to them, I reluctantly voted yes, but I can assure you that if it's reconsidered, again, I will change the way I voted. And so that's what's causing us to continue to deal with this subject, Mr. Coffey, the public. I mean, I know that I'm not the only one that got all the emails. We got over 30 emails, maybe even more than that, from the public saying, this is not right. That's what's causing us to continue to deal with this subject. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray-Jackson. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to respond to the same statement as well. And what, from my perspective, is driving this, and these resolutions probably won't answer it, but the problem here is, and what those who have referenced the ethics opinion have danced around and have not told you, is that the ethics committee disclosed that the mayor did indeed breach the ethics code, that he should have disclosed his financial interest in that. That's what they haven't said. But what is interesting about this is that in some other case where the municipality has an obligation, be it a contract or some other obligation, and we find out after the fact that there was some ethical failure or unethical failure to disclose or something, apparently we can't get the money back no matter what. And while these resolutions don't address that, and I acknowledge that, that's the deeper question that has to be acknowledged. If somebody says, ha, I fooled you, you can't take the money back, that's a problem. And in the future, we need to find a way to make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Since the ethics decision was brought up, I disagree with, I want people to understand it, because I said this was politics, and I want to read what the ethics board said. The board should have been told that the potential conflict existed because you, the mayor, have a fiduciary obligation to the trustees and the municipal employees who work under your direction and would be required to take some official action related to the trust. The board should have been told how you propose to manage the potential conflict. That was the obligation. Tell them how you would manage it. Well, it turns out, after the fact, that Mr. Sullivan managed it in a manner that kept himself removed from it. That's recognized in this letter. So the failure was to fail to tell them how he intended to manage it, but he managed it appropriately. He didn't tell them in time. Mistake, you bet. But what he did was within the conformance of the code. Finally, to answer Ms. Gray Jackson's comment, give them this. I've responded to every email that's come to me on this topic, every single one. And I've said I am not going to draw a conclusion until I get an answer. So if you want to give people an answer, give them this. There's 50 pages here. Give it to the public. And the public deserves to know, but we have an answer. Enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Seeing no one else in the queue, the matter before us is whether to postpone indefinitely. Members, please proceed to vote. So by a vote of 10 to 1, that motion passes. Mr. Gutierrez, the motion I asked for earlier, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to refer Resolution AR 2010-92 from Ms. Drummond to the Ethics Board.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Is there objection to that motion? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved. That brings us to item 9, Bravo 8. Ms. Jennifer Johnston.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
To the prior motion?
Yes, Mr. Flayman.
With that being referred, if we have additional questions, if we would like to address that are not in that, it be appropriate to submit that as a tag along to that referral?
Please submit them in writing to the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
With that, Ms. Johnston.
Move to approve.
Second. I'm assuming we're on B8.
That is
Right.
correct.
Thank you. I can't get it.
On a lighter moment, this is a resolution. I just wanted to commend the administration, and particularly Ms. Mahoney and Ms. Schubert, as far as putting this together. It's a private-public partnership, and it's working extremely well. I had the honor of bringing some of the private partnership to this bidding, and it's exciting. It would be wonderful if we got municipality won the Google contest, and I would like everybody to go to the Google site and nominate Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there any objection to approval of this item? Seeing and hearing none, this item is approved. That brings us to item 9, Delta 5. We need somebody besides Mr. Coffey to move this one.
Move to approve. Second.
Moved and seconded, Mr. Coffey.
On the screen.
It's not available. There we go.
Mr. Coffey, welcome back. We're on 9, Delta 5. It's been moved and seconded. We just need your declaration, please.
I didn't. You have someone else move it, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we did.
I have.
Michael.
I thought it was on. Excuse me. I have represented and continue to represent Applebee's on various matters. One of them is, in fact, the one I'm representing them on now is out in the Matsu borough, but it's the two local restaurants are also same ownership. So I would ask to be excused from that aspect of this transaction, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Based on your business relationship, unless there's objection, you'll be excluded from participation, and Applebee's Neighborhood Grill, license 4746. Is there objection to that ruling? Seeing and hearing none, with Mr. Coffey's abstention from that item, is there any objection to approval of this item before us? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved, showing Mr. Coffey having abstained from the Applebee's portion thereof. That brings us to item 9, Delta 7. Somebody besides Mr. Coffey, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, I represent Odom Corporation from time to time on issue-specific matters. I have no specific matters before them now, but I could tomorrow.
Based on that, Mr. Coffey, we will be ruled as abstaining from item 3996 relating to Odom Corporation's wholesale and general license. Is there objection to that ruling? Seeing and hearing none, the item is before us. Is there objection to item 9, Delta 7? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. Mr. Coffey is shown as abstaining from item 3996, the Odom Corporation. That, I believe, brings us to 9, Echo 1. Ms. Oster.
Move to accept.
Second.
And I can't hit the screen yet, Mr. Chair. Apologize.
I'm sure it'll come up momentarily with that, but why don't you proceed with your comments, Ms. Osiander?
Right. I was struck as I read the planning and zoning resolution with their second finding, which said that ASD is realistic about what the voters will accept. And ASD priorities seem to be well-placed and responsive to the voters. And I just wanted, I guess, to register my concern with that finding. If you looked at their projections, they're still anticipating approximately $100 million bonds every other year as you go out. Even though they deferred the planned $22 million for the 10-11 year, 11 is a $98.6 million, then a $53 million, then a $120 million, then a $78 million, then a $116 million. And I personally don't think that that's realistic. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Are there further comments? Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As having been a colleague of Ms. Osiander's for 9 years on the Anchorage School Board, during which time we built, renovated, or did otherwise major work on schools to the tune of $500 million, that is not an unrealistic projection. And the reason we did that in the 90s and the early 2000s is because there was a significant amount of work left undone in the 80s. We had 140 portable classrooms in place at the beginning of the 90s, and thousands of kids not going to school under a solid roof and having to march across campuses to go to the bathrooms and gymnasiums and so on and so forth. And I think the school district needs to make a plan. If the plan doesn't work, fine, but they need to say, these are our needs, and that is the intent of the capital improvement plan. And I think we need to pay attention, because we have an enormous investment in these buildings, and to not maintain them and to not keep up with them is a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Ms. Osiander.
Just, I guess I have to counter a little bit. I think maintenance is absolutely essential, but this calls for more than maintenance. It calls for complete rebuilding of some buildings. And I also would like to take Ms. Drummond a little bit down memory lane, because when we served on the school board, the district gained about, I believe, 7,000 or 8,000 students during that time interval. And so a lot of the building was to keep up the pace of just simply housing students. I did look at the population assumptions in the CIP, and basically they're assuming flat population for the next 10 years, too. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to accepting this item? Seeing and hearing none, that item is accepted. That brings us to item 9, Foxtrot 1.
I had this item pulled, and it's my intent not to move it to go forward, because it would be my hope that it doesn't secure 3 votes and take any more assembly time. I don't think a tax on soft drinks is really reasonable.
Mr. Chair, I move to postpone indefinitely this item.
Well, we can't postpone an item that hasn't been introduced yet. So with that, Dr. Selcraig, you're in the queue.
It's my intention to support either the move to postpone indefinitely or the move not to introduce. I this item was brought before you partly out of the work we did in the Community and Economic Development Committee, which has recognized that we pay the least municipal taxes of any city our size in the country. However, it's all packed into property taxes, and that we really need to do, excuse me, Mr. Coffey, we really need to have a diverse tax base in order to go forward. And I think that this is I think the idea of taxing soft drinks is a smart idea. My intention actually was to bring it forward and to ask, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman.
And ask to postpone. Could I
We're not even discussing an item.
I'm discussing my support for this action, to not bring this forward. Excuse me, I'm almost done.
We can only speak to items that have been introduced to the body for discussion. This one's not been introduced. That's the point of order.
But what's before us is...
Mr. Chairman, can you please rule?
Ms. Selcraig, if you could wrap up in 30 seconds, please.
Yes, thank you. I've talked with Ms. Johnson, and she's agreed to have the Finance Committee look at this in the S1 version, and I think it'll give this body an opportunity to diversify the tax base in the future, if you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Seeing no motion before us, the item is not introduced. That brings us to the conclusion of the consent agenda, and it is 6 o'clock, so we will move to appearance requests.
Let me ask him.
Ms. Diane Holmes, regarding budget items. Are you present, madam?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
You have 3 minutes.
Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. Cutting the budget has been a major issue for a long time. And last night's news indicates that we have a budget surplus that will go towards increasing the fund balance for emergencies rather than restoring jobs and services. So I'm going to assume that there's still more need to look to ways to save money. In this regard, I have a few suggestions and questions. Before cutting the fire department's wilderness rescue team, why didn't the city start drilling the troopers instead? Rescues outside the city limits are the troopers' responsibility, and they must give the okay each time the city is called to respond. So why aren't we getting reimbursed? This is my first question. When these special teams were being cut, I heard there was a rumor that the union offered to reduce the extra base pay for these team members. Why wasn't this accepted, or at least looked at? It could have saved more than the requested $150,000. That's my second question. During the transition, I asked the soon-to-be fire chief, Mr. Hall, why no one was suggesting cutting the 3 extra battalion chief positions, who are really medics. These are non-union positions that do not contribute to an outcome of an event. Medics are hard to find, and they could be used better in other places. I was told these positions would likely be cut. This could have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars. They haven't been cut or reassigned. And that's my third question, why not? If we're not paying attention to saving these amounts of money, especially when doing so would not cut services, then what's left? Nickels and dimes? That's my fourth question. Why are we spending money on paying for event planners when the past administration seemed to do that in-house? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. You have a copy of your questions? Are there any questions for Ms. Holmes? Mr. Coffey?
No, I don't have a question. I have a comment.
Okay. Your microphone, sir. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Mr. Coffey?
Well, the last comment got me. I heard that there might be this kind of a comment. So I just note this, that under this administration, $6,100 has been spent on events, $4,500 for the Unity Dinner, and $1,600 for a town hall meeting and a municipal league lunch that we had to put on because we were the host. That's $100 in the last administration, and we all supported this, so whoever was here allowed this to occur. Charles Woolforth was paid $60,000 for editing, writing, and research. Ms. Jones was paid $15,000 for professional services. Ivan Moore, a pollster, was paid $13,000 for public opinion polling. The Boutte Company was paid $16,779 for general activities, and graphic design services cost us $8,640. So that's a total, if you had them, all of these, not just these, but many others over the course of 5.5 years, $1.6 million to contractors during the time in office. Folks, we hire people to do things because we don't have the employees. Just for one example, the Unity dinner, which cost about $4,500, our then executive or OEO director, we'd cut the staff actually during Mr. Clayman's term as acting mayor. We'd reduce the positions, and Ms. Holmes came to the mayor and said, how am I going to put this Unity dinner on? And Larry Baker then contracted with this person to organize and put it on at the request of Celeste Holmes. And for those of us who went there, it was a very nice and successful evening, and it cost $4,500. We ought to be very careful about how we expend funds, be it $6,100 or $1,006,600,000. But I don't believe it's appropriate to make a big issue out of this at a time when, what we've done, some of the important things, we've restored the fund balances to the levels required of us by an ordinance and our own resolutions. The fund balance for bonding is 8.25%, and we have got 8.25% in there, and that saves us saves the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars because we have a nice high bond rating. Interest is lower because we have 8.25 in the fund. If you reduce that fund and don't maintain it, you will lose that very good bond rating. We have emergency funds. We've all approved this in 2004 to create emergency funds for emergency purposes at the level of 2 to 3%. We were at 1% a year ago. We have restored those fund balances for good reason. We may face emergencies. We all know about some of the litigation that's pending regarding, we had a little bit of a discussion about that. We're going to get an executive session on litigation, and we know that there is risk to the city. I would rather be prepared for risk and have a fund balance than be unprepared for the risk and not have these emergency fund balances. I haven't seen any motion, any desire, any request to reduce the policies or to amend the policies. So when we restore the fund balances, we are following our own resolutions. If we don't want 3% or 2% or any percent, let's have another resolution that deals with fund balances, and we can debate that. But we don't have, I heard the other night reported, we have some sort of surplus. We've restored our fund balances. And if we don't like it, let's change it. But right now, we've done what we said to do. So that's my comment. I thought you might like to hear me.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Coffey had a couple of things right. The mayor has managed to spend significantly less in 8 months in office than the previous mayor did in 5.5 years. That much is true. One thing that's not true is with regard to the event planning, Ms. Celeste Graham Hodge was on staff well after Mr. Sullivan became mayor. She did not leave during acting Mayor Clayman's tenure, as was asserted by Mr. Coffey. I don't see how we save money by paying a private contractor to do a job that had been done in-house by staff for years, while that staff member was indeed still on staff and still being paid. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Might I answer, Mr. Chairman? Well, you're wrong, Mr. Gutierrez. I never said Celeste Holmes was gone. Celeste Holmes was there. I said Mr. Clayman reduced staff. We all participated in that in the 6-7 months he was in office because we had a budget shortfall. Part of it affected her department. She came to the mayor because she didn't have the staff and the assistants necessary to do this. And for that reason, a contractor was hired. And that's what I said, and I'm sorry I didn't make it clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
I guess I kind of have to follow Mr. Gutierrez's concern in that it seemed like there was a comparison of apples to oranges there. I mean, I think we were talking about a very specific thing, and Mr. Coffey, you came up with a whole list of other things. I mean, I'm sure we could find other contracts that this mayor has let. I mean, I think the real issue of with the testimony this evening was a frustration, I think, on the part of the public that we can find money to do the things we want to do, and we can't find money to do other things. And so when we've actually, kind of eked out barely enough money for children's programs, and then there's $5,000 to do event planning, somebody has to question it. Or if the unions, in fact, come forward with a recommendation to save some money, why are we cutting a safety program to the hillside? There may be perfectly good reasons for these things, but the fact is I think that there is a apprehension on the part of the public that how can we be out of money on one hand and then have resources to do things that seem discretionary on the other. And I think that's what I took away from the testimony. And I think comparing it to Mr. Beggage's talking about politics, you just talked about that a few minutes ago, I think that's right packed in there with that political stuff.
You're absolutely right.
Folks,
Greg, it's politics.
Yeah, and the good news is, since we have no motion before us, we don't have to discuss it anymore. Moving right along, that brings us to old business and unfinished action on public hearing items. The next item before us is Assembly Memorandum 137-2010, recommendation to award to Electric Power Constructors Incorporated to provide professional engineering services for the line of two switchyards to provide termination for the Eklutna transmission line for Municipality of Anchorage, MLNP, RFP 29-P026, $867,560. We do not have a motion before us, correct?
Sir.
We have no motion pending on this item.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Starr seconded. Thank you, Ms. Osiander.
I basically requested the body postpone this matter. I have some concerns. I still have some concerns, but generally think that I will vote for it. I wanted to point out that the memorandum as written talks about a long-term plan to tie the Teelan substation into Anchorage and to provide a bypass around all MEA substations. And that is something that, to my knowledge, has not been discussed in the Mat-Su Borough and has not been discussed with MEA and is of grave concern to me. But I've been assured by Mr. Posey it's not particularly relevant to this matter, and as this one is instead intended to provide redundancy to the existing Eklutna power line. So at that point, I will urge support.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Starr.
I also urge support. I did homework today working with the MLNP engineers and the folks that kept calling me and giving me more data. This isn't really written very well. I think the consensus is that there's no intent to bypass the MEA substations. And so as you read that, and the reason we bring that up is because of the redundancy requirements. Eagle River Chugiak went dark 3 or 4 years ago in a number of capacities. And so the infrastructure development is important to us. I'll urge the body, it's about $800,000 or more of engineering services for a $5 million project. So it's a pretty big, healthy bill for engineering support services for what we've got here. And I put caution to it. I'll go ahead with it, but quickly we need to get some costing to the project so that we can do it. And for those that don't know what we're talking about, it's those big, ugly power poles as you drive down the Glen towards Wasilla and along the Glen Highway there. I think it's an important infrastructure, urge support and move along, but also caution that this project doesn't become an $11 million commitment to tie into Teeland and bypass MEA and all those other things. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I'm sure there's at least one electrical engineer in the room who would consider those to be beautiful poles. But seeing no further comments in the queue, is there any objection to this matter? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 11B. The Resolution 2010-86, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly establishing municipal policy guidelines and direction for collective bargaining and contract negotiations.
Move the S version?
All right. We have two different motions.
Why am I just asking?
No, I didn't move the S version.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I think
Ms. Johnson moved and seconded. Mr. Chair, 1 second, please. We have Ms. Johnson's motion. Mr. Birch has seconded. Mr. Klayman.
Mr. Chair, I would actually move to postpone action on this until the end of the agenda. I think we need to take this up after we have taken up item 13A in the abundance of caution, which involves a separate union matter.
Mr. Clayman has moved and Ms. Gray Jackson has seconded. We move this item to the bottom of the agenda so that we do not inadvertently interfere with the upcoming matter regarding the firefighter 13A, the letter of agreement between the municipality and the firefighters union. Mr. Clayman, do you have further comments or?
No.
Okay, Mr. Coffey.
This is a letter agreement you're talking about is the potential for the conflict, 13A?
13A, yes.
Ratifying a letter of agreement. And my understanding is letters of agreement are done for clarity. So it's not a bargaining element. I don't think, I don't have any particular problem putting it back a little bit, but if there were a contract or something like we did before with the machinists or the mechanics, I might agree, but letter agreement?
I think we should, my intent is that we should take it up after we've taken up the letter agreement. It's an abundance of caution move.
Okay.
Is there objection to the motion? And it was the end of the agenda, Mr. Clayman? Was it? Okay. Is there objection to the motion to move this item to the end of the agenda? Seeing and hearing none, that motion is approved.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was after we've done that. My understanding of the motion was after 13A.
As I restated, but if you, do you have a problem with it being moved to the end of the agenda?
At the very end, you mean after 14X or whatever it is?
I believe we have that honor tonight, yes.
Well, yes, I do. I object to that. Okay. I think we should hear it after 13A if Mr. Clayman's point's well taken, but not to the end of the agenda.
Okay. All right. The motion before us is to move it to the end of the agenda. Please proceed to vote. I'm sorry? Okay. All right. Mr. Clayman, will you please restate the motion? We're going to do this by roll call vote.
Oh, the motion is to move it to the end of the agenda. So a yes vote would mean it comes after 14X or whatever is the last one on the item. I guess I'll be accurate. Would put it after 14X
is correct.
X.
Okay. Mr. Starr, do you wish to comment on that before we vote?
Well, I have a question to the administration. Our requirement as an assembly body is to provide bargaining guidelines before a contract is opened up. So if for whatever reason we don't get to it tonight and tomorrow, what's the administration going to do then? Is not enter into bargaining negotiations? I understand we have one union contract that's coming up for opening.
All right. Through the chair, Mr. Starr, we begin negotiations with the plumbers and pipe fitters on March 30th, and that notification was provided to the assembly. We need to begin negotiations no later than April 1st to be in compliance with the contract.
So in the absence of this, you would use the 2004 bargaining
2007, Mr. Starr.
I'd like to see it 13B. I won't support the movement to the end. Is that the motion then, Mr. Chairman?
That's the current
to the end.
Motion. That's the current
I don't
motion,
support that.
Thank you. Ms. Drummond.
Sorry, I was going to say the same thing as Mr. Starr, move it to after 13A, but before 13B. Can I offer an amendment to the motion on the floor to move to after we take up and act on item 13A?
Second.
Please press some buttons.
I can't.
We're in the middle of it.
Okay. Mr. Birch on that point?
I support that. We just need to get with the program and provide some direction to the administration on the negotiating strategy going forward. Thank you.
Point of order. Shouldn't the correct motion be moved to substitute, Mr. Chairman? Because you can't amend a time.
You are correct, Madam.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander, thank you. The motion correctly stated we move to substitute.
Second.
To move to this item following item 13A.
Corrected.
Dr. Selcraig, you're in the queue.
No, thank you.
Ms. Osiander, you're done. That was your point? Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the substitution amendment? Seeing no objection, that the substitution is made. Is there objection to the motion to move this to follow item 13A? Seeing and hearing none, that is approved. That brings us to item 11C, Resolution AR 2010-89, a resolution in the National Assembly in support of legislative repeal of the secondary student competency examination and related requirements pending before the 26th Alaska State Legislature, second session. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to approve AR 2010-89S.
Second.
Buttons, please. Thank you. Okay, the S version is before us. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the last meeting, when this resolution was introduced, it was referred to the Legislative Committee, and the Legislative Committee met last week sometime, and at that meeting, there were a couple of amendments that were offered by you, Mr. Chairman, and they were acceptable to the sponsors of the resolution, and that is what is before us right now. But I just have a couple of comments to make. In addition to the highlighted changes in the resolution, or the changes that were offered by Mr. Chairman, there's also an AM that talks a little bit about the issue. And I would just like to say that I support repealing this exam and related requirements for several reasons. One of them is the fact that the test, it's the high-stakes hurdle that has harmed a lot of students. As a matter of fact, I talked to a couple of students who happened to see this on the agenda, and they were very, very pleased to see that the Assembly was considering supporting getting rid of the test. There are other tests also that measure competency before graduation, and those tests include a test that's called Work Keys. And the Alaska State Board of Education has mandated that this new testing assessment be administered to 11th grade students. Also, there are many states right now in the lower 48 that are moving away from the exit exams and substituting the exit exams with end-of-course exams that prove student competency. In addition, supporting this resolution, it removes the risk that a single exam denies a diploma to students after spending 12 years in school. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Ms. Osiander.
Excuse me. I'd like to move to amend line 20, page 2, which currently reads, the Anchorage Assembly supports repealing the secondary school competency exam, instead to insert the words, the Anchorage Assembly supports requesting the legislators examine repealing the second. And if I could speak to that, Mr. Chairman. When I got this, I thought, oh my gosh, deja vu, I'm back on the school board. You know, I personally spent a whole lot of time when the high school, when that exam came before the legislators in the first place. I remember heated, I guess I'd call them discussions, but you could call them arguments with a certain Senator Bundy about it. I have concerns about it, but I think that at the time there's a pro and con, and I frankly have not spent a lot of time looking at this issue. It's a school board issue. It's not an assembly issue. I did call the chair of the school board and ask them if they'd taken a position on it. And frankly, what I understood from him is there are some really significant concerns with the current high school graduation qualifying exam. They're in process of reevaluating that, and they're moving towards this Work Keys. But the school board has not taken a position on this yet. And this is their responsibility, not ours. I certainly acknowledge and learned a lot reading about this of some of the problems, but I think it's presumptuous and not in our area of expertise to make a decision that, frankly, I have not researched adequately. So I think that this is a better resolution with the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. To the amendment, Dr. Selkirk?
Yes, actually, I amend it. I agree with the amendment, and partly because it is very hard to move into this and not having heard from the school board, but I come to this topic with concerns about the exam. So I'm happy to see the amendment, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Gutierrez to the amendment.
I'm not sure whether I support the amendment or not. I'm not sure that it's necessary, because if we're calling on the legislature to examine repealing the exit exam, they're already doing that. And with regard to, whether this is a school board matter or not, I've been associated with this body for 7 years as their staff or as an assembly member, and I don't think I could count all of the issues that were school board matters that this body did choose to tinker with, many in the last 3 or 4 years. So I'm not sure that I share that concern, but that's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. And the clerk has reminded me, when you have a second, will you please bring us a copy?
I have it. I'll bring it down.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
With the amendment, it's an appropriate kind of resolution. We don't know. We're not sure. Our school board doesn't know, is not sure. The legislature is examining it. We're adding our weight to a request that they look good and hard at this and see if the competency exam works, if the mandate, the work keys test works. I don't have any clue which is better, and I concur with Ms. Osiander that it's a good thing to say, hey, we may have an issue here. Please look at it. And so I can support it with that language in it, whereas I couldn't support it before because I don't know if getting rid of it was a good idea or a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Ms. Johnston.
I seconded the amendment because I feel it is it's an issue that needs to be looked at. I don't feel we're the body to be looking at it. I've worked a lot with youth, and I've seen the stumbling blocks of this exam, but I've also seen the pluses as far as this exam because it's set a baseline, and it's made all of us quite aware of dropouts and quite aware of where our children are when they're in high school and once they've graduated. So I think this has a huge discussion behind it, and I'm glad the legislature is looking at it. We should support their continual exam of the exit exam. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted. That brings us back to the original motion. Is there objection to AR 2010-89S as amended?
I object. I object.
Okay, there's objection. Is there discussion? Okay.
Yeah, I've got,
Mr. Birch?
Yeah, I actually, all things considered, favor an exit exam. I think it's good to have some measure of a value in the education our students are receiving, but I would agree that it's presumptuous for this body to dive into something the school board hasn't really considered. I would say I was encouraged, particularly for an education-related ordinance, to see hurdle correctly spelled in the substitute version here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Klayman.
I just will speak in favor of the can't remember if it's ordinance or resolution. Resolution, because I really think that the Secretary of Education's recent comment that we can't just think about getting everybody ready for college, but we need to either get people ready to go to college or enter the workforce really is the direction that we both as a city and as a state and as a country need to head. And I think this resolution recognizes that we have diverse needs amongst our student body, and we really need to be preparing we need to be preparing people to work in our community at a range of different levels and expertise. So I'm pleased to support the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may please proceed to vote. So by motion, vote of 9-2, that item is approved. That brings us to item 11D, ordinance number AO 2009-143S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code Section 1050.035 to require identification check for on-sale sales by package liquor store licensees.
Move the yes version. Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Are there representatives from CHAR in the room? I believe I saw a couple earlier tonight. Mr. O'Neill, are you in the room?
Yep. And Ms.
Would you please come up to the podium for a moment?
If I could have a moment as they come forward.
Mr. Klayman, go ahead.
I would just note to the body, I distributed before the meeting 2 different spreadsheets, one recognizing the owners of various establishments and they're joining in an effort to do voluntary compliance, and then another spreadsheet that identifies each specific store and who owns it.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman.
That is, in fact, why I invited our guests up to speak tonight. For Assembly members, I believe everybody knows, but we sort of challenged the industry. They didn't like this particular ordinance, so Mr. Clayman and I both said, all right, find an alternative. And I think that they've been working very hard on that. So if Ms. Villamediz and Mr. O'Neill, if you'd like to explain what you've done and tell us, do you have 100% agreement in the industry to comply voluntarily? Either of you.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia Villamediz. I'm the director of Anchorage Char. And also Ed O'Neill, president of ARBRA. It was challenging, a lot of work, but we did it. 100% compliance with the industry, with the package stores. 87 out of 87 signed up on the actual assurance that they will do a 100% ID check. A lot of them are already doing it because they sell cigarettes, tobacco, so they already have gone through the compliance. And we have some policies on that as well. And the good thing about this is that we do have a compliance check through the ABC board and also an in-house compliance check that we have in place to assure that our licensees are doing what we say we're going to do.
So you have all 87. When are they going to start this, or have they already started it?
Most of them are already doing it.
Okay.
They're waiting for today's decision.
So after today, all of them will start?
That is correct. That's the intent.
Mr. O'Neill, has Brown Jug started this?
After today.
After today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all.
Seeing no one else in the queue, do you have a motion, Mr. Gutierrez? Or does
I
anybody?
believe there is a motion on the
motion
floor to approve the S version.
There is.
Mr. Chairman, I will speak briefly then. I have some discomfort with the voluntary program, although I want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work that Ms. Villamediz, Mr. O'Neill, and others did on this. A lot of legwork going around the city because there are a lot of licensees, and they did a tremendous amount of work getting to talk to them all. And I know some of them were less cooperative than others. And you really worked hard. Although for some the issue was they couldn't make the decision locally. They had to go to a corporate headquarters somewhere in the lower 48, and we all know how much time that takes, which is the advantage of local ownership. But I do have some concerns about a voluntary program. One is we really have no way to verify that it's being enforced other than anecdotal evidence. If one of us chooses to go out and buy a bottle of wine for dinner or a six-pack of beer for the Super Bowl or whatever. Additionally, if members are not complying, big deal. We have no recourse. There's nothing we have to sort of, we have no carrot or nor a stick to offer them should they choose not to comply. If they choose not to comply, then whoop-de-doo, there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm not entirely comfortable with a voluntary program. So at that, I will be quiet and let others speak their piece.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Clayman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. One of the processes that we do on this body is we, not in groups of more than 3, we sometimes discuss things, and I can tell you that Mr. Gutierrez has reminded me on more than one occasion that he's very uncomfortable with the lack of an enforcement provision, and I said to him that if the industry came forward and got 100% compliance and I wasn't going to accept 99%, I wanted everybody signed on, and they've delivered on that. And so what I would urge is a no vote on the ordinance. What I anticipate doing after we vote today, I anticipate before the next meeting I will work with Assembly Council and introduce a resolution that recognizes how the industry has come forward with a voluntary compliance, and that we applaud the alcohol industry, sales industry, or liquor stores coming forward with this, and that we expect them to take this very seriously, and that I have assured Mr. Gutierrez that not only will I, when I go to my neighborhood liquor store, pay close attention as to whether I get carded, but I will ask my friends and neighbors if they get into liquor stores and they're not getting carded to tell me, because if it's not getting carded, then I anticipate Mr. Gutierrez will be quick to reintroduce this ordinance to require it, and I would much rather have industry doing this without being required by the government. So I would urge a no vote, but I look forward to introducing a resolution recognizing the great efforts of the alcohol sales industry, and I would also note that I had told them that if they were having challenges with any of the retailers that they could call me, and I would make time out of my otherwise busy day to come and lobby on behalf of anyone they needed help with, and they did call me to meet with one of the owners, and we talked heavily late last week, and within 48 hours they called back and advised that they were getting on board. So I was pleased to participate in the process. Again, urge a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to point out that we actually do have a stick, Mr. Gutierrez. We approved a bunch of liquor license renewals this evening, and every one of those had a report attached to it from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board that says this operation sold liquor to an underage person or thereabout. And there are many, many of these. Our option is to not approve those. So far, I haven't seen this body, in my nearly 2 years on this body, not approve a renewal of a liquor license because they have 1 or 2 violations in the previous couple of years. If we were serious about that, we would disapprove those. But it's also the ABC board that has jurisdiction there. So if ABC brings it forward and recommends that we renew these licenses, then we are obligated to do so. On the other hand, we can always call each one up and say, why did your staff do this on such and such a date, and give them a really hard time. I would hope that the renewals coming up will not have any of these violations in them, and I think that would be a clear sign that the licensees are keeping their word and doing 100% ID check voluntarily. I think that will not be an issue. Thank you very much. I will be voting no and hoping that the resolution comes forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clayman reminded me of something, and I want to address that, and then I will make a motion. The first time that there is backsliding on this, I'm not going to reintroduce it. I have gotten a lot of support and a lot of comments from the community councils in my area that I've visited, from people who really are happy with this and who who feel like the time has come, because we're all tired of seeing the stories like we saw last summer of repeat offenders over and over and over again. So if there is some backsliding on this, I'm not going to reintroduce the ordinance. The commitment I've made to the people of my district is that in that case, we're going to start a citizens initiative. I'm going to bypass this body and start a citizens initiative, and we're going to put it on the ballot next April and let the citizens of the municipality weigh in. With that said, it is apparent there is not the will on the body tonight, and I do also want to honor and acknowledge the effort made by the industry in good faith to get this 100% voluntary compliance. And I really am appreciative of the effort that's happened there. In that case, Mr. Chairman, I would move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Okay, will you push a button, sir? Will you push a button, sir?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Got quite a queue here. Ms. Gray Jackson, to the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was in the queue to comment, not on the motion, but I wanted to make some comment on the subject.
Okay, very briefly, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that when this ordinance was first presented to us, I supported it 100%. But I also support the community coming together and working together, all the stakeholders. And I just want to thank the industry, in particular Brown, Jug, and Char, for doing what you said you would do, for doing what you were challenged to do, and getting 100% participation. And I suspect that it's going to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Starr.
Well, just not to counsel the body, we have the mechanism to open up a conditional use permit anytime we want. We also have the opportunity to modify conditional uses as they brought forward. My community, we did that at the Walmart Superstore out in Eagle River for that purpose. And I guess that's why we have districts, and that's to police, no pun intended, but that's to be prudent to our own operators in our own districts and hear from our community councils and listen to our public. So I would urge that if there's an underage sales trend or they don't police their areas or you want to change the hours of operation, then modify the conditional use and force the operators to come into compliance to your definition of that. That's what they elect us to do. So I'm supportive of the stance that the fellow assembly members will take upon renewals and upon issuance from that angle and put those conditions on there. We put a sunset clause on the Walmart one out in Eagle River, which is a big stick over their head, that if you don't comply with what you said you were going to do and make promises to the community, your investment's going to go away. That's a pretty big stick. I would say before we threaten a citizens initiative that we work hard in our own areas and go after the operators that are not appropriately managing their conditional use permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Dr. Selkirk, to the motion.
I think it's a good idea to postpone this indefinitely, and I guess I also am a little bit concerned about a citizens initiative. There are certain crowd pleasers out there where you can get a lot of people out and people can get all excited about something, but I think that there are specific places where we have problems, and then there's a lot of areas in this town that we don't have problems. So I'm pleased to see the policing, and I want to echo Mr. Starr. We have a lot of tools around these liquor permits, and the real responsibility is to make sure they're following the rules. If they don't get another license or they don't get their license renewed. So I think we've got good things in place. I think it's great that Mr. Gutierrez put attention on this and that we've got the industry coming forward, and we don't have to create another law. We can just move on and hopefully have better outcomes in the community.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the motion to postpone indefinitely? Seeing and hearing none, that item is postponed indefinitely. That brings us to item 11E under reconsideration. Mr.
Move to
Coffey.
reconsider item AO 2010-3.
Has been moved and seconded. Is there objection to reconsideration of item 11E? Seeing and hearing none, that item is back before us. Mr. Coffey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On I'm getting to the page here. On page 7 of 9, lines 29, 30, and 31, move to amend from 200 feet to 500 feet.
Second.
Please press your buttons, gentlemen.
Wait, could you locate that again, please? Just say it.
It's page 7 of 9, lines 29, 30, and 31. The motion is to change from 200 feet to 500 feet.
Mr. Coffey, do you wish to expand on that, or?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any comments on that before I open up to you?
We all were at the work session the other day and saw the maps, and we all, I think we got tired-itis the night we approved it. We wrestled over 2,500 feet from one location to another, and we sort of adopted a standard that came out of Title IV of state law and did 200 feet. And then I think the next morning there was a bit of a hangover, and we said, let's readdress it. And it seems to me that 500 feet is a fair distance and probably inappropriate. And it is arbitrary, folks. I mean, you could pick 750, you could pick 2,000, you could pick a lot of numbers. But I think when we looked at the maps that the administration brought to us, it appeared that we have a fair separation and distance from. And so I urge support of the modification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Klayman.
I too found the maps that were provided by the administration very, very helpful on this. There was one thing that caught my attention. One is that by changing the distance to 500 feet, the Red Roof Inn, which has been the subject of tremendous discussion and is kind of what started this whole process, if we approve 500 feet, we are saying that the Red Roof Inn no longer qualifies because it would that 500 feet would take that particular location out of the options. And the other challenge with the maps that we saw is not are there places that might fit, but in fact, are there really facilities today that exist that might be able to be located in any of those? Because the fact that you can find spots on the map, many spots on the map where you could locate a facility doesn't mean that in fact there's anything really there that would qualify or that would even likely lead to a facility like this. And so I continue to be struck with, I think, as Mr. Coffey has done an incredible job of speaking to the value of Housing First as a tool for this community to try to reduce the cost that we as a city pay to deal with the chronic public inebriate population. I am concerned that going to the 500-foot level will actually suddenly make it, although when you look at a map, there in theory should be plenty of places where we could locate such a facility. In fact, we may find it almost impossible to find one that qualifies. And so for that reason, I really think that we are better off, instead of trying to come up with a distance that I think, again, I agree with Mr. Coffey, it's arbitrary, whether it's 200 feet, whether it's 500 feet, whether it's 2,000 feet. We're picking an arbitrary number. And I actually have a lot more confidence in the community coming forward when we have these conditional use permits come forward. Let the community come forward, let them express their concerns with a particular location, and give us in the Planning and Zoning Commission the opportunity to hear those concerns and make a decision based on the public input under all the circumstances, rather than being placed in a position where we've taken an arbitrary boundary which may, in fact, over time, make it incredibly difficult to locate any of these facilities in our community. So I think it's a good question to ask, but I would actually speak against it, because I think it may actually, in fact, exclude a number of places that may be the few options we have to try to get one of these started.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Coffey, do you want to clarify your amendment?
Well, I was making a mistake. I was going to do one motion at a time. My second motion was going to be as to lines 20 and 36, and the word increased or increases, and the waived or reduced. The comment on the 200 feet was this. People will, if it's 200 feet, and whether this is true or not, I don't know, but I want to repeat the comments. If it's 200 feet or greater, people are going to say, at 200 feet, we met the standard, why do you want us to do more? And the theory is, set a little higher bar and allow P&Z to reduce it when the case is made. And that's what this, if we can get the 500 feet and then I can get the second about waived or reduced, we will have accomplished that.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Are you waiting for a second?
No,
wait a second. I want to say one more thing. Mr. Klayman's right. We could rely on P&Z, but to make these kind of decisions, and one would be 100 and another might be 500 and one may be too close no matter what. The problem is if we don't sort of set some standard, it's kind of, well, what do they want? What do they expect? What do they know? I would suggest a higher threshold with a waiver and reduce for the unusual circumstance, because I think we're going to experiment with this with one or maybe two places and see how it works. I don't think we're going to be overrun with them. I hope not. That means we got a lot more public inebriates, and that means we're only, we've got to have some other tools in our bag as well, which we're working on. So I would appreciate support for the 500, and then I'll make that second motion, unless, Mr. Chairman, you'd like me to make them all at once.
We'll do it one at a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
I just want to briefly speak in favor of the amendment. I think a couple of things that Mr. Coffey said at the last meeting when we were working on this still stick out and stand out in my head. We talked a lot about going at this with an abundance of caution. We've never done this before. This is something that's new to us. And if we screw it up the first time around, it's never going to happen again. And I think this is something that we need. I think that setting a higher standard and allowing, if an organization makes the appropriate case to planning and zoning, allowing them to come down a little bit in that standard is the appropriate approach. I think that will help reassure the communities. I think that will help make sure that any operator knows there's going to be a high standard for this. The maps that the administration produced were excellent, and I looked at them on Friday, showed us very clearly that at 500 or even 1,000 feet, there are plenty of places in the city where we could locate such a facility, should we choose to, in every assembly district. So it's not like they're going to get stuck in one particular district, which is a particular concern of mine. So I think this is an appropriate amendment. I think it's the right thing to do, and I also, well, I'll speak to the second amendment later, but I would agree with that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Dr. Selkirk, sorry.
From the experience of shelters in my district, parks and schools are just hugely sensitive items. So I think it's great to have a higher bar and allow some wavering, but so I'm going to be supporting the amendment.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. There's objection to the amendment. Members may please proceed to vote on changing lines 29, 30, and 31 from 200 to 500 feet.
I'll make the job easier in listening to the discussion and pondering these options. I'm going to support the amendment.
Oh, well, vote anyway, because I already hit the button.
The computer's rolling up.
And miraculously, a vote of 11 to nothing. All right. Mr. Coffey, please.
On line 20, delete increased and reinsert waived or reduced.
Second.
And on line 36, delete increases and put back waives or reduces. And on line 37 and 38, you get rid of the word increase and put back reduction.
Second all of that.
Okay, buttons, please, Mr. Coffey.
Sorry, there you go.
Ms. Johnston, Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, very good. Dr. Selkirk?
I particularly support this amendment. After our very tired session, I was concerned about the 2,500 feet and the potential, and the way it read was that we could increase it, but we couldn't decrease it. Now we can really work around that number. I think it's a much better outcome, and I think it provides more flexibility and still protects the neighborhood, so good.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Coffey?
One last word. I want to thank the mayor for the maps, and I also want to thank him for his thoughtful comments to me the day after and Mr. Gutierrez and I agreed to reconsider, because it was his concerns that triggered the reconsideration, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is approved. Is there objection to the motion? Oh, wait, we need a motion to approve. Sorry.
Move to approve amended AO 2010-3.
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there objection to approval of the amended version of 2010-3? Seeing and hearing none, that is approved. Ms. Osiander.
I move to change the order of the day just to deal with item 14A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Buttons, please.
I can't.
Is there objection to taking up item 14A at this time? Seeing and hearing none, item 14A is before us. Resolution AR 2010-7, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring longtime Alaskans Billy Moore, Polly Kallenberg, and Catherine Cotton in their service to the Chugiak Eagle River Library. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to come talk to us about this, especially if your name is Lee Jordan, please come on down. Welcome, sir.
We have the whole group here to stare down at you. Chairman Flynn, members of the Assembly, my name is Lee Jordan. I'm the chair of the panel that you created to look at naming for the Chugiak Eagle River Library. Tonight you have an opportunity to honor three very worthy pioneers who first breathed life into that library. They nurtured it in its infancy, stayed through the troubling early years, and then were with it during its evolution into the finest branch in this great library system of ours. When Alaska was still a territory, Polly Kallenberg revived the idea of a lending library in Chugiak. Billy Moore, a short time later, launched a crusade to begin getting books in Eagle River Elementary so that the children would have something to read there in school. She was joined by Catherine Cotton, a volunteer who devoted hours over many years reading to the students as a volunteer there in the library. Three of the four members of our panel knew these ladies personally, and Mary Williams, who's now the librarian at Chugiak Eagle River, actually worked with them. We were thrilled when the public unanimously and enthusiastically endorsed the suggestions that we honor these three people. And it's fitting that the branch's northern collection be named for Polly Kallenberg, that the children's section be named for Billy Moore, and that the volunteer program at that branch be named for Catherine Cotton. We appreciate Assembly Member Osiander's initiation of this project, the concurrence of Mayor Sullivan and the assistance of his staff in carrying out our work, And I join committee members Abby Dunning, Clive Marston, and Mary Williams in urging your approval of AR 2010-7. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Jordan, do you know if any of the family members are present today?
Beg pardon?
Do you know if any of the family members of the three folks we're honoring are here today?
I don't know if any of them are here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. There appear to be no questions. Thank you very much for your efforts and the efforts of your fellow naming committee.
Thank you.
With that, Ms. Osiander. Oh, sorry. With that, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body, Ms. Osiander?
Move to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. And it's been seconded. Ms. Osiander, you wish to speak?
I just want to say that I want to thank the committee. There's a lot of historical knowledge that was in that committee and a lot of good discussion. I think this is a superb recommendation and urge support.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to approval of this item? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13A, and after this one, we'll take a brief break. So item 13A is Resolution AR 2010-46, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly ratifying a letter of agreement, IFF 003, between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1264, regarding senior captain downgrades to captains from Employee Relations. The public hearing on this is now open. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Drummond. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, that item is adopted. We'll stand in recess for about 25 minutes and be back to work after that. Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is item 11B, AR 2010-86, a resolution of Municipal Assembly establishing municipal policy guidelines and direction for collective bargaining and contract negotiations. The motion before us was the original version, which is on the floor at this time. Ms. Osiander.
I'd like to move an amendment.
Go ahead. Please speak.
That is on line 35 through 37. The new language would be, the average annual increase in costs to the municipality for wages and benefits over the life of the contract shall not exceed the annual average of the previous 5 years Anchorage CPI.
Second.
Thank you. This amendment, if it's approved, will bring this in line with the recent interpretation and change we did for setting the tax cap, and it's more reflective of the overall trend in the economy and doesn't necessarily then see the impact of one bad year or one exceptionally good year. So would urge support.
That's been moved and seconded. Ms. Osiander, would you please reread it just for the...
All right. The second, now therefore be it resolved, would read, the average annual increase in cost. So we're taking out the words total incremental and instead saying average annual increase in cost to the municipality for wages and benefits over the life of the contract shall not exceed. Instead of the word sum, we'd say annual average. And then instead of 3, we'd say 5.
Okay. Okay, and you have a hard copy for the...
I do.
Okay,
I was
great.
going to just keep it for a little bit.
Understood.
I copied to make sure I did it right, and I'll take it down.
Okay. Is there objection to that amendment?
Yes.
I got it?
Yeah.
Here, I've got it.
I should have brought my...
The second was... Mr. Birch, would you please hit your button? You were the second, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
For the first to get queued in.
Okay. So the new paragraph 2, I'll read it one more time just to make sure we have it all correct. The new number 2 would be, the average annual increase in cost to municipality for wages and benefits over the life of the contract should not exceed the annual average of the previous 5 years Anchorage consumer price indices. Is Is there objection to that amendment? Mr. Gutierrez, do you have a question?
No.
Point?
No, I'd like, after we're done with this.
Okay. Is there objection to that amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we took up the original version, but I have quite a few objections to that. I'm far more interested in the S version. So at this point, I would move to substitute the S version.
Okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Would not then include the amendment we just made?
With the amendment.
That is correct, sir.
All right, thank you.
Could I, on that point?
Ms. Osiander, on that motion?
Well, as I read the S version, that's the only difference, is that amendment, that section that we just amended. Am I missing something?
You are, Madam. You are, Ms. Osiander.
Oh, you took out the word "and benefits."
Yep.
All right, I see.
There are some significant
I got
differences.
it.
Mr. Klayman, to the motion to substitute.
I will speak in support of the motion to substitute. I think that Mr. Flynn in this proposed substitution has tried to identify some of the concerns that we raised at the Budget and Finance Committee and tried to come up with a version that I think will be more likely to hopefully get a unanimous support from this body.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Ms. Osiander.
I had the only person I really talked about this is with Mr. Flynn. And my understanding, Mr. Flynn, please correct me if I'm wrong, is your intent on 2 was to talk about the annual average, not the sum, because the sum would, cumulative for 5 years on a 3-year contract is a pretty substantial increase.
You, speaking to that, yes, that was my intent as well.
Okay. So basically, just so I understand you then, Mr. Flynn, so you would support then, I'm assuming, a similar amendment to the one I just made in the S version?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't gone line by line between 86 and 86S, but I thought you took 86 and interlineated and then added, and in particular in number 2, and I didn't see any other changes. So all we would really have to do is move to amend 86 to strike the words on line 35 and benefit. Then we would be at the nub of what we're talking about, and we wouldn't have to go through the substitution and the re-amendment that Ms. Osiander just made that was approved unanimously. And so I would object to unless there's something else that's different and that I don't understand, I would say don't substitute, amend 86 rather than substituting 86S, and let's discuss the language and benefits on line 35. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Birch.
Yeah, for many of these are identical. The substitute doesn't make any sense. I mean, we've got in front of us the amended recommendation that Ms. Osiander brought forward to 2010-86, and I would speak against substitution. Let's work on the version that's been in front of the public and in front of this body since our last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Is there further discussion? Hearing objection, members please vote on the motion to substitute the S version.
I don't think we need to do that.
So a vote of 5 votes to 6, that motion fails. We now have the amended original version in front of us.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Coffey.
Since this was from you, as a courtesy to you, I will say move to amend and benefits, delete and benefits from line 35 to get it in front of us, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. You finally hit your button?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Thank you, Mr. Klayman.
All right. If I might?
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I think everybody's heard my speech, wages and benefits, and how the benefits are very high in the public sector versus the private sector. I'm not going to make the speech again. So I think they need to be considered and included in any incremental cost to the municipality. If benefits reach 55 to 60+% of wages, we're offering benefits that are far, far greater than what is available in the private sector and need to bring that back a bit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Birch.
Yeah, I object to this modification. I think we have an obligation and a duty and a responsibility to the citizens of this community to do something to constrain the cost of municipal operations. This effort is as an instruction to the municipality and the administration as they go forward with labor negotiations that the total incremental cost of the municipality for wages and benefits shall not exceed basically the CPI. Not an unreasonable request, and if we extract half of the cost or a significant portion of that cost out of that CPI index, it really negates the benefit of providing some direction, and in fact those costs could still increase in excess of the CPI. And what we've seen with our financial condition right now is that the labor contracts that we're constrained by have significant financial impact in the city, and I think we need to provide this type of leadership and direction. I speak against deleting the benefits from the CPI constraints on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. Two reasons why I suggested this change, and we discussed them in the Budget and Finance Committee last week. First is, if you look at the next line, we ask that we say that employees must share in a larger percentage of the cost of employee benefits. I think there's a universal recognition that the concerns that Mr. Coffey has expressed several times are appropriate for us to address as a body, and ask the administration to help us with that. The second piece of this is, whether you agree with it or not, health care reform appears to be moving forward in this country. And there is expectation, based on the Congressional Budget Office's estimates, that there will be reductions in the cost of medical coverage. If you leave this in here, you're rolling the dice. And you're saying it's okay to increase wages faster than CPI because the cost of benefits are going down. Now, they may go up. We might be wrong. The CBO might be wrong. And so we're basically taking a gamble here, if you leave benefits in, that we're actually going to spend more money potentially than we would have to otherwise. So I think paragraph 3 addresses the concern of the body, and if you want to keep benefits in there and roll the dice, then you're welcome to do so. I think it's a poor risk on our part. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Mr. Starr.
Well, several concepts come to mind here. One of them is that we're going to spend a lot of time on this, and quite frankly, the big contracts we won't see probably for another 5 years. Wages were concessed. In the concession, we added another year to the contracts that were approved last year. So those were 5-year contracts. Effectively, they became 6-year contracts. So I think we've got plumbers and pipe fitters with a few employees, not to degrade their need to bargain collectively, but the concept that we're going to, have this go out for 5 years as the bargaining guidelines is probably a little bit frustrating that we're even going to waste a lot of time on it. I think the concept of total burden cost for an employer is what's of mind here. The total burden cost is what it costs to have an employee work for the city. And when you culminate the total burden cost into a package, it's very expensive, and it's significantly more expensive than what the employee takes home. Oftentimes the discussion is, well, I don't make a lot of money. I make $57,000 a year. Well, we're approaching 50-50 in the benefits, so a $57,000 a year employee costs the city over $100,000 to put on the payroll. Those are the concepts that I think that you need to flesh out in the bargaining negotiations so that it's not just wages and benefits. It could be uniforms. It could be cashable leave opportunities. It could be that we pay for shoes or some other benefit that a work unit may have. And I think the idea that you say to the employee group is that as an employer, we're willing to put in some money and invest in you as you work for the community here. But the concept that we're going to tag it to a average CPI and then let benefits there, I don't think it's a roll of the dice. I think it's a bargaining guideline that the administration takes from us and says to the employee groups, here's where we're going. And hopefully they can get there. But as I said, I think, again, the big bargaining groups, over 80% of our labor force, won't be negotiated for 6 years, and that'll be long after me.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Clayman.
I'm going to speak in favor of the amendment that I think is Mr. Flynn's idea. And the biggest reason is that part of what we're doing with these is giving guidelines within which, if the administration meets those guidelines, we should be prepared to say, yes, we approve a contract that you present to us. And I really think it's important to give the administration a lot of flexibility in their negotiations. And I actually think for the reasons Mr. Flynn articulates, by adding benefits into this kind of overall, how do you look at the cost of living increase when you attach the 5-year rolling average that the voters really spoke to us last year in the tax cap proposal. I think if we tie the administration's hands too much, I actually think we're doing the administration a disservice. And so I think that the amendment that Mr. Flynn has proposed gives the administration full flexibility to bargain hard and get the best deal they can for this city, and deleting that language will not limit that. So I would support the amendment and encourage my colleagues to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Clement. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would support the amendment as well. We heard on Thursday at the Finance Committee a presentation from the administration, and one of the things that stuck out to me during that presentation was in their own analysis, they show that at this point, right now, just talking about salaries for a comparable position in the private sector, the municipality is behind. So a comparable, if you work for the municipality, your salary is lower than it would be for a comparable position in the private sector. Now, when you talk about benefits, we're clearly we're much higher. So, and it's hard to quantify private sector benefits, but I think it's pretty clear that the municipality is higher. We have heard from this administration with the last contract that they negotiated that it was a competitiveness issue, that we needed to be able to compete with the private sector in order to bring the best possible employees into those positions. We're not competing with salaries. That's pretty clear. The only thing that makes us competitive is benefits, and that's why I would support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Osiander.
Well, I'm somewhat challenged by this because I think we're entering into an unknown environment. I have heard vastly contradictory interpretations about what's happening with health insurance at the federal level and what it's going to do to us. I have heard that it's going to just drive up costs like crazy, and I have heard that, oh, no, it's going to save everybody a ton of money. So, frankly, I don't have a clue what it's going to do to us. So that's problematic for me. The other thing that's problematic, I just went over and asked, have we had times when we have not seen significant increase in benefits and we've been able to basically flatline benefit costs or hold them down to below CPI? And I was told, yes, we have. In fact, the last contract, that's exactly what happened, and that there's an increased employee buy-in. On the other hand, I know from my years of previous service that frequently you can't avoid increased cost and benefits. So I think this is a little bit of a roll of the dice. And it's hard to have a crystal ball to know how it's going to go. I think what's influencing me most strongly is another little conversation I had with Ms. Ussera a few minutes ago. And it sort of follows a conversation I had with a couple of people who said, well, what about 5-year contracts? You know? And I think the way I interpret a resolution is its general guidance. And it may be that we're presented with something that doesn't follow one line of the resolution but really does it on another line of the resolution. And as such, we take this as general guidance and then we look at what's presented to us and we vote on the actual proposal with this as general guidance rather than specific. I wish my crystal ball were better. I don't have a clue what it would mean if we leave benefits in or take benefits out right now. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. A yes vote removes the term and benefits. A no vote keeps it in.
A yes vote takes it out.
Correct. So by a vote of 6 votes to 5, that amendment carries. We now have the original motion as amended before us. Is there further discussion?
Could I clarify?
Please.
So do we have before us the sum language, or do we have before us? We need another amendment, don't we, Mr. Flynn? Thank you. That would help.
We have before us the original proposal, not the yes version. It now reads, the average annual increase in cost to municipality for wages over the life of the contract shall not exceed the annual average of the previous 5 years' Anchorage consumer price indices.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
You're welcome.
Yeah, clarity, Mr. Point of Order. We did not substitute. So
We
that
got
language
I just
was-
want to be
thank
sure that everybody was, okay.
Okay. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion just for clarity, and I'm sure that, well, I know that it's understood what I'm about to say, but I would like to have it in black and white. And it's on page 2, line 4, after, page 2, I'm sorry, page 2, line 2, number 4, after the word eliminated, I like to add for new employees only, and then a period. And if I could have a second, I'd be happy.
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have a wish to speak to that, Ms. Gray Jackson? Or?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I thought I already did.
Very good.
Thank you.
Ms. Osiander?
Well, I urge you to read the entire sentence, and that is, we're urging the elimination of work rules that result in costly administrative processes and procedures with little or no true added value. Well, it's 5, line 5.
Oh, you said line?
I'm sorry, you said 5, I thought. Okay, pardon me.
Mr. Chairman, for clarity, it's page 2, line 2, item number 4, after eliminated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you want to eliminate SRPs only for new employees?
I believe that is the
That's
intent,
the intent.
only for new employees, and I'd like
Thank
for
you.
it to be black and white.
Now I'm
Thank you.
clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osiander, for the clarification. Mr. Coffey, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I made the same mistake. I thought she said line 4, not paragraph 4, so I'm reading line 4 and not paragraph 4.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Well, I don't support it. I think the service recognition concept went out when IBM's corporate reign took away. Because you're on the job for 25 years doesn't mean that you're a more valuable employee. And I think today's world is that the idea is that you contribute and you gain and you re-knowledge yourself so that you contribute and you compete for the jobs that could be taken by more experienced in the industry workers or that, because of service recognition, the concept that we have here in government seems to be that, you know, if you hang around, you're going to get a raise no matter what. And I think the concept has to be that you start to move into what now we're seeing here as merit standards and work recognition of goals and attainments. So to have service recognition phase out over time, they're very costly programs, and they basically just give, on top of perhaps a 3 to 5% cost of living increase, they give you a raise for being around and breathing. And I think the concept should be best measured by other programs, paying for performance measures or some more industry current best practices as opposed to a longevity program. You may get quite a few of them with the new employee concept, but then are we providing a disconnect between those employees that are there for 10, 12, 15 years and the new workers, which will never catch up? I think that's inappropriate as well. So I won't be supporting it. I think it's ill-conceived, and I think we need to do away with the service time frame that the employees now benefit from.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Klayman.
I'll just respond very briefly to Mr. Starr's. The reason why this amendment just refers to new employees is the recognition that if you've got somebody that's been working in a program for the city for, say, 20 years and under an old contract they had a service recognition program, they're still entitled to what they negotiated 20 years ago. And this represents the goal that's 100% consistent with what Mr. Starr has articulated, which going forward, we don't want new employees to get involved in service recognition programs. And we actually have a great example of this administration doing a really good job on service recognition in the mechanics contract that we just approved at the last meeting, which was there were some employees that had service recognition as part of their program, and they reached an agreement with the union they came up with a way for the older employees to give up their service recognition through getting a compromise for the upcoming year. And what that meant is going forward, there won't be service recognition. And so this actual modification allows us to go towards the goal of eliminating service recognition without this assembly starting to say you have to force older employees who have different contracts, force them to give that up when they may not have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. I'm going to take a brief pause here. If you're here to testify on the bike plan, would you please raise your hand for a moment? Okay, it's only most of the room. And if you're here to testify on the Anchorage School District budget, would you raise your hand, please? Okay, pretty small numbers. All right. And if you're here to testify on the Hillside District plan, please raise your hand. Okay. Folks, if you're here on the Hillside District plan, based on the volume of material we have before us tonight, I sincerely doubt we're going to get to that tonight, and we have already planned to continue this meeting to tomorrow evening. Rather than keep you here all evening and then bring you back tomorrow, unless there's a strenuous objection from my colleagues. Ms. Johnston?
What are you going to do?
I somewhat agree with you, but I'm not sure if everybody that's raised their hand as far as the bike plan, are you intending to testify, or are you here to show your support? I mean,
if you're okay,
and would it be on the amendment, or would it be on the bike plan? Could you say if you're going to be testifying, how many intend to testify?
Pretty significant. All right.
Security's telling us there are many more in the lobby, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so,
Chairman?
Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the Hillside District Plan is a work that's been underway for 3 years. The school budget we need to adopt in a timely manner by ordinance. The bike plan is a long-range plan that's going to take a lot of implementation. I will not be here tomorrow night. I would support the bike plan. There's one amendment. We had one public hearing already. I would like to, my personal view, I'd like to get the school district done and the Hillside District plan done, and then see where the bike plan falls out, rather than do it the way you're suggesting. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Appreciate that. Dr. Selcraig on that point.
I would be willing to extend rather than come back tomorrow night. I'd rather work an extra hour tonight, or whatever we're allowed to under code, than to have to come back. So I'm for hanging out tonight and trying to get it done.
All right. Well, we'll stick to the agenda, and we will try to get everything done. With that, I apologize. Back to our previously scheduled debate. Ms. Osiander.
Thank you. I guess my take on this is a little bit different than anything anyone has said. I actually disagreed with Mayor Begich when he so strongly wanted to get rid of SRPs, because I think that even if I had an employee that worked 20 years for me versus one who was just newly hired, I'd want to pay the employer who worked 20 years more than the one who was newly hired. But Mayor Begich didn't agree, and we've been under this particular guidance ever since I've been on the Assembly. My concern is treating employee groups differently, having one class of employees under one set of rules and another class of employees on another set of rules. It causes all kinds of problems. I think we've seen that with PERS, and it's not a good practice. So I'm not going to be supportive, though the item as a whole isn't very important to me.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just did a contract that dealt with the issue. We got rid of service recognition and longevity, and it was done in a collective bargaining process that resulted in those who had an expectation getting taken care of. And from today till from now on, a new person, an existing person, they're treated the same prospectively, and we dealt with it in a way that was appropriate for the circumstance. If you say new employees only would it apply, then you're going to create a situation where in the bargaining process there's going to be a big fight over keeping it for those who are there and not giving it to those who come. And that is the same thing that Ms. Osiander said is problematic. If you say we're working to eliminate it, then you will get the solutions we got with the mechanics, where it's recognized, expectations are addressed, and we move forward without a program which I don't believe is appropriate at all. So I would urge that we not limit this only to new employees for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I'm concerned that we're creating a two-tier reality, and it really has to do with young people coming into the workforce, not having good retirement, not having good opportunities for increased pay, having a hard time finding houses. I mean, I think think it's not in our benefit to, actually, I'm not going to be supporting this. I think that actually it's okay to do this one thing at a time in the way that Mr. Coffey has described. And I think that there may be times when we can give up the longevity bonuses for something that's more equitable for all the employees.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Starr.
Well, again, and I've already said I'm a no on it, I think the idea that you have inside the contracts step categories and motivations on being able to increase your step, and you also have wage classifications that address these issues. And the higher the wage grade, if you will, those that work in government know what wage grades are, those qualified workers, whether they're new to the city or not, can enter in at wage grades higher. They can also negotiate step increases within the contract to take out that, again, to reference a service recognition program to stay around. Motivate them by increased wage performance levels, higher levels of step pay, and motivate them that way. Just hanging around from one year to the next with no quantifiable targets in mind to increase their pay isn't productive. So, I don't support the classification system here.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Seeing no one else in the queue, please proceed to vote. A vote of yes adds the language specifying new hires only. A vote no does not. So by a vote of 3 votes to 8, that motion fails. We now have the amended AR 2010-86 before us. Is there further debate? Seeing and hearing none, you may proceed to vote. Not bad, 11-0. Okay. That brings us to item 13B, AR number 2010-47, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $400,000 of the master tax exempt lease proceeds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Program Fund 608, Information Technology Department, for technology upgrades to the Permit Center network infrastructure. If you'd like to, the public hearing on this is once again open. If you'd like to come speak to us on this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What's the wish of the body? Been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 13C, AO 2010-8, an ordinance adopting an Anchorage non-motorized transportation plan, bicycle plan, an element of the comprehensive plan, amending Anchorage Municipal Code.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move to change the order of the day to take up the school district budget before the bike plan.
Okay.
Which is 14B.
Okay.
I think we'll get done with it in fairly short order, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Could you press your button, please? Mr. Second, Ms. Osiander. Is there objection to taking up the school district budget next? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move us to item 14B, ordinance number AO 2010-19, ordinance determining and approving the total amount of the annual operating budget at the Anchorage School District for fiscal year. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. If you wish to come testify on the school district budget, now is your chance. Mr. Griffin, come on down. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As always, I have some concerns with this. I'm sorry?
Sorry, Mr. Griffin. I know you. Not everybody else knows.
Okay, yeah. I'm Bob Griffin, Municipal Taxpayers League. On this particular item, I have some pretty grave concerns about the direction the outcomes are headed in the Anchorage School District. The test scores down the last couple of years. We 3% below the national average in our graduation rates. We have had a big improvement in the graduation rates, but again, still 3% below the national average in our graduation rates. The SBA scores are down. Last year, 60% of the key performance indicators in the profile performance report were worse than the year before. In a lot of key areas, the school district is headed in the wrong direction. And I think there's a lot of empirical data that shows out there that class sizes have a big impact on outcomes. Many of the members here may know that in California they cap their K through 3 at 20 kids. We go 20 for kindergarten and 24 for 1 through 3. But the data shows that when you build a really strong base early on that K through 3 section, you get a lot of, you don't need as many graduation coaches and coordinators at the end to drag them across the finish line. If you build that base with the smaller class sizes, you get the interaction with the teachers one-on-one, you get that exchange of information. That's such an important aspect of it. The concern that I have long-term is we look at this chart right here that since the 2000-2001 school year, the Anchorage School District has added 1,010 employees, and enrollment has been essentially flat. The class sizes have not gotten any smaller, and the amount of employees that are going to certified employees that are going to positions that are other than interacting with children is very disturbing. I'd like to see this trend reversed eventually. The portion of the budget that disturbs me the most is the increasing of the class sizes. Of course, there's not very much we can do about it at this stage of the game, but I just needed to let my voice be heard on this because we're heading in the wrong direction. We're staffed and funded to be one of the best school districts on the planet, but we continue to be mired in mediocrity over the inability to focus our resources on a main objective. We need to have a main focus. The main focus needs to be reduce the class sizes, and we need to focus resources on that main focus.
Thank you very much, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Birch has a question for you.
We just had some discussion earlier this evening on the high school exit exams. I was wondering if you've had have you seen any correlations, or obviously you're closer to it than I might be, but have you seen any correlation between the high school exit exam and either the dollars or the staffing available to schools? I
haven't studied that, no. I'm sorry. Okay. But I am in favor of keeping the high school exit exam.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any further questions? Seeing none, Mr. Griffin, thank you very much for coming down this evening.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. Oh, Mr. Steiner, I'm sorry. Got to be quick. Public hearing isn't quite closed. Welcome, Mr. Steiner.
Good evening. I appreciate that my name is John Steiner. I'm the president of the school board. I appreciate that the Assembly gave us direction late last summer, as to the intent to have us keep our amount from the local taxpayers flat, and we've done that with the exception of the taking on some of the cost of the school resource officers. And so we appreciate that we had that guidance in advance of budgeting, because that enabled us to budget to the intent of the Assembly, and that's what we did. I think the last speaker mentioned that we're headed in the wrong direction and noted some challenge in last year's data for student achievement. Last year's data for student achievement was not good. It was not good across the entire state. I don't know why, but it seems to me it's an aberration. There's not necessarily 1 year that a trend does not make. And so to say we're headed in the wrong direction based on that, I just don't think is a fair statement to make. We are up on graduation, and I think that's a very positive thing. In terms of the budget overall, we took a careful look, and our budget actually has been, we've been making efficiencies, and over about the past 8 years, when you take out the past service costs increases that have gone to the retirement system, which the state has covered, and that increase has almost added $100 million to our overall budget over that period. That's almost 14% of our budget goes to our past experience, past service costs. That means in the past our budgets were artificially low because they didn't cover the retirement for the people that were working years ago, and today our budget includes the amount to cover those people who were working years ago. 14% of our budget almost, about 13.8 I think it is. So in order to be able to continue on, we've had to hold our costs down, so that over about the past 8 years, we've only increased on average about 1% a year. And we've done that by holding other costs down. That's on the general fund. I should make that very clear. It's on the general fund. And our food service budget and our grants budget has gone up because we've been successful in getting grants. And we had some increases on the grant side for special education from the state as well. So we definitely had some challenges, and I absolutely agree that we've got more work to do. But I think the statement that we're headed in the wrong direction, or the notion that we're way out of line on our expenditures, it just is not a fair evaluation of the district's budget. Thank you.
I'm Carol Como, I'm the superintendent. I just wanted to also echo Mr. Stein and thank the Assembly Budget Committee and the Assembly for working with us on the front end of developing the budget. It made it much easier for us to know what the parameters were going to be, and we really just wanted to say thank you for that. I think it made our process go much more smoothly. And to Mr. Birch, just so you know, we are sending a letter, and actually to the other Assembly members on the exit exam, sending a letter to the state. We've testified many times about our concerns, but the board does not have a position to get rid of the exit exam unless there's something else that could be an accountability measure. We feel very strongly there ought to be some kind of an appeal mechanism, especially for students with disabilities and our English language learners, if they're attending regularly, getting credit, and moving towards progress. But we really want to express those concerns. So I think your amendment and your resolution just reinforces kind of the way we've approached the high school exit exam.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Como. Dr. Silliquig has a question.
I have a question based on the speaker before you, and that is the concern about classroom size. And I know that there are an enormous amount of demands on the school district. Can you address actually the need to expand classroom sizes over other choices that had to be made?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
Could you address the gentleman who was up before you basically pointed out that there were 1,000 new positions added over a certain period of time, and the classroom sizes have actually increased, not decreased. I just wondered if you could comment.
Well, we're doing research because I was out of state until late last night. So we're researching that and should have the information tomorrow, and we can certainly provide that to you all, as well as Mr. Griffith. The class size ratios actually are lower now, in some cases, particularly K1 and 2, than they were back in 2000. And I understand the importance of class size, but I also just came back from talking to superintendents in Washington, D.C., and the superintendents from California said they're laying off 22,000 teachers because of the budget shortfall, and they're working to change the legislation that capped class size, as is Florida. So I think people realize class size is important. The quality of the act and the teaching in a classroom is actually the most important thing as far as increasing student achievement. So class size is good to keep down, but in my words, it's not the silver bullet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Como. There appear to be no further questions. Thank you both for coming tonight. Mr. Powers, welcome back.
Thank you. Billy Ray Powers. The money we're spending on our school budget is enormous, and we're not getting the job done. These children are coming into a world where it's global, and they're going to have to compete. And I believe that it's a fundamental thing that our school district is not accomplishing. They're not engaging the students and bringing to them the understanding of how important it is that they educate themselves. We're harnessing them with future debt beyond, and we're not getting them educated to the point where they can compete in the world. It's putting the idea in their head that these kids have to have this education in order to compete with China, India. There's 25 countries that are better educated than we are. our money has to be spent better. We have to get the teachers, the administrators, parents, the community to make these kids understand how important this education is. So if we're going to spend the big bucks, let's really put the effort in to get these kids going so they know what they're doing. You know, with their pants down and hanging out and jiving, you know, that ain't going to work. We have to actually get where we can do reading, writing, arithmetic, math. We have to be the innovators of the world because that's all we have. And this school district is not getting it done. So, if we're going to spend the big bucks, let's put forth the effort to get these kids understanding that they got to really get going. That's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Powers. I see no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi there. My name is Megan Larson, and I'm a wife, a mother, and a teacher. I'm a health teacher at 3 elementary schools and serve 800 students here in a very wide variety of socioeconomic areas. I'm a proponent of responsible spending in education, sending the bulk of the taxpayers' hard-earned money to the classroom where it can be put to the best use, and reducing other costs such as middle management and waste. This ASD budget incorporates many suggestions made by the public to make responsible cuts. The budget is $5.3 million less than what would be allowed under the tax cap. This year, ASD piloted a successful program that a number of schools went through that, through simple behavioral changes, saved hundreds of thousands in energy costs. ASD is looking to expand this program. ASD is committed to our students. I witness firsthand every day the dedication of all the staff, from the secretaries to the custodians to the teachers to the principals, in helping kids achieve their maximum potential. Every one of these adults is a powerful piece of the educational puzzle that forms a healthy, stimulating, and productive learning environment. Like many in the private sector, ASD has had to cut back in this current economy. We've examined possible savings in every department and made many cuts, first to administrative costs rather than the classroom. We have successfully reduced energy waste and will reduce even more in the future, as I said before. We have done what was possible in reductions without harming our bottom line, which is a quality education for every child in this community. Further cuts would cause us to have to affect our bottom line, and this should be a cause for concern for not only parents, but those of us who want educated, productive, self-sufficient citizens who can support their own families and have enough left over to give to charitable causes if they so choose. These children are the future workers, bosses, leaders, and thinkers of our community, or they could be the future homeless, addicts, criminals, and welfare recipients. It's up to us to preserve the bottom line. Please support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Larson. I see no questions. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, members of the Assembly, good evening. My name is Roger LeBlanc, and I'm the principal at Fairview Elementary School. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Anchorage School District to thank each of you for your ongoing guidance and direction as we work through the budget process this year. It not only allowed us to work within established frameworks, but resulted in a proposed budget that is $5.3 million less than would be allowed under tax cap. Please also know that every ASD department worked tirelessly to identify potential cost reductions, and all of this was done well ahead of looking at cuts that affected our respective schools and classrooms. I'm also pleased to say that during the budget process, our voices as school principals, and those of our teachers, students, parents, and other community stakeholders were listened to, and many of the suggested comments made were incorporated into the budget that is being proposed. Finally, I know that you are all well aware of our growing and rapidly changing student population and the changing demographic landscape of our school communities. These changes require specialized teachers, teacher assistants, bilingual staff, special education staff, and the list goes on. With that said, I encourage your support of the budget, and again, I thank each of you for your hard work as you labor through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Mr. Starr has a question for you.
How's your budget looking from one year to the next? Did you see an increase, or what's Fairview getting?
Our budget has been relatively stable.
It's actually going to go up about $200,000 at your school. So I think the Title I burdens that you carry and some of the other neighborhood issues, perhaps, if you can call them that such, are relatively addressed. So that's about what, out of a $3.5 million budget, what's your school? Do you know what your budget is?
For the Title I?
No, for your school.
On the regular budget?
Yes.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. You're the principal?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Michael Graham. I also am a principal. I'm the principal of East Anchorage High School and the immediate past president of the Anchorage Principals Association. I'm here on behalf of myself and many of our colleagues to support the school board's budget as presented. We have great faith and trust in our superintendent who has taken our input and then made the tough decisions. We know her focus is on students and student achievement, and we count on her experience, wisdom, and integrity to do what's right. We know that what we can afford to do in our schools and for our students next year is now largely decided by you. We want to thank you for your support in the past and hope that this will continue tonight. Under your direction, the budget amount is less than allowed under the tax cap. Because of the responsible efforts to increase efficiency and cut unnecessary items in the last few years, there will be an impact in personnel, as you've heard. None of us yet have our teacher allocations for next year, but we should have our numbers in another couple of weeks, and then we'll figure out how to make things work in our buildings. As a high school principal, I also wanted to point out one of the positive programs at our level that we've managed to hang on to thus far, summer school. It's meeting the needs of our diverse range of students and continues to grow in popularity. As you would suspect, many of our students attend for credit recovery and remediation, which is positively impacting graduation rates. However, half our summer school students are enrolled in original course attempts for required classes, making room in their regular schedules for full-year AP courses, fine arts and world language courses, career and technology education courses, mentorships, or to attend the outstanding programs at the King Career Center, which is also offering summer school courses in order to meet that demand. Last year, approximately 5,200 classes were passed during the high school summer school, representing 1 out of every 3 high school students in the district. Summer school not only keeps our facilities being utilized at the maximum potential, but positively engages thousands of our youth in learning opportunities year-round. Your support of the budget will keep summer school intact this year, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to afford it next year as well. Personally, I myself am a product of the Anchorage School District, and I'm the proud father of 4 daughters, 2 in middle school and 2 now in college, who have received or are still receiving an outstanding education in the district. And I continue to be thankful to live in a city that supports public education system willing to meet the needs of all of our students, to live in a city with educational options available within our school system, and to live in a city in which one does not need to enroll in private schools to receive a top quality education. We principals again want to thank you for your past support and for what we hope will be your support tonight. As principals, we would certainly like to see the budget back at the tax cap, but we understand the economic realities that brought this situation up this year. Please know we are committed to continuing to do our best with what we have, and as our Assembly members, hope you continue to let Anchorage know that public education and meeting the needs of all of our students remains a top priority in our city. I want to thank you for your leadership.
Nice timing, sir. Dr. Selkirk has a question.
When you look at this budget compared to last year's or the years before, and the recognition that you may not have quite as much money to spend on some programs, what are the biggest losses in your school that you see?
Honestly, it's going to go back to probably class size. I don't think very many of us as principals are willing to let the programs and things that we have in place that are meeting students' needs, trying to help them with their learning needs go. But I do imagine we will have, and we've been told, we're going to have slightly less number of teachers. So how we make that work, I think we will see some class sizes rise.
So what's your guesstimation on that?
Well, I'd like to guess that it's going to be exactly the same. I don't know. Okay. I believe at the high school division, which I'm most familiar with, I think we're losing 14 or 15 teachers. How that will impact East High overall, I have yet to see.
And when we're talking about sizes of classrooms in high school, what's the numbers?
That's going to range entirely depending on the program. When we've got some of our more remedial type classes and meeting kids' needs, some of those are smaller. Special ed and ELL are also smaller. By the time we're getting up to some of the larger, more advanced classes, an AP Calculus or AP English Lit, those classes sometimes can be well over 30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Starr has a question.
Are you getting more teachers this year at your school?
Am I getting more teachers next year? Not that I'm aware of.
Well, in this budget, your school is slated for 2 more teachers. So I guess, as a principal, I appreciate your question
if that's relative to what we were slated for last year.
Yeah, basically secondary teachers you have 79, and the budget book is saying you're going to get 81 in next year's budget.
In my own school, our projections continue to rise. I know this last year we ended up with, I believe, it was over 200 more students than we had been projected for originally, so we had a couple of teachers added as that need came up. I know this year we're actually projected to already have those couple hundred, so I would assume we're going to have a couple more. Yeah. But what that does, the actual PTR, we'll see.
Well, we'll see. What they tell us it's going to do is increase it, and again, you can't do partial students, of course, but it's almost increasing your classes at the high school level from 27 to 28 per teacher.
Right.
And so that's perplexing for me. I mean, we're increasing the overall budget, $30-some million. You're getting 2 extra teachers, and yet the average at the high school is going to go up to 28 kids. That's
well, we're not having more students. You can add 2 more teachers, but 50 kids is 25 kids to a class, and no matter what period given that is, it adds up. So when we ended up last year a couple hundred more teachers than we expected, it definitely made an impact on our class.
Kids, you mean?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We didn't have 200 more teachers. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your coming down.
Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
My name is Ryan James Knight. I'm currently employed within the Anchorage Municipality as an educator within the early childhood education field and seeking post-baccalaureate certification with a K through 3rd emphasis with my master's. I've studied the budget actually before coming here tonight. I review usually the agendas online before I show up, and while not going as far as one of the previous speakers, but while we're about to spend copious amounts of money on supporting the Anchorage School District, why hasn't there also been a focus on an overhaul of said system? I'm going to be a young teacher coming out of UAA, but I have no intentions of teaching in this district unless it's at an open optional program, because most of the schools are using practices and theories that are 30 years old. What we're learning in the labs is not what we're allowed to do when we're in the classroom. What we're taught on site for our internship is not what we're allowed to do in the classroom. And in fact, some schools are even looking at having teachers teach from a script. So if we're going to spend, $30 million on the Anchorage School District's operating budget, we should also be looking at, if we're concerned about tests and academic performance, whether or not our current means of educating our youth is the best means to use, and whether we should start using some of the newer methods that have come out, because I and most of my classmates who are in the educational programs right now have planned, if we can't teach at the open optional programs that use what we've been taught in the labs, we're leaving the workforce and going to a school in another state that will.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matt Johnson. I am a teacher at Inlet View Elementary School. I am a proud father of 6 children, 3 of which are currently in school, the other 3 will be here. I'm a transplant from Idaho, and I can tell you that your past approval of budgets, and hopefully the one tonight, has enabled a great education system here in Anchorage. I have so many more opportunities for my children here than I ever dreamed would be available in Idaho. The class size in Idaho, if I remember correctly when I left, was over 30. I currently in my class have 23. It is a dream to have such a low student-teacher ratio. And if the budget requires that I accept 1 or 2 more students, I can live with that. Yes, I agree that slower student population makes teaching easier, but I'm still quite benefited to have less than 30 students in my class. As far as speaking to the other gentleman that spoke, we do the best we can as teachers. If he has any children and as anybody else has children, you can't force them to accept that they have a worldwide global job potential. You have to just encourage and to incite learning. We can't, we can tell them until they're blue in the face, and your children only listen so far. But I am grateful for the opportunity to work in Anchorage, and I'm grateful for the opportunities that has been provided by the budgetary process, and I look forward to hearing your acceptance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Mr. Braun, welcome.
Richard Brown again. I'm going to stray from the party line that we've been hearing a little bit and point out some things I'd like to see this budget or future budgets address a little bit. I'm glad we're on our building holiday. We're buying off new voter groups with new buildings. I think a little more maintenance and stressing of maintenance to keep what we've got working would be a better way to do it. I'm also concerned that I think these building programs have created some what I like to call slush funds. Nobody else probably wants to call that, but it's like the money that appeared last year to help pay for the funding, I believe, of the police for getting through the finish of the year. It suddenly came out of the school budget. Leftovers from previous bond issues, if I heard everything right on the news. I'm concerned about class size because it really does make a difference to a teacher. When you've got discipline problems, when you've got attendance problems, when you've got students not paying attention or caring, the number of students is a critical matter. And the growing numbers is not a good trend. Parental involvement, I'd like to see the school district try to work a little bit on motivating parents. The biggest problem I think teachers have are kids who aren't prepared, who don't show up, who don't do homework, who don't care. I just don't know how a teacher can get through to people when they do not come prepared and willing to learn. The exit exam, we need it, or something very much like it. If there's no way to make other than subjective evaluations of what kids are doing, if we just enable and pass through kids, they get to the job market and they find out, gee, nobody will hire me. Well, that's because you can't spell, you can't write, you don't know math, on and on. We need an exit exam or something like it to find out where we are, where we need to go. The number of people taking the SAT test is dropping. Why? I thought we got a school district that's pushing everybody towards college prep. But the numbers of people who are taking the SAT exam and intending to go to college is falling. Why? We have a tremendous dropout rate. Why? The teachers need more listening by the central office to avoid zangle and things like that, to avoid curriculum pushed down on them that the teachers, as a group, might vote no, we don't want this implemented next year. And guess what? Next year they get it because the central office got a good deal from the supplier. That's not a good way to run a curriculum program. We might be able to reduce AIDS if we implement one thing. If people come here that don't speak English, let's have them go to just an English-only teaching class, then admit them to school so they can understand what's going on, learn what's going on, and we don't have to spend countless dollars on aides and tutors to help people who don't understand. They may be smart enough, but because they don't know English, they don't know what's going on in class.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your testimony. I do not see any questions. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Mr. Starr.
I'll just go first because I'm going to be the unpopular no vote on this budget for a few reasons. One is the pragmatics of the numbers, which perhaps it's best to show the folks what we get, which is 5 inches plus every year. And you need to read it like I read it, and that's from what my job is up here, and that's appropriations. I don't teach children. I'm pro-education myself. I have 3, but I also look at the fiscal challenges that's presented. That's what we do here. Other elected officials at the school board and appointed employees take care of the rest. What I want to make sure is I'm not accused of false information, and I always am after this, but I think it's appropriate to do oranges to oranges. Last year it was March 29th that we approved the budget. This year it's March 23rd. So if you go back and find last year's budget on V/1, there is the approved number, and it's $762 million. This year we are going to approve $789 million. Almost $790 million. That's about $30 million more. When you look at the 10-year historical, one of the speakers brought up a 10-year number. 2 things strike me. The student population isn't higher from 10 years to now. What is higher is $350 million more, which is about the average. If you go to what's happening now, is we'll probably approve $30 million more in spending. That's it. And I'm perplexed as to what that's going to do inside the classroom. I believe it's going to do fine at the bureaucracy level, and I don't mean that slighted. I think we need administration and we need systems that run our school districts, but I think we need certificated teachers to get in the game, or take administrative folks that have had many, many years in the classroom and get them in there coaching and mentoring that, as opposed to moving them to literacy coaches or graduation coaches or even principals of schools. That's, to me, a model fault. I don't see the $30 million having a direct impact. It has an impact. I believe that's a fair argument. But when you see class sizes and the things that are important to the teachers, it is not there. I think we just need to be realistic and say to the public that school costs is going to go up. And why don't we just say it's going to go up every year? $30 million. The aura that we'll put in fiscally responsible, it's an election year, you'll hear, I can be fiscally responsible, I can keep it down. Well, no, it's going to pass tonight, it's going to be $30 million more. That's okay. Is it? I think we should just tell the folks that that's what they can expect. What that equates to is the mill rate's going to go up. And for me, that's the number. The argument is, well, there's only 50% of your tax bill goes to serve ASD, we get the rest of the money from the state or the federal government. My challenge with that is somebody had to earn the money that's being spent, no matter what difference it is, whether we pay it in federal taxes or we get it from the state or we pay it at local income or property tax levels. Somebody had to earn the money. So I value that contribution to the budget. $790 million is getting to be a lot of money when you're talking 49,000 students. It's about $15,800 per student. That's a lot of cash to invest in our children every year. I do this, and I don't do it with the intention to slight anybody that shows up for work and works hard in our school district. That's often what I'm accused of when I speak this boldly and bluntly, is that, I don't value the teachers that contribute every day. I think the model is broken to a degree, and I think the class size is the key. To continue to build fancy new schools and put 27, 28 kids in them detracts. It's hurting cats, and there's more emphasis on that than teaching in some days. I don't doubt that there's hard workers that show up every day, but we're beholden to the special program solution and the specialty items that go into that, either by federal mandates or what our fiber is telling us to do and take care of those that have learning disabilities or language deficiencies or want to speak Korean or Russian or whatever. We're trying to be all things to everybody. And it's very, very expensive. That's it. I think we see a breakdown in the growth of the bureaucracy. Trying to find a parking place at the Boniface district office is a challenge. I look at the number of certificated employees versus non-certificated, those with teaching degrees that really want to be empowered to make a difference. We're not seeing the same level of growth in certificated teachers as we are in non-certificated employees. That, to me, isn't an investment in education. That's an investment in employees. I'll vote no, and again, it's not a slight to the education and the hard workers that are there. I value it. I think the model needs to be reworked and rehashed. It's, of course, no fun voting no. I'd like to vote yes and continue to do that, but when you're taking the mill rates up 7.44 this year from 7.1, we're going to tax more. and we're going to take more from those that I think are having more challenges in paying their bills. So for that, respectfully, I'm a no.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mrs. Johnston.
Yes, I'd like to ask a question of administration. We passed a resolution, the Assembly did, specifying what we'd like as far as this year's school budget. Could somebody answer as far as you feel that they've met that resolution?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Johnston. The school district did. I think you had indicated they could raise property taxes a certain amount and only increase spending for those items that the municipality provided for the school district. I think that allowed about $4.5 million worth of spending, and they've identified half the cost of the SROs, which is, I think, about $1.2 million, and then some miscellaneous other items. So they're well below the maximum that you set.
Thank you. I will be a yes vote on this. I think we have worked with the school board and the school district on this budget. It's not perfect. I have a lot of concerns that a previous speaker had, but I think we are in a much healthier dialogue with the school district, and I appreciate their good efforts, and I am a yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. Like Mr. Starr, I first of all asked Ms. Osiander, how can I read this whole thing, and she was kind enough from her experience as a school board member to point me to the most important areas, because just holding it up is enough without having to read and understand every single page. But I did read the things that she talked about, and we got a budget basics book from the school district and so on. So I'm kind of like Mr. Starr. I kind of like the numbers. So I was going to share some with you. In 2001 and 2002, we had 50,256 students, and projected for this year we have 49,596, which is a decrease of 660 students. If it's 30 students per class, you can multiply that out, that's 22. Those of you who went to Anchorage high schools, I hope you can do that. We spent $448 million in those first years of 01 and 02, and we're spending $778 million this year, which is a 73.5% increase over a decade. We had 60 elementary schools then, we have 60 now. We had 10 middle schools, we have 11 now. We had 13 high schools, we have 15 now. Our cost per student has gone from $8,164 to $15,719, which is a 79% increase in the cost per student. Our benefit package is 61% of wages. We're projected to go to $16,622 per student next year and $17,278 the year after. Between the city and the school district, we've got about a $1.2 billion ship of state that's moving. I believe this. I believe that we're trying to turn this ship of state. I think the school district and this administration did a good job. They came to us in June and said, what do you want us to do? And we worked with them in June. This is, 8 months, 9 months ago, and came up with a resolution, and they met it. In fact, they beat it. So unlike Mr. Starr, although I point out all these problems, which I believe are symptomatic of a system that needs a change in direction, I believe that cooperative work, following the resolutions and working together, we are turning this $1.2 billion ship of state, both at the local level and, the city level and the school district level. So while I am appalled at some of these numbers, we didn't get here overnight, and we're not going to get away from here overnight. So my goal is the incremental and continual change in the way in which things are done, recognizing that we usually don't have revolutions, and we usually don't do things with great abruptness because of unintended consequences. And if we can continue on a new path that reduces costs and improves our education system, then we will all be better served in the long run. So because the school district followed our direction, and because of those thoughts that I just gave to you, I will support this budget, although with great reluctance, but nonetheless, I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selcraig.
I plan to support this budget, and I was sitting next to Mr. Coffey at the work session, so I was looking at his numbers and working my numbers next to him, and what I noticed is that if we're paying approximately $15,000 a student right now, the state's paying two-thirds of that, so we're paying $5,000 a student now. You couldn't find child care that would take care of your child for 8 hours a day in this town for $5,000 over a 9-month period. I mean, it's when you figure what you and what each of us are paying in terms of the services we're getting from the school district, it's an enormous deal. And, you know, this is the second time I'll mention it tonight. We pay the lowest municipal taxes in the country. I mean, part of our responsibility in this community is to educate our kids. And I had the wonderful opportunity of going to school here when we had the highest paid teachers in the country, and our students did better than anybody in terms of ACTs and tests, and it's because the community invested in them. So I am happy to support this. Now, that said, I am concerned about the large school size, classroom sizes, and I am also concerned that there's such pressure on our school system to raise the bottom that it, you know, when you realize that in AP classes where you've got good students, you've got over 30 or 35 people in a class, so that what I'm hoping that the future will bring us is the resources and also whatever it takes in terms of changes and growth at the in the school district to structure a school system where everybody's rising and where we have enough resources to actually have our kids be in the top rung of the country. We can afford to do it in this town, in this state, and I think it's time for us to kind of wake up and realize that we've had pretty cheap services from the school district compared to other places in the country.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Mr. Klayman.
I just want to speak briefly in support of this budget. There's no such thing as a perfect budget, and in the world of schools, it's always nice to bring on a message that I learned from one of the students at West High when they were talking about what they learned with the We the People program, and another example of all the great things that our schools are doing for the students. And the student reminded me that our system of government was designed to force compromise. You get lots of elected representatives, and they all come with independent ideas, and it makes you come up with compromises so that our government can move forward and our communities can move forward. And so this budget and this budget process, in which the Assembly got involved earlier than in the past, and the school district embraced that process and the school board embraced that process, I think has gotten a good budget for the school, and it will allow, I think it's a model for years ahead, and I look forward to continued collaboration with the school board and the school district, and I look forward to voting in favor of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Mr. Birch.
I'm going to echo some of the concerns that were voiced earlier regarding the growth in the budget and some of the statistics that we've heard in our meetings with the school board. I will be a yes vote on the budget. I was encouraged during some of our joint meetings with the school district apparent increased interest in looking at cost-competitive alternatives to include contracting for services that may not involve core competencies. And I think that's certainly a step in the right direction. And with that said, I think the effort and the instruction that was provided earlier was in fact helpful in enabling my support for this, certainly, and assuring that the school board and the school district had some guidance in that budget preparation effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. Yes vote approves the budget, a no vote does not. So by a vote of 10 to 1, the school district budget is approved.
Done.
That brings us to the bike plan. Ordinance number AO 2010-8, an ordinance adopting Anchorage non-motorized transportation plan, bicycle plan, and element of the comprehensive plan amending Anchorage Municipal Code 2105.030E to add the bicycle plan and correct an omission by adding the pedestrian plan.
Waive reading.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a brief remark before we go?
Yes, you may, sir.
Before people start. We've had one public, folks, this is my concern. I'm not going to be able to be here tomorrow night. And we have...
If folks are leaving the room, please stay quiet. So
we have a... I'm sorry. I was hoping if someone speaks to the issue of the amendment that we limit ourselves to that, because I would love to be able to work on the Hillside District Plan, which is going to be heard either later tonight or tomorrow. If it's tomorrow, because we run past out of time tonight, then I won't have it, and I've been working on it for 5 years. That's all. So courtesy, if somebody says it, I don't need to hear the same testimony 5 or 6 times. Thank you for your courtesy, Mr. Chairman, and I don't mean to cut anybody off, but I wanted to let folks know that I would desire to do the Hillside Plan if I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. And as a reminder, for those of you who were here last time, if you testified before, our rules dictate that you are not supposed to testify again. With that, Mr. McGrath, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tom McGrath, members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor. I like to ride bikes, and I'd gladly pay a user fee to better use my bicycle, but when I go through this plan, I don't see a schedule of fees for the proposed plan. As a motor vehicle operator, I pay a whole lot of fees plus insurance, not to mention potential fines if I don't drive properly. Where are the fees? I've taken part in a lot of different plan developments over the years. There's different kinds of plans. There's the fictional plans. There's the science fictional plans. There's the plans you put on your coffee table because they are really pretty, like the fire department plan. But this plan has a lot of constituents, and they think that the city is really going to take this plan seriously and implement the plan. There's $124 million worth of items in this plan, plus all of those items that are identified as LRTP, Long Range Transportation Plan, which means that they cost even more than the $124 million. There's $25 million in the short term, that's within the next 5 years, $75 million in the long term, and thank God we're only going to give Eagle River $2 million out of 124. So do we have a fiduciary responsibility if we put the plan in the books? And then what happens if we don't implement part of it? Say you're riding your bike down wherever, 5 years from now, the plan says that it's supposed to have a bike path, it doesn't. You get killed by a car because there is no bike path. Does the family have the right to sue the city if you put a plan into place with no way to implement the plan? And I don't think that you have any way, shape, or form of ever implementing all of this plan because we don't have the money. Or if we do have the money, then there should be a management plan on how we're going to do the implementation. Like I said, we have the fire department plan. We have the 2020 plan, which I can kind of consider fiction. We have the Midtown plan, which is science fiction. We put plans on the table continually, and we give lip service to people, but we never say this is how we're going to pay for it. $124 million. And earlier tonight we were talking about budget cuts. And next year the budget has to be cut. How are we going to implement the first portion of this plan if the budget absolutely has to be cut next year? And I think it absolutely has to be cut. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. I see no questions.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I'm David Ulmer, member of the Northeast Community Council. I would like to add a new plan, new bike path on the east side of Cleveland. This would be on the Fort Rich land, just on the east side of the fence. There was originally in 1979 a path on the bike and trails plan in Anchorage in 1979, and I'd like to have this added back into the plan. When I first started hearing years ago about bike paths in Anchorage, I looked around and saw that most of these paths were actually sidewalks. And if we use that criteria, Anchorage probably has more bike paths than anybody else in the whole world. So if we add a trail on the east side of Anchorage, the highest density area in Anchorage, it would tie in from the Glen Highway into the Campbell Track area, and that would give us a complete loop around the city of Anchorage, or most of the city of Anchorage, except for the south side, and it would make a nice secluded path that you could travel around the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name's Ron Feldy, and I've been a resident of Anchorage for almost 50 years. And I've been an avid cyclist for the last 25 years. From April to October, I probably put in about 5,000 to 6,000 miles around Anchorage. So I get around, and one of the things that I ride to commute, and I train, and I have fun. And I also, my observation is things have really changed. That the technology in biking's changed. People are really excited about biking. You can just see it, the explosion of what's happening in Anchorage. So, I know that the budgets are tight. I know it's a problem. But, I think the plan is great, and I think it's visionary. I'd like to, as I think back to times in the past when we looked at Sullivan Arena and we looked at the Coastal Trail and we were pondering those items, there was a lot of angst around that and saying that, it was too much for the sizes and it would never, we would never grow into it. Well, now they're items of choice. And, I'm terribly glad they're there. And I thank God that there were folks who had the vision and the courage to persevere. So, I would hope that the Assembly and the Mayor would see the potential in this plan and that they would, kind of look at it from a long haul or a long look. I think it really could pay some awesome dividends for the Anchorage community. Portland is often given as a model, and some have said we can't be Portland, and I say why not? They started small, and look what's happened. I think one of the things that I didn't see in the article, and I'm about to wrap up because I know that time is precious, one of the things I didn't see in the article was, in the ADN, was the fact that, by expanding the biking community and providing opportunities, it offers something to Anchorage that other communities really tout. And if we're looking for the best talent we can get in Anchorage, and continue, we want to have people stay here. And one of the reasons people stay here or would want to come here is because of the opportunity they have for arts and education and recreation and so forth. So, I think it could be a big boon downboard for Anchorage. My wife who was an avid cyclist, has been in 2 accidents over the last probably 3 years. And those accidents were a result of collisions with automobile. It was their fault. And it had to do with the fact that there's just not enough done to provide safety. And simple things like providing bike lanes can make a huge difference. So, I know that everything can't come at once, but I think some things could happen. And I think it's really visionary for Anchorage to begin a plan, starting a plan down this path. And so I would just encourage you to support the plan and take the steps that you can take to make a better place for Anchorage and the cycling community, and you'll watch it grow and expand, and I think you'll be really surprised by that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no questions.
I've got a question.
Oh, you do? Mr. Clayman.
I'm punched in here. Yeah, over here.
Oh.
Yeah, with all the miles you're doing, I've had some emails and suggestions that if a bike is actually on the roadway with other vehicles, that there should be some sort of a licensing deal, or so you can identify a bike rider or the vehicle, or as a vehicle on the roadway. Have you had? Are you familiar with any areas where that's done? And I'm not.
No, I'm not. But the one thing I would add is that obviously I do ride a lot on the roadway. I do enjoy the trails. Trails are pretty crowded, and I end up riding the roadways a lot. But no, I don't know about a licensing.
Would that be an undue restriction on using the public roadways to have some sort of a licensing mechanism?
I guess in the end I wouldn't be opposed to that. I mean, if it was a modest kind of thing, I can understand that you've got to look at alternative ways to provide support, and I guess I would be willing to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Epstein, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Assembly members and Mayor Sullivan, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Lois Epstein. I am an engineer and director of the Alaska Transportation Priorities Project. I also serve on the AMATS Technical Advisory Committee. Alaska Transportation Priorities Project strongly supports the Anchorage Bicycle Plan, though my organization strenuously opposes Amendment 1 involving removing the Alaska Railroad right-of-way from the plan. The plan is an essential part of the city's non-motorized transportation plan, which consists of the pedestrian plan adopted in October 2007, the bicycle plan, and an upcoming update of the area-wide trails plan. The railroad right-of-way is included in the proposed plan as recommended for the bicycling network. Many commenters, especially those from South Anchorage, supported that approach. Active railroad right-of-way is in use as bike paths in many communities around the country. The city has invested significant resources in the bicycle plan, including developing it in-house rather than using an outside contractor, which will help ensure successful implementation. In my role on the Technical Advisory Committee, I've begun to discuss the creation of a Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee for AMATS, similar to the Freight Advisory Committee, to help monitor plan implementation and address various issues that will arise inevitably. I received only positive feedback from those at the meeting where this came up on the value of a need for such a committee. As someone who closely follows federal, state, and local transportation financing, I would argue that there's room in AMAT's budget for increased spending on bicycling infrastructure over the short and the long term, especially because such infrastructure reduces road maintenance costs and many of the needs, for example, striping, are relatively cheap. For example, the jobs bill signed by President Obama last week will bring, and this hasn't hit the news yet, will bring an unexpected $10 million to Anchorage to spend on transportation this year, and some portion of that money could be dedicated toward enhancing bicycling infrastructure. Given that AMAT's expenditures on transportation typically are $22 million per year, this $10 million is a welcome, significant addition to our transportation resources. Additionally, the upcoming federal transportation bill likely will devote a higher percentage of funds toward non-motorized transportation than currently, and the community needs to be ready to accept those funds by developing the designs needed for new bicycling infrastructure. Several months ago, the League of American Bicyclists gave Anchorage a bronze-level designation as a bicycle-friendly city, joining Sitka. At his weekly press event, Mayor Sullivan was pleased with this designation and asked how the city could move up to gold. Incidentally, Mr. Mayor, there's even a higher designation of platinum that has been achieved by 3 communities nationwide. The bicycle plan and successful implementation are essential steps for Anchorage to make progress along these lines. Nonprofit organizations such as mine will do all we can to assist. Thank you very much for considering these comments. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. Nicely timed. I see no questions.
Okay.
Welcome, sir.
Hello. My name's Robert Stiler. I commute 3 to 4 times a week all year round. One thing that might help with this bicycle trail is in the winters it's a ski trail too. I mean, a lot of people ski around the area, and that would help them get to work too, and that would make it easier to stomach. And also, these are the good old days as far as gas prices. 5-10 years from now, it's not going to be the same. You got a bike, got studded tires, you got transportation all year round. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. And I should have asked the question when Ms. Epstein brought it up. If you're here regarding the bike plan and you are opposed to the amendment number 1, you just see a show of hands, please. All right. So if you wish to come talk to us about it, that's fine, but you don't have to. We know now. Thank you. Come on down, ma'am.
Back again. I'm Brian Knight. I'm here in support of a co-op that I'm part of and also bicycling in general. I bike year-round. It keeps me in shape. It also keeps me healthy. But having biked year-round, having bike lanes and having an actual plan for a bicycle infrastructure is necessary in the Anchorage community. One of the goals that I've heard from many of the up-and-coming leaders that are preparing to step into government in the upcoming election series is that they want to bring Anchorage into a preeminent northern city on par with Portland or Seattle or any of the West Coast communities. And having an infrastructure would be part of that. It would also promote public safety. I ride the trails when able, but legally, according to the Department of Transportation, I can ride on the streets. However, I don't like playing Russian roulette that much. I've had everything from insults to Slurpees hurled at me by fellow motorists, and I've also been buzzed a couple of times by people who have trucks far bigger than the one I drive when it's too cold to bike. And So having a bike lane like the one proposed on C Street and any of the other high-traffic areas would actually be a godsend, because then it pretty much is a punishable offense under the law if someone decides to take the vehicle into the bike lane and turn me into a hood ornament. So I know everybody's concerned about budgets. I was here for the budget hearings, all 5 of them. I've kept up on the movements of the city forward financially, but if we're wanting to invest in the future of this city, we're going to have to spend the money to bring it to the level that other people want it to be. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. Mrs. Gleason, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Gleason. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Chair, members of the Assembly, and staff, and Mayor, if he's still around. About 10 years or so ago, Trinity Community Council submitted some, excuse me, I'm going to backtrack here. It's my understanding that the pedestrian plan is being approved this evening as well, so I guess there's an opportunity to kind of sneak in some things that Trinity Community Council has submitted in the past that we're not sure was incorporated or rather deleted from the plan, so I'll address both this and the bike plan. First of all, Trinity Community Council does support the Anchorage Bike Plan. We passed a resolution at our February 4th, 2010 meeting, and it's a good plan, and we acknowledge the massive amount of work that staff has put into this. It's a comprehensive plan, and I think implementation and funding is a legitimate concern expressed by certain people, but first you need a plan, and then you can deal with the implementation and the funding. If you don't have a plan in place, nothing's going to ever happen. But as with any comprehensive plan, there is a devil or two in the details. And Trinity Community Council requests that a project be deleted from the bike plan. 10 years or so ago, the municipality proposed a road project that would have extended Arrow Drive in Turnagain from 36th Avenue near Cosmos Drive south to Lakeshore Drive. The plan included a multi-use trail on one side and a sidewalk on the other. This project would have required filling Class A preservation wetlands in Turnagain Bog. The city withdrew the project when the Corps of Engineers stated they would deny a wetland fill permit for the project because the city did not provide adequate public need to justify filling preservation wetlands for this project. And as a result of the above, the extension of Arrow Drive south of 36th Avenue is not included in the city's long-range transportation plan. But in the bike plan, it was not in the March 09 draft version, but then suddenly appeared in the August 09 version, and we're not sure why. There is a multi-use trail south of the existing Arrow Drive being proposed, and we would like to see this project deleted. There is no road south of 36th Avenue, and by the plan's own definition, it states that, the plan violates its own criteria because it said it would be built adjacent to an existing roadway. And if I could just sneak in one more comment about the pedestrian plan. The pedestrian plan included a sidewalk in the exact same area, but in that plan, it also violates the plan's own definition of a sidewalk, which is an improved surface within a vehicle right-of-way aligned with the road. Since this road doesn't exist, will not exist, we'd like those projects deleted from both plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gleason, may I just clarify, are you looking at Table 6, at page 60 of the big plan, where you have Arrow Drive from Lakeshore to Cosmos?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank
Gleason.
you.
Ms. Skanke, you got that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get those comments from you later. Thank you very much, Ms. Gleason. I see no questions. Welcome, sir.
Hello. My name is Tucker Spillane. I live with my wife in Airport Heights. Excuse me. We commute every day to work along the Chester Creek Trail, and we both work as emergency room nurses at Providence. And I can tell you that we see a different side of this whole issue. We see what happens when you have bicycles hit by cars, and it's a weekly occurrence. You see a lot of pain, anguish, a lot of money spent on this issue, and I just really urge you guys to really adopt this plan. Also, the rails section, I think, is absolutely important. I think keeping bikes and cars apart is the best thing we can do. The next best thing we can do is have some designated trails or designated roadway corridors. I just think it's a real important issue, and that's just part of the health concerns, of course. You know, bicycling, we see type 2 diabetes, we see people that should be on bikes and aren't on bikes, and the more trails we have, the more people are going to get out there, and I think it's just a win-win situation. So I firmly support it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
Hi. My name is Allie Harvey, and I'm Sustainable Communities Program Coordinator for the Alaska Center for the Environment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide our support on the Anchorage Bike Plan this evening. I'm going to start with something fun, which is a recent headline from the satirical newspaper The Onion, which said 98% of U.S. commuters favor public transportation for others. To the 98% commuters, you could say the people enthusiastically testifying here tonight on behalf of the plan are willing and happy to be those others on bicycles, keeping the roadways clear of cars. Biking in Anchorage, as you saw in the beginning of the month and see here tonight, is quite alive and well. In fact, according to a recent article in the Anchorage Daily News, which I hope you all read, a 2008 survey by the U.S. Census Bureau estimated 1% of Anchorage commuters traveled mainly by bike. That works out to roughly 1,500 bike commuters, give or take a few hundred, with more in the summer and fewer in the winter. That's 1,500 single-passenger cars that are left home every day. I would appeal to the drivers in the room and say that with the bike plan's goal to double the number of cyclists, imagine how that could ease traffic during the morning commute. In the same ADN article, the executive director of the Alaska Trucking Association agreed. He said, if improving Anchorage's bike network means fewer vehicles on the road, that's definitely a plus. Alaska Center for the Environment sees this bicycle plan as an opportunity to improve Anchorage residents' health by getting them outside, improving air quality, and, of course, building communities. Currently, 42% of Alaskans do not meet recommended levels of physical activity, and 20% are completely sedentary because they don't feel safe walking and biking in their neighborhood. The bike plan makes it easier and safer for Anchorage residents to opt to bike, so it has the potential to greatly improve overall health. And then on a more personal note, I can identify with the need for the bike plan because I don't own a car, and often I rely on a bike to get me around town. I think I see a side of Anchorage that many people don't. On a plus side, the natural surroundings and interactions with some of Anchorage's finest are a lot of fun, and I don't have to worry about fluctuating gas prices. But on the downside, I worry a lot about my safety, especially after last spring when I was hit by a car, and I can tell you that it took me a long time to get back on a bike. The Anchorage Bike Plan promises a safer Anchorage with clear guidelines for how cars and cyclists interact. And one final thing is that I noticed the Amendment 1, and Alaska Center for the Environment opposes this amendment because we think it's crucial to have this corridor for cyclists, and many of the comments, especially by South Anchorage residents, people are quite supportive of having that railroad corridor. But thank you very much for your time here tonight. We ask for you to recommend the adoption of the Anchorage Bicycle Plan, and thank you.
Thank you. And there's a question from Mr. Birch for you.
I just had a quick question. Was anybody cited in the accident you mentioned?
No. I was told that technically I was not, that even though nobody was at fault, that there was no citation available for that. So no.
Nobody was at fault?
That's what they said. I was on a bike path and somebody kind of slammed into me from one side. She wasn't looking, and that's how it went. So.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Members of the Assembly, my name is Bjarne Holm, and I spent most of my first 15 years in Denmark before moving to the United States. Later, on a trip back to Denmark in the early 1970s, I remarked to one of my relatives that there sure were a lot of people riding bicycles, Well, I was told not as many as there used to be because people were setting bicycles aside and buying cars. Unfortunately, as a result, fewer people were getting exercise. The overall health of the population was declining and life expectancy numbers were dropping. In the early 1970s was a time in Denmark of rebounding prosperity after the Second World War. What a difference several more decades have seen. Bicycle use has experienced a big resurgence in Denmark along with increasing prosperity, a pattern seen in all of the industrialized world. What's the cause of a return to cycling as a popular mode of transportation? Is it Lance Armstrong? Is it because individuals want to be more physically active? Or is it because some individuals want to minimize their carbon footprint? I would argue that the main reason is because of amazing advances in bicycle technology. You've got comfortable seats, multiple speeds on bikes. You've got comfortable upright riding positions and fully suspended rides. LED lighting systems make it easy for cyclists to see and be seen. And we're starting to see more electric motor assists on bicycles. And winter riding has also become popular. Studded tires if it's icy, really fat-tired bikes if we've had recent snows. There certainly has been a response to the fine network of trails Anchorage has already building it, and they will come. Will always be a factor. However, there is still a lack of interconnectivity in Anchorage that is restricting the use of bicycles in transportation. In terms of bicycles on roads versus trails, I know the important thing is for cyclists and cars to be able to see one another. Blind intersections with trails, driveways, and roads cause serious accidents. I know from having been T-boned on a bicycle when I was a kid and I suffered a severely broken leg. New York recently received a prestigious award from a Danish organization for all the improvements the city has made on behalf of cyclists. If New York City can realize a cost-effective solution to their transportation needs with an expansion of their bicycle commuting infrastructure, then Anchorage most certainly can do likewise.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no questions. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Alan Shire. Please support the Anchorage Bicycle Plan. It's an impressive document and appears to be carefully researched, with clear goals and methods to achieve those goals. Anchorage has slowly improved the infrastructure for bicycling since I moved here in 1976. And passage of this plan will continue to increase the bicycle riding opportunities by adding and improving bicycle lanes to roadways and adding paths to make bike riding more practical, fun, and safe. As I considered requesting your support for the Anchorage Bicycle Plan, it became clear to me how much bicycle commuting I have done over the decades and how enjoyable it has been. I've probably commuted to work half of the summers I've lived in Anchorage, totaling well over 1,500 days. That came as quite a surprise to me because I never planned that bicycling should be anything else than one more day of bicycling to work. The summers I was not bicycling to work, I needed to drive my growing boys to various child care facilities. For me, summer bicycle riding starts as early spring brings additional hours of daylight and ice-free streets make it possible to ride. And it ends in late September when the darkness and lack of safe riding closes down my bicycle. This winter, for the first time, I started using the pathways near my home in the Bayshore subdivision because they're being plowed regularly, so I'm able to ride along 100th Avenue, Bayshore Drive, Southport, and C Street for exercise and recreation, and it's been a heck of a lot of fun. Over the years, I've amassed many stories, and some of the most enjoyable ones are about the wildlife I've seen on the bike trails: moose, geese, ducks, salmon, bear, eagle, and beavers. But I also have stories of riding on the roads and crossing the roads, stories of gravel, dust, and drivers, the vast majority of whom are courteous, but there are all too many dangerous drivers on the road. No matter how safe and careful I am, the smallest car can turn me into just smushed mush. That's why adopting this bicycle plan is so important to me. It addresses and provides safe solutions to these problems. This bicycle plan will help all of Anchorage citizens. Even those who never ride a bicycle will have less automobiles and pollution to contend with. And eventually, over the term of this plan, there will be more bicycle-safe roads and paths with healthier people moving themselves around town in an environmentally friendly manner. Please support the bicycle plan.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing all of us.
If you could just start by telling us your name so we know who you are.
All right, my name is Lindsay Johnson. I own a car and I ride a bike. Along with another 1%, between 1 and 2% of Anchorage's commuters. There's been some concern that this plan serves only this very small percentage of Anchorage's transportation needs, but we've heard a number of reasons why it's still a good idea. And I would like to point out that Alaska, its population is only 0.02% of the national population. It would be really sad if the federal government neglected to give us any funds because we're just this small population out here. The bicycle plan is indeed for everyone who's trying to get anywhere in Anchorage. It's for motorists and for bicyclists and for pedestrians to keep us all safe and traveling efficiently. And I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Appreciate you coming down. Welcome, Mr. Lippmans.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lippmans, and I'm the president of Bicycle Commuters of Anchorage. I wanted to thank you, the Assembly, and the administration for this opportunity to comment on the bicycle plan. I'll try to keep the comments brief. Bicycle Commuters of Anchorage was formed to make Anchorage more bicycle-friendly, to create an environment where people can integrate bicycling into their daily lives, where a matter of course, one can simply jump on a bike and go, but go safely, efficiently, and comfortably. On March 2nd, Lainey Fleischer and Judge Reese discussed the work that it took to bring to Anchorage what is considered one of the prized jewels that I think most cities anywhere in the United States would be jealous to have. It was a fight then to make that happen, and there was a lot of naysayers. The Anchorage Bike Plan is the next step to build off those wonderful trails and connect the city with a network of bike routes. I want to just touch on a couple things briefly because I've received numerous questions. The first is safety. Why are we putting bicycles on the road? The simple answer is it's safer. Sidewalks and many of our multi-use paths are the most dangerous place for bicyclists to be. In fact, studies have indicated that you're 20 times more likely to get hit while riding on a sidewalk than you are if you're in a bike lane. We've seen collisions throughout town, but the majority of those collisions occur on the 8 major corridors: Northern Lights, Lake Otis, Tudor, C Street, Muldoon, Benson, DeBar, and Diamond. All of these areas are high-volume roads with large numbers of intersections, narrow sidewalks that are full of obstructions to visibility. By placing bicyclists on the road in a bike lane, they become more visible and predictable. They have a dedicated lane of travel where motorists can expect bicyclists to be. Across the U.S., we've seen that cities devoted to providing bicycle infrastructure are seeing a significant decline in bike-car collisions. An example from a study on Davis, Eugene, and Corvallis found that only 2% of the collisions took place with a bicyclist in a bike lane. Stark evidence that it is safer to be on the road. Another factor that makes it safer is that there is a safety in numbers effect. And as we put in bike infrastructure, we will see a rise in bicycling, which will in turn create greater awareness for motorists that bicyclists are out there. The next major component of the bicycle plan that makes it so important is that it makes bicycling convenient. The current infrastructure is predominantly the green belts and some multi-use paths.
If you could just quickly sum up, Mr. Lippmans, I appreciate it.
Okay. I was misunderstood. I thought I would be provided more than 3 minutes, but excuse me. Well, convenience is a huge factor, and the bike plan is absolutely critical to providing a bike network where bicyclists can get around town. And since I'm out of time,
don't worry, Dr. Selk, I have a question for you. So,
I'd like to make one note that Bicycle Commuters of Anchorage does not support the floor amendment number 1. The rail route is critical to providing north-south connections between the Coastal Trail and Diamond, and it's much safer for bicyclists if they don't have to go through multiple intersections, and this is one way of achieving that. It's an uninterrupted route. Additionally, there are numerous studies that show that rails-to-trails type trails like this are a safe place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lippman. Dr. Selkirk?
Sure, my question was on the amendment. Did you have anything else? Do you have a handout related to that, or what? You have a big stack of paper. I'm wondering what's...
I do, but I don't. I only have an executive summary that I'm not prepared to hand out to the entire assembly from Rails to Trails that documents both the safety of trails, and it also addresses major concerns which we often hear with respect to liability and insurance. But the report finds that it reviewed 61 trails. Of those, there was 50% or 46% were adjacent to active rail lines, and they found very few, in fact, just a handful of incidents. Only one with a bicyclist. The others involved people. And I'm obviously aware of some of the incidents associated with the Alaska Railroad, but there are ways to design these trails to address safety and, in fact, make it safer for bicyclists if they have this uninterrupted corridor to travel north-south. They're safer on that Rails to Trails, and this is also in the study, safer on that Rails to Trails trail than they would be if they were on a sidewalk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Birch has a question.
I guess I'm familiar with, like the Burke-Gilman Trail in Seattle, which is an abandoned rail bed. But we had, some years ago, we had significant testimony and response from the Alaska Railroad on concerns they had with close, with people or, bicycles or anything in close proximity to their cargo loads, because some metal banding can come loose and really be a significant hazard, as I recall from our discussions with them. You know where that's at with the railroad?
Do I know? Excuse me.
Is the railroad support? They're not supportive of this, are they?
It is my understanding that they're not supportive, and that was one of the reasons. Again, I am not an engineer, nor am I an expert on the safety standards or designs, but there are national standards that address these issues. You can put the rail trail far enough away from the actual rail tracks that these types of problems are, in fact, not a problem. And my cursory review, I was only able to begin reviewing this last night, and that's one reason I don't have materials, studies to hand out to the Assembly, and I apologize. But I came across nothing with respect to fragments or pieces of train flying around and interfering with people on a trail, whether walking or biking.
I think the visual reference I had was metal banding that had delaminated, and our chairman, as a former railroad employee, might be able to enlighten us on that. But anyway, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. And Ms. Osiander has a question for you, Mr. Lippman.
No, it's not a question, sir.
Oh, then you have a statement.
I do. There appears to me to be absolutely no way we're going to get to the Hillside District Plan tonight. There are people in the audience that are desperate to know if we will or not. I would very much like to make a motion to move that to our next regular meeting, unless you inform me you absolutely are going to call a special meeting. So at this point, I think it's basic fairness to let them go home.
Or do it tonight, or extend to midnight.
Could you just ask how many people are willing to extend to midnight, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. Let's start with a show of hands. These are people who are sitting up here have to answer this one.
I have a question. Can I ask a question about that question? In other words, if it's between this week and next week, I think it's one thing. If it's between this week and tomorrow night, it's another. I'd rather stay tonight than come back tomorrow night, but I'm happy to come next week as well.
Well, at this point, our options are stay tonight, come back tomorrow night, or wait until April 13. So, who's willing to extend tonight? Not very many. Okay.
All right. I'd like to move that the Hillside District Plan be postponed to our next regular meeting.
Second.
All right. So moved and seconded. Is there any objection to postponing action on that to our April 13 meeting?
I guess the one question I would have is we've got basically an hour and a half, do we not?
Yes, we do.
We do. Okay. And I I'm trying to do the math here. 3 minutes times X number of people to testify. I mean, I'm thinking maybe we can get to it, but
Mr. Burt,
maybe I can help here.
we cannot.
For those of you who are here to speak about the bicycle plan, how many of you really feel that you need to speak to us about something that has not yet been raised? Okay, for the rest of you, you all do. Okay, never mind. All right, the motion is before us. Is there objection to the motion?
Yeah, I object.
Sorry, Dan. Oh, you want to call the roll? No, okay. Seeing no objection, that motion is approved. We will delay consideration of the Hillside District Plan to April 13. My apologies for those of you who have been waiting all this time. With that, Mr. Lippmans, thank you. We're ready for our next person. Mr. Burke, are you in the queue for a reason? No.
Hello, my name is Damian Schroeder, and I'm a year-round bike commuter. I'm also associated with the Bike Commuters of Anchorage. I'm a board member. One of the reasons that I bike commute is that it's economical. The average cost of car ownership in America is $8,000, and I estimated my car cost to be $5,000 annually. I ended up selling my car. My family is what you call car light, meaning that we have one car that we share amongst the family to get our chores done. Now, why is this important and why is this new information? Because where does that $5,000 a year go that I save annually? It goes right back into the local economy. And I think that's a really important thing to consider. Now, we're wanting to double ridership, right? We've got approximately 1,500 riders that commute every day. Let's say that we'll just take 1,000 extra people, and they were able to go car light. You're looking at people, what's a 50?
$500,000?
There's a lot of money that can go back into the community. I haven't did the math. And another thing I wanted to share with you, though, is there was also a study that shows the relationship to car ownership per 1,000 people. Well, I'll just read it here. The Institute of Science and Technology Policy in Perth, Australia, did a study of the relationship of car ownership for 1,000 people and overall wealth. And they discovered among cities in the developed world, regional wealth, as measured by GRP, actually goes down as car use goes up. In other words, the more we drive, the poorer we get. Cities such as Zurich, Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Stockholm, Tokyo, and Paris have a much higher use of public transportation than any American, Canadian, or Australian city, yet they build fewer roads and own fewer cars, and they have much higher bike use, and they have roughly half the transportation deaths. They spend less on getting to work, and they emit a fraction of the CO2. And they are richer. Tokyo's average car ownership is 225 cars per 1,000 people, while its GRP is 37,000. Meanwhile, the U.S. 10 principal cities average 600 cars per 1,000 people, with a GRP of only 27,000. So, if you guys have any questions, that's all I have.
I see no questions, but thank you very much. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Sunny Mall, and I wanted to say, first of all, I support the general idea of what's included in the bike plan. I'm a supporter and volunteer of projects related to both mountain and road biking. However, as a taxpayer, I worry about the costs associated with supporting the plan in winter months. The evangelical tenor of parts of the plan annoys me. The statistics used for Anchorage, as well as other communities where biking infrastructure is considered progressive, is still citing less than 4% commuting by bike. One statistic used in this report relates to the climate in Minneapolis, Minnesota, listing it as a similar climate to Anchorage. Is that really true? The next 10-day forecast for Anchorage is temps between 21 and 43, with 8 out of 10 days calling for snow showers. Minneapolis is mid-50s with 9 days of sunny or partly cloudy. While snowfall in March and April might be similar in both places, the average temps are nearly 6 to 13 degrees apart. Minneapolis has a longer snow-free biking season. It also has a larger tax base. It bothers me when I read such a polished report that includes statistics and generalizations which only reflect a certain version of reality. As a homeowner in Mountain View for over 16 years, I have seen glossy plans come and go. Perhaps municipal funds have even paid for some of these. Some parts of the plans have been good for the community, other parts are impractical, some aspects are implemented while others are not. One example that was implemented probably a decade ago now are the bottleneck intersections that were erected in various sections of my neighborhood to slow down traffic. While this may have been well-intentioned, I couldn't say, as cars were never going that fast on the street in front of my home to begin with. The bottlenecks have created two major issues with regards to snow removal. First and foremost, there is simply not as much room for excessive snow removal to be plowed. Second, during high snowfall, such as the snowfall 2 weeks ago, it creates an unsafe situation where barely a single car can make it through the intersection. I bring this up because some aspects of well-intentioned plans are not practical and end up costing an excessive amount of money. While I generally support the bike plan, I would ask that the overall goals be targeted specifically toward utility biking during months where there is zero snowfall. I ride Vespa motor scooters. Riding motorcycles and scooters is something that most Anchorage residents do not do. As much as I would like to have gravel-free roads by the middle of April for my safety, I don't expect Anchorage taxpayers to expedite the spring road cleanup to suit my wants, especially if this will ultimately put more of a burden on taxpayers. Likewise, the suggestions made on page 34 and 35 of the bike plan, as well as policy 2.2 on page 103 of the bike plan, concern me as a taxpayer. I simply ask the Assembly to support the bike plan only with respect to biking in snow-free months. Also, any costs associated with the bike plan during winter months needs to be transparent and communicated clearly to Anchorage taxpayers in order to decide if that's where we would like to spend our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mall. And, ma'am, Ms. Mall, you and I communicated several times on this issue. I appreciate your correspondence. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate you as my Assembly member.
Welcome, madam.
Thank you. My name is Rosemary Austin. I live on the east side. I bike in the snow. One thing.
Folks, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but as a general rule, we prefer that there's no applause in the room.
So one of the reasons I wanted to add my thoughts tonight is I worked for over 10 years in a local bicycle shop. And in that role, I sold bicycles and accessories to people who wanted to improve their health, have more fun, get out with the family. And in the summer of 2008, they wanted to save money on gas. Okay? And surprisingly, it was a rainy year, but it was an extremely busy year for bicycles because of the gas prices, which went down afterward. But one of the things people were looking for when they would talk to me at the shop was they wanted to know how they could get to work more efficiently. They didn't want to take the long meandering route to work. They were looking for direct routes. As a person who also drives a car, when I want to get from downtown to South Anchorage, I want the most direct route. If I'm trying to get to my job, if I'm trying to get to an appointment, I don't want to be weaving through neighborhoods that have safety speed humps for kids. And it's the same way for bicycle commuters, utility bicyclists, whichever we want to call it. Having efficient, having direct routes that are maintained year-round for cyclists will encourage more cycling and more safe cycling. I'm in agreement with a few people who talked about bike lanes being safer than paths, multi-use paths, for a couple of reasons. And it's not just safer for cyclists. For cyclists, it is safer to be on the road because cars do not stop at the intersection with sidewalks and paths. They don't. I had two of them apologize to me tonight on the way here because they pulled through the intersections. The other part is a bicycle who's traveling more than 15 miles an hour should not be on a multi-use path where people are pushing strollers and children are learning to ride on training wheels. So we're talking about a vehicle versus something for fun, a toy.
finally, I'm not sure how much time I have left, but I strongly oppose Amendment 1. And I urge you to work with the railroad to think creatively about how we can make a corridor work, rather than saying we can't do it because it's not the precedent we have here. Let's think about how we can do it. And in response to the comment about wires popping off when there's a load on a train, I don't know how many bungees and wires I've seen when I've been riding my bicycle on the Seward Highway, but I think we can minimize some of these dangers by maybe having responsibility on the end of these corporations.
Thank you very much,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Appreciate your comments. I see no questions for you. So have a seat and relax. Welcome, sir.
Hi, Ralph Canellis. I'm an avid cyclist, and but this is not for me tonight to talk. I'm talking about bike lanes. I think they're the safe way to go, and I think if we can have more bike lanes in this town and make it safer. I got the phone call that every parent dreads this summer when my daughter was hit by a bike coming off a multi-purpose trail onto somebody turning right on red, didn't stop, like the previous talker said, and nailed my daughter. Fortunately, she was able to get up and ride and survive, but I think if we have more bike lanes and we can prevent this from happening, it's well worth the money. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Todd Logan. My family and I have lived here in Anchorage for 11 years, and we love Anchorage for lots of reasons, including biking year-round. Several of the previous speakers have used the term vision and visionary, and indeed that's what I think this plan is, and it's for that reason that I'm hoping tonight that the Assembly will approve it. But one of our previous speakers also mentioned that last year Anchorage was recognized by the League of American Bicyclists as a bicycle-friendly city at the bronze level. And it was somewhat serendipitous that just 3 days ago, the latest issue of American Bicyclists dropped into my mailbox. And lo and behold, on page 31 is a quarter-page spread on Anchorage's attainment to the bronze level. We join 88 other cities nationwide at the bronze level with this recognition. Northern cities like Sioux City, Nebraska, Traverse City, Michigan, Sitka, Milwaukee, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Burlington, Vermont, Brunswick, Maine, and Billings, Montana. So anyone who thinks that a northern city cannot be a bicycle-friendly city, I think is incorrect. Nationwide, 23 cities have been recognized at the silver level, one step up from bronze. Northern cities like Missoula, Minneapolis, and Chicago. 10 cities have reached the gold level. Seattle, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and Madison, to name a few of the northern cities. And last but not least, the platinum level, 3 cities have attained: Boulder, Davis, California, and indeed Portland. I think that this plan is a vision for the city. I think that many of the things that if we implemented in this plan could easily raise Anchorage's status as a bicycle-friendly city and to a higher level. What's fun about reading about all these cities in this magazine is what increased bicycling has brought to them. First and foremost, has brought an increased quality of life for the residents. It brings recreation. It brings improved fitness for the people who live there. It brings less congestion, vehicle congestion on the roads, and it improves the air. Well, bicycling is also good business, and it's big business. Bikes are big business. While most bicycles will not be built in Anchorage, most will be sold in Anchorage by Anchorage shops and maintained by local businesses and local employees. Biking is a huge tourism draw, and I truly believe Anchorage is on the cusp of attracting people for the sole purpose of enjoying the biking in the city. Any summer day you walk on the coastal trail and you see what that one trail alone attracts. We are so close to having a network around the city to attract bicycle recreationists. It is not far away. And last but not least, when you look at the reports on these other cities, is biking, public transportation, and things like that attracts new business and new people to town. We keep talking about diversifying the Anchorage economy. Quality of life is a big part of that, and that's what this plan would bring. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I see no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Judy Elledge, and I actually came here for Title 21, but since I sat here all night, I'm going to speak to this. You kind of get caught up in it, don't you? And I want to say that it must be tough being on the Assembly, because everybody comes wanting something. Even I come at times and I want something from you. And I wish we lived in a perfect world where we could afford everything that everybody wanted. Wouldn't your life be easier? Mine would too. But I pay taxes, and I pay a lot of taxes, and I work hard. I retired and went back to work so I could have the things that I wanted and look for my future. And I guess, and I don't bike. I lived in Texas, grew up in Texas and Las Vegas, and I didn't ride a bike then. I'm probably not going to ride one in Anchorage, Alaska. It's just not going to happen. And I do exercise every day, but I pay for that exercise. I pay for that privilege to be able to do that. So the lady from Mountain View spoke very eloquently, and what I would like to say is, where do we stop? Where do we stop in spending money? I would love to have a perfect world where everybody could have everything, but we can't, because we cannot afford it. I want my streets maintained, I want my potholes filled, and I want the roads safe. And I see sometimes with the snowfall here, that doesn't even happen. I can't imagine trying to maintain bike trails on top of that. So that's just my comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zelich. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Selena Matoya. I'm on the Northeast Community Center Council board, and I'm going to be very brief. I just want to support the bike plan in general and in specific connecting, having a bike trail that connects the Glen Highway system with the Camel Creek system, as one of our previous board members stated. I believe bike trails will add to the safety. I don't bike, and like the previous lady, I don't think I'm going to bike. I may if we get bike trails that are maintained year-round. My grandchildren bike. They do not bike in the winter because there's nowhere for them safely to bike. We lived in the Muldoon area, and if you go down Peck Avenue, which I live at the end in the senior housing, it's a people mover route. But this year, I don't remember seeing any snow truck come by and remove any of that snow. And to get to the bus stop, it was like 3 feet of snow on each side of the road, and the road is very, very narrow. There's no place for people to bike down there to get to Centennial Park or wherever. And I really also, unfortunately, I wasn't aware there was a pedestrian plan. But I wanted to speak to that because I've been a pedestrian here for the last 30-some years, and there's nowhere to walk in the wintertime. When my kids were in elementary school, I had to walk in the street behind them because the berms were so high and the sidewalks were covered that I'd rather them hit me first and maybe avoid, that would stop them from hitting my kids. It's really a safety issue. Mainly, to me, it's a safety issue, but I think also in our area of town, Northeast Community Council area, 2020 puts the highest density over there. We have very little green space left, and there's plans afoot to take what we have left from us, that we need. The bike trails will be an inexpensive way for us to have recreation in our area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no questions. Ms. Phillips, welcome.
Hello, Ainsley Phillips. I'm a board member of the Northeast Community Council and current chair of the CIP list, and I've been on that committee for over 15 years. And this connectivity from the Glen Highway Trail system to the Campbell Creek Highway system has been a priority of ours on our CIP list for as long as I've been involved, like I said, over 15 years. We feel, like Selena just stated, under the comp plan of 2020, with the estimated population growth of over 80,000 people coming into our area, as well as under the LRTP and the highway to highway, that our current over 70,000 traffic trips going down Muldoon Road today will be doubled, if not tripled, within the next 10 to 5 years, that the current location of the bike path that coincides down Muldoon Road may not be in the bestest interest of our citizens in the future. On page 64 of the addendum number 2 of the Assembly item number 1 also allocates an item for $500,000 for a bike path along the Bar Road from Muldoon to Cross Point Loop. That may be in conflict with two items that are currently happening in our district. One is the creation of an East Side District Plan that we're starting to work on, as well as a Muldoon Park Strip, which borders this property, or actually could be encompassed with this property, which, as you all know, is the old greenhouse property. So we would like to have consideration of that $500,000 be given to the committees that are working on that to make sure that a $500,000 is well spent in that area, maybe could be used to be used wisely, or even relocate the portion of the bike path from there to another area that would be in better keeping with the plans that we're going to be developing. Also, we'd like to have an alternative looked at in the future to have that connectivity go from Centennial Park along the fence line, the current fence line along the military border, from Centennial Park down to far north by Centennial Park, which would remove the pedestrian traffic away from busy Muldoon Road with the traffic accidents increase, muddle-to-muddle incidents that could occur, as well as the exhaust and the other environmental incidents that we expect to anticipate, since we are locked up against the mountain and do enjoy poor air quality from time to time. So we very much are concerned with this, but we would like the bike plan amended to take these into consideration, because we think it's a great plan for today, but we're really, really concerned about the future and taking every dollar that we spend today to make sure that it's going to be the appropriate dollar for the future as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Phillips. I see no questions, but good timing.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Gerard Farkas, and I'm here to speak against the adoption of the bicycle plan. I think it's very, very impressive that a few hundred people can elevate this idea to gain this much importance and already this expenditure of cash. I feel that it's a bad idea, number one, for safety, number two, for cost, as other people have said, and number three, it's inconsiderate. I know that there are hundreds of bicyclists here. I enjoy riding my bicycle. I love our bike trails. I love riding through my neighborhood, but putting unmotorized vehicles on the public streets, on the public highways and roads, somebody's brain dead. I can't figure out how I even think that's a great idea. We've just come through winter where it's dark, it's slippery, it's rainy, it's sleeting. Drive down 5th Avenue, 6th Avenue, which I commute every day. It took 2 weeks just to get the snow off the side of a brand new sidewalk. It's unsafe. It's just unsafe. And so what I would say is there has to be a better way. If people want to use their bicycles for exercise, use the bike paths. They're great. We have sidewalks now on two sides of most of the streets, thanks to the hundreds of millions of dollars that we've spent over the last 10 years for traffic calming to put chicanes and vertical jumps in the road, to put bollards in the road, immovable objects in the roadway, to slow the traffic down. And now on top of that, as well as all the islands, now on top of all those hazards that we're intentionally placing in the road, we want to put non-motorized vehicles out there with us in the dark, in the sleet, in the ice, in the snow, and they have every right to the road that we do. So we have one bicyclist holding up a mile of cars as people are commuting to try to get to work. I think it's selfish. I think it is not in the public's interest for safety. And I would say that if the bicycle plan goes through, that we make the bicyclists pay their fair share on a pro rata square foot of roadway in any project. We declare what the value is of that bicycle path, and we split that cost up each year for bicyclists that choose to commute. I think a good starting price would be about $50,000 per year per bicyclist on a 12-month renewal. That ought to be about a fair share for them to be able to commute and control the roadway. And if they want to be out there in the snow and the ice and the sleet and the rain, well, good luck. I just can't believe the idea. I like bicycling, but it is the dumbest thing I've ever heard for Anchorage, period. It's unsafe. Enjoy the bike paths, enjoy the sidewalks. They're all over town. We've made ramps from the sidewalks down to the curbs, and if it slows down the commute and gives you a little bit more exercise for stop-and-go riding, so be it. You're out there to enjoy the fresh air and the exercise. That's the way I feel, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Farkas. I appreciate it. Mr. Powers, good to see you again.
Billy Ray Powers. I'd rather see a fat guy on a bicycle than I would in a big Yukon Denali, guzzling gas. However, there are times when the snow is piled deep, and we can't expect this city to keep every little trail open and pay the big bucks to do that. So I would propose that before we do any maintenance contracts on these bike trails, that we put it to a vote of the people. If they want to pay the taxes and get it done, okay. Other than that, I am absolutely for the bike plan and the pedestrian plan. I don't believe in growth of government, but I do believe in transportation corridors. The finest thing that was done in our last mayoral administration was Elmore Road. I don't see anything else that really got done. I mean, we doubled our amount of taxes, and I don't see any better quality of life except Elmore Road. I don't want to, Chris Birch, Ixnay on the Eisensley. Huh? Sheila Selcraig, I don't want to see our bicyclists taxed on their water bottles. And likewise, I don't want cops out there harassing people about helmets. I believe in helmets, but I don't believe in a big overgrown city government to harass folks about it. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. As always, very enlightening. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Jeff Taylor. I've been an Anchorage resident for 32 years, and I'm a father and a property owner and a bicycle commuter year-round. I love this city, and I believe that it can be the best place to live in the nation. And I think it should be open, accessible, and safe for everybody, all its residents, not just people that make $50,000 and over, everybody. And I think that if we use this bicycle plan to raise Anchorage's bike standards to the highest federal level and qualify for their programs, that it would be an investment, not an expense. So I'd like if you guys would think of it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Robin Ford, and I live on the hillside currently with my parents, the Upper Hillside. And last summer was the best summer of my life, and part of that was because I was able to bicycle to work every day, and that made it enjoyable, not just because I could be outside, but because I was on a bike path on Elmore Road that made it much more easier for me to get to work. I fully support the bike plan, and I also do not support the Amendment 1 because it would make it easier for me to get to work if there's a south side connection next to the railroad and with the railroad. I would also like to say that this plan will help a lot of people, not just by commuting, but also by making it more enjoyable and making knowledge about bicycles and bicycles being on the road more available to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Appreciate you coming down. Welcome, sir. No rush. You've been very patient with us. We'll be patient with you.
I'm Dr. Walter Johnson, and I seem to have an uncontrolled habit of coming before the Assembly every 40 years to testify on this subject. I was a member of the original bike committee, and I think president of the health board back then. But I would suggest that I don't think there are many things this group can do that will more enhance the health of the population, quality of life in Anchorage, and generally and to help solve the energy problem and the air quality problem in going ahead with this bike plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'm sure we can find a program that will solve your problem. Ms. Groff, welcome.
Yeah.
It's growth.
Sorry, growth.
That's okay. I never used to make an issue of it until I realized that it's kind of important. Okay, I'm with Bicycle Commuters of Anchorage, and we have worked really hard to garner support, but I want to say that it hasn't been very hard. It's been a lot of work, but it was not difficult at all. And I think I talked with almost every single one of you, and almost all of you as well. The people I didn't expect to be so supportive pretty much just said, yeah, okay. And I thought, what? Wait, that's it? But we've worked really hard. We have a lot of people who are supporting it. And I thought, I want to say that the most important thing about this bicycle plan, it's built on safety. People want to ride their bikes. They want to do it safe. They want to take their kids out for bicycle rides on the multi-use trails, the Westchester Lagoon Trail. And they can't do it when the bicycle commuters are there trying to get to work or trying to get to the grocery store or trying to get to their doctor's office. So by separating the two, the commuters from the people who want to recreate, will make Anchorage a safer place. And I just want to point out that Mr. Logan pointed out the fact that Anchorage is a bicycle-friendly city, and that's wonderful, but he left it to me to point out on page 56 that the hospital that I work at, Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, is a bicycle-friendly business also, and we are one of only 2 in Anchorage, and I can almost imagine you all know why. We have the biggest Bike to Work group in Anchorage 2 years in a row, and when I started introducing this topic to the people at the hospital, the chair, the administrators, at first they didn't understand why I thought it was so important until they started seeing their employees come in the morning. People were happy, the bike racks were packed, and they're actually starting to use this as a recruitment tool to try to hire more doctors and nurses. So thank you so much. We have overwhelming support. We have a huge packet, but I don't know if you want that. So thank you so much. Any questions?
There are 2, Ms. Groth. We'll start with Dr. Selcraig.
You had an opportunity to look at the amendments that are being proposed?
Yeah, I'm not exactly happy about the railroad amendments at all. I think that if we could move people, I'm a nurse, and so the most important thing for me is to let my patients get out and exercise. And sometimes that's not always easy. They'll find one excuse as another. So the railroad section is just it's a safety issue. I don't want people crossing intersection after intersection after intersection. This Rails to Trails work that is going on in other states is very successful. So I'm against amendment number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selcraig. Mr. Klayman.
Just had a quick question about the Rails to Trail or the railroad issue. You understand there's this liability concern based on a lawsuit some years ago involving the city and access to the railroad. Are you comfortable, if it's in the plan, recognizing that it may be because of conflicts between the city and the railroad about how to manage that liability risk, that we may be years away from actually making it happen?
We may be years away from making it happen, but I don't think we should take it out of the plan because it's something that's a little bit difficult. There's a lot of things that are difficult, and I think we should be able to work on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And one more, Mr. Birch.
I just wanted to point out that basically the same thing, that there's the city doesn't own, or municipality doesn't own the railroad right away, and there's been testimony about putting a bike trail through Fort Richardson military property too, and I guess for many of the same reasons. I don't know, is your organization supportive of the bike path into Fort Richardson as well?
Our organization is supportive of anything that makes bicycling safe for people.
Irrespective of the property, just looking at the connections and so forth. Thank you.
There are no further questions. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Come on down, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Shipley. In my first of my 35 summers here in Anchorage, I bought my first serious bicycle. That was a 10-speed Jeton, and the technology has changed since then, thankfully. Also, that first summer on the bike, I was involved in 2 accidents on my bike with cars, both of which they were in error. And
they were turning in front of me while I was riding right along next to the curb as I should have been. But again, that was 35 years ago, and nobody was cited. There was different attitudes then. And I firmly believe that if there had been designated striped bike lane, it might have been prevented the accident. Anyhow, I now have two bicycles. One is what they call a cross bike for riding on our recreational trails and our green belts, which I think are great. But I also have a road bike, and that's for commuting or what is called utility riding or cycling, and that's for use on roadways and on our limited designated bike lanes. I and many other of our cyclists often find it dangerous to cycle along adjacent pathways and not just on the streets. And the reason for this has been mentioned several times is that it's quite hazardous on the adjacent sidewalks and pathways. One reason is there's a lot of driveway cuts and vehicles are exiting and entering, and sometimes the drivers are only looking one way. It's a blindside collision. This draft bicycling plan that we have before us has been a long time coming for this community of this size, I believe. And there are many people who have helped shepherd it along its course. And most notably is Lori Skanke. Thank her for that, from the Municipal Non-Motorized Vehicle Office. Cyclists, the increasing number of us now need safe and efficient means to go to and from work and appointments and errands, in addition to the recreational pursuits. And to address the questions about floor amendment number 1, I believe I'm against that amendment at this time because, as I see it, it precludes future even discussions about a possibility, and I don't think that's the right way to go. At least we ought to leave it in there, leave it open. As I spent some time cycling in Switzerland last fall. A lot of miles was on paved bike trails right next to the railroads, and there were trains whizzing past. The Swiss had no problem with that. So,
thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. I see no questions.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to us on this matter? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Item has been moved and seconded. Ms. Osiander.
Second. It's your motion.
Thank you for pushing your buttons. Okay. Is there, you wish to speak to the amendment, Ms. Osiander?
No. Not really.
Okay.
Mr.
I have Ms. Chairman. I have 3 in the queue, and you're number 3, sir. So, Ms. Johnston.
I just have a question for the administration. I understand pretty clearly why this amendment is on. I've understood the history as far as the municipality, and I think it was the coastal trail, right?
That is correct.
But I also look at this as a plan, and we couldn't do anything as far as being on this corridor without the railroad, so it really isn't anything that the municipality has much control over. So is there any real reason to take it in or take it out? I mean, what is I'm just not sure what we're saying here.
Through the chair, Ms. Johnston, I was in discussion with Patrick Gamble, the president of the railroad, about this very issue. And one of the things that you want to do in a plan is certainly have the realistic expectation that it can be accomplished. And when you don't own the land along the railroad corridor, it's a little bit difficult to assume that you're going to be able to access property you don't own, and certainly you're not going to be able to eminent domain or obtain through any other means. So really, it's just kind of a reality check. In addition, the railroad has on numerous occasions stated their concern with liability in the right-of-way. They have a video they show about what happens when loads do indeed become unsecure and flail out and crush things in the right-of-way, and it does happen more often, I guess, than we'd like to think it does. But so it really comes down to, number one, we don't have site control. Number two, there is a liability issue. And with the coastal trail, we had to indemnify the railroad for use of that right-of-way, and that, I think, agreement expired at some time, and the municipality has refused to re-sign such a thing over the years, and it would certainly be required again. And so it just comes down to whether we want that liability, plus, again, we don't own the land. So just really, the railroad really doesn't support this being in the plan, and again, it's a judgment call. If it's in there and really there's no expectation that it'll ever happen, it doesn't preclude future discussion, as was mentioned. Nothing's impossible, and so if you leave it in, it may not happen anytime soon, but things change. So
you're kind of saying we should take out the hopeful anticipation?
Well, I like plans to be a little bit more realistic. So,
thank you, Ms. Johnston. Mr. Klayman.
Well, I'll borrow a phrase from Ms. Johnston. I sometimes think it's important to have hopeful anticipation, although I can't always predict the future. And I think that this part along the railroad, I think we recognized it the first time it came up that there are issues between the city and the railroad that we may not be able to resolve, and if we don't resolve them, it may be that this part of the bike plan could be years away from becoming reality. But I also think it's fair to have that in a plan, because I think it recognizes if the railroad were to change what it's doing for one reason or another that I can't predict, that having it in the plan means that it shows a community interest in seeing if there is a way to work that out. And it's both hard to predict the future, but it never hurts to have a goal like this in our plan. And so I do not support the removing this from the plan. I fully recognize it could be years before we can actually implement it, and it may be one of the most difficult or unlikely things to implement, but I still think we should keep it in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Dr. Salkreig.
I would support keeping it in the plan. I wanted to ask, how large is that? I think I asked the question in the work session. Is it 200 feet wide? Is that the railroad right-of-way?
Through the chair, Dr. Salkreig, yes, the railroad right-of-way is 200 feet wide.
So what I would say is that this is definitely out in the distance. This is something that is a long ways away, but by leaving it in, it really reminds us at the municipality that we actually have something we'd like from the railroad, and there will be times, more than likely, over the years where the railroad may want things from us. So it puts us in a position, really, of beginning to have something to do some horse trading with. Heritage Land Bank has land around the railroad and can play a role in it. By leaving it in, it's basically an intention. The other thing is that if you look at the trails and rails programs across the country, they're on private railroad land. I mean, all that land belonged to a railroad, and there were negotiations that took place that made it happen. So it's definitely, I think it has to go on the record that it's not something that is going to be easy to do, but it's certainly, I think, a meaningful connection. I mean, when you look at this plan and realize that if at some point we can actually make this happen, you can get on this trail at Westchester Lagoon, and basically, without really driving on a road, get all the way to the other side of town, past Potter Marsh. So, I mean, it's a really fabulous dream for this community, and I think it's worth having in a plan, and I'm positive it won't be easy, but I don't think you manifest a dream unless you actually put it out there and work towards it. So I think it's an exciting piece that I may not be here when it happens, but it's nice to think that at some point it will happen.
Thank you, Dr. Salkreig. Mr. Birch.
Well, through the miracle of Google Earth, I've been looking at the railroad right-of-way in South Anchorage, and it appears to me that it's about 150 feet, unless there's I don't know that it's a full 200 feet, unless there's significant encroachment on the right-of-way from what I'm looking at. But on a sidebar, there was a proposal at one time, again through the chair, to do a double-track extension through South Anchorage in a fairly significant area through town to expedite traffic, train traffic through town, which is probably going to, I'm guessing, if it's 2 railroad beds side by side, that's going to consume a fair amount of that. So I guess I'm speaking in support of the amendment, and I do think it's inappropriate for the municipality to attempt to, lay down basically to lay down a track or a right-of-way assumption over property that we do not control or own. So I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Mr. Coffey.
What I wonder is if you put something in there that's remote at best, and what does that leave you to do? Then you think about, well, someday we may get that. What are the alternatives? And if you put this in there, what are you foreclosing yourself to? What do you not look at? What do you not explore? I am concerned, given the fact that I know this, we haven't got an agreement with the railroad right now on indemnification. If something happens where we're in the middle of this thing, there's going to be a lawsuit, and the city and the railroad are going to be in a big beef over it because we haven't been able to agree on it. And what do we, I don't know. I don't know what other alternatives there are north-south, but I looked at the maps, and it seems like there's lots of them. And if we focus on what is probably generally a pipe dream, do we give up anything? And I can't answer that question because I don't know all the other alternatives, but that's what's worrisome to me about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak against the amendment. The argument of site control is a little bit of a red herring from my perspective. We didn't have site control for the portion of the coastal trail that goes through railroad right-of-way and is adjacent to railroad right-of-way, and yet we have this beautiful trail there. Yes, there are problems. It's fraught with issues that I was unaware of before this issue came up. I didn't understand the lease issue and the liability issue that's there. So, yeah, that makes the railroad corridor through the southern stretch there very problematic at best. Probably not going to happen anytime soon, maybe not in my lifetime, but we're talking about a plan, and a plan is a statement of what we would like to see ultimately in the future. And I think Ms. Gore said it best when she said that just because it's hard doesn't mean we can't do it. There are a lot of things in life that are hard that we can do. This has a lot of hurdles, certainly, but I think it's important for us to keep it in the plan just as a statement of ultimately we'd like to see this happen. We realize there are problems. There are a lot of things that need to be worked out. Every one of Mayor Sullivan's predecessors has failed to figure out the issue with the coastal trail and the railroad. I'm sure he's going to dive into that as well, try to fix it and make history there, and good luck. But I think it's important that we keep this in, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just that. It's a plan. I don't think we'll ever have the conversation if we don't leave the railroad option in there. And besides, mines can be changed. Liabilities can be changed. If 50% roughly is what I heard one of the testimony say earlier, if 50% of the railroad trails were not a problem, there's no reason why the Alaska Railroad could also be not a problem sometime in the future. But if we don't put it in the plan, we'll never have that conversation, and I think that would be a shame, and I'm sure I have a lot of support in that. For that reason, I will be voting against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond. Mr. Flynn.
Well, first off, let's be clear here. I don't speak for the railroad. However, I know a little bit about them, and I know a little bit about the history of trails within their right-of-way. And I'm going to teach you all a very important phrase at the end of my discussion here, and you better memorize it. First off, when the coastal trail was originally envisioned, the railroad was still in federal ownership. And no general manager of the railroad at the time would agree to even consider the idea. People talk about how things changed. The railroad was purchased by the state. Under state ownership, they did agree to a right-of-way permit to build the coastal trail, and as part of that permit, The municipality was required to indemnify the railroad. Given that it was the railroad's land, it was not an unreasonable request, and everybody was happy with the arrangement. Until the early 90s, I believe it was, mid-90s, when a young man hopped the fence from the coastal trail and tried to hop freight and lost, I don't recall if it was one or both of his legs, in the ensuing accident. Because the municipality had indemnified the railroad, the municipality was required to defend that lawsuit, and I believe it was a settlement. It was unfortunate for all concerned, and since then, the city has refused to sign a permit following the expiration of that permit, which I believe occurred somewhere around the year 1999. The city can change its mind and realize that if it's going to use somebody else's property, it can sign the permit. Railroad could change its mind and close the trail. I don't think they would do that. Or something else can change, and this trail could be built. The right-of-way width in the area in question is 200 feet. It's narrower where the existing trail is, only about 100 feet. The difference is the area where the trail is now is relatively low speed, and the area that we're talking about here is higher speed, so you need further distance. The double track currently runs from milepost 105, I think, to milepost 110. The proposal is to extend it from 110 to 114. Basically, it runs from South Anchorage to the airport spur. Proposal will take it from the spur into the south end of the Anchorage terminal. Finally, the things you need to memorize. Outer 20 feet of the right-of-way is subject to the engineering specifications of the Chief Engineer of the Alaska Railroad Corporation. I'll say it one more time. If you want to build a trail, it's got to be an outer 20 feet of the right-of-way, subject to the engineering specifications of the Chief Engineer of the Alaska Railroad Corporation. Memorize it, learn it, and good luck. I'm opposing this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote. A yes vote deletes the trail. A no vote keeps it in. And so by a vote of 1 yea to 10 nays, that amendment fails. Ms. Osiander?
Amendment 2?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Seeing and hearing none. We'll clear the screen here, and we could get those motions on the floor, Ms. Osiander and then Ms. Johnston. Is there any debate on this one? Ms. Johnston, hit your button, please.
I punched mine, but you don't seem to have it.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Osiander, do you wish to speak to this one? No.
Urge support.
Thank you. Mr. Clayman?
I just want to thank Ms. Osiander for getting very involved. I think the first time she spoke about the bike plan, she was first frustrated that they didn't have much about Chugiak Eagle River, and rather than just complain, she actually got people involved and got some of the bicyclists in the community involved, including some in that community that I know. And I think this is a great addition, and I'm pleased to support it.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, that amendment is approved. That brings us back to the original bike plan with that amendment. Is there further debate on the bike plan?
I can't get on.
Dr. Selkirk.
I would like to propose one more amendment on page 105, and it's just a two-word amendment. Let me get it. And currently, there are action items that have to do with the maintenance. And on page 105, policy 3.4, the action items for recommendation are to develop policies for the MOA and DOT to prioritize maintenance for on-street facilities based on bicycle use. And I'd like to add between prioritize and maintenance, prioritize year-round maintenance. I think there is an issue about figuring out a strategy for how we're going to deal with this plan in the winter.
Would you press your button, Dr. Selkirk?
So what it would read, prioritize with the MOA and DOT to prioritize year-round maintenance of on-street facilities based on bicycle use. I just think there needs to be a strategy. I think the issue of having these there's the expectation that these lanes are going to be there and they're going to be striped, but we need a strategy for prioritizing in the wintertime which ones we're going to clear first, and some sort of coordination so people won't have expectations that those lanes will be there if they're not going to be cleared.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any debate? Is there any objection? Ms. Osiander.
If I could explain.
Please.
I think the assumption apparently is that snow plowing is maintenance. I'm assuming. Is that what your intent?
Yes.
Right. We can't even get sidewalks clear for people to walk between businesses. And so I think that that's like a higher priority issue than saying at this point that we're going to prioritize clearing these. I'd like to work towards it, but my first priority is sidewalks, frankly.
May I respond? The way I would understand this is that I agree with you, and I'm concerned about that. And so it would seem to me that if we're going to there should be prioritization about what bike trails they are going to get to. For example, if we know that they're going to always get to Northern Lights and Benson, but there isn't going to be expectations that they're going to do fireweed, people should know that we should have a plan or some sort of organized way of knowing which ones people can assume that will be there. Otherwise, you've got all these bike trails on the plan, and they're not really going to be cleared in the winter, and people will be out there with the expectations that they are. So the intent is not to make them a priority over other things, but to have some sort of ranking within the system to make sure that you've got priority trails taken care of on those main streets.
If I for a clerical note, the public hearing draft that comes in this nice and neat bound version is different than what we have attached to the.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's on page. I asked staff to help me with this at the work session, and this is what they provided me, and it's
just. For those of you who picked up your copy up front, it's on page 111, action item recommendation number 1 under policy 3.5.
Thank you. And
for those following along, that's where we're at.
It's policy 3.4.
In the book, it's 3.4. In the copy that we handed out, it's 3.5.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Is there further discussion on that proposed amendment? Mr. Starr.
Well, on page 103, whichever you look at, policy 2.2 speaks pretty clearly to winter biking and the requirements therein, and it involves the user groups. So what I was wondering is to input the user groups as the primary impetus to choose the route. So when you look at policy 2.2, I think the issue is adequately addressed and forces the user groups through the policy recommendations there to get involved and establish, you can read them for yourself, but establish maintenance priorities, reflect the bicycle lanes and used routes. And it seems to make more sense and addressed adequately, in my opinion, on 2.2. So I'm going to speak against the amendment.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez on the motion?
Not on the amendment.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Dr. Selkrig?
I want to suggest that it would be useful to have an idea if you were a bicyclist, on a bicycle, which routes we're going to get cleared first. It's just a matter of having some sort of understanding about what our priorities are in terms of clearing bicycle routes in the wintertime, so that there isn't this expectation that they're all going to be cleared, because they won't all be cleared. So it's just for a clarification for the user.
Mr. Klayman.
In listening to the debate, I actually think that Mr. Starr is correct that this whole part about engaging the user groups before kind of making priorities, I think actually serves the community very well. This is kind of what I think the bicycle community worked out to address both the reality that bike plowing and the plowing for people who bike, for those of us who bike, is not going to be the first priority. And speaking as somebody who bikes in the winter, I get it. I totally understand that just after it snows, nobody's going to be plowing for the bicyclists. And for example, on Northern Lights, where I often ride in summer and winter, that gets plowed for pedestrians. And if I choose to ride on that pedestrian path and it hasn't been plowed, I might choose to take a route through neighborhoods. But I actually think the plan as drafted effectively addresses this concern. It does not somehow jump bicycle plowing ahead of plowing for cars on the roads first, and it encourages the bicycle community to be involved in discussions about how do we figure out priorities under all that. So I don't think we need to change it as written, and so I don't support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Klayman. Dr. Selkirk, and wrap up.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with what Mr. Klayman said. I'm just saying that if we have a prioritized plan in place, if maintenance knows which ones they're going to do and that information is available, it would be useful. So that's all. It has to do with the maintenance priorities that they establish, and I'm just suggesting that having year-round maintenance priorities would be helpful for users to know what roads they could expect to have cleared in the winter. That's all.
Okay. Seeing we have disagreement, please proceed to vote. A yes vote adds year-round to the phrase. A no vote keeps it out. So by a vote of 4-7, that amendment is not approved. We now have the bike plan back before us. Is there any further debate on this matter? I'm waiting for my board to free up. Mr. Gutierrez.
I do. I have a question for the administration. We heard a couple of folks mention projects that aren't in this particular plan, and I just want to, on the record, revisit a conversation I had with Ms. Skanke, particularly with Muldoon, and you spoke about another plan that may be upcoming that those projects would more appropriately be included in. Would you share a little bit of that, please?
Through the chair, Mr. Gutierrez, the next plan that we'll be working on is more of a recreational aspect. It's the update to the area-wide trails plan. We had kind of wrestled with this trail that runs along the east boundary of Muldoon, but we really felt it was more of a recreationally based trail that we would put into that plan. So that's why it was not included in this one. But as soon as we finish this, we'll get going on that.
And that is on your radar screen. It's not something that's been neglected. It's just more appropriately in a different plan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Ms. Drummond.
I'm sorry, I was not listening for a moment. Are we in the middle of an amendment?
Nope, we're in debate.
Okay. I have an amendment that has been handed to me by Ms. Laney Fleischer, and I would like to pass it out. It refers to the table on page 60, table 6, to include the following project. It's an intermediate term project. It is a separated path. It goes at the top of the list, I believe, because it's a numbered street, 9th Avenue Tunnel under Alaska Railroad tracks to connect to the coastal trail. It is a trail of type B. It is a distance of 0.2 miles and with an estimated cost of $1,750,000. And members should have the amendment by now.
Ms. Skanke, is this when you're ready, is this essentially the project that you and I worked on when I was on the South Edition Community Council?
Mr. Chairman, yes, this is the one where we would go under the tracks and make improvements on 9th Avenue.
And reduce and have to bury some power lines, if I recall, because of the utility lines in the neighborhood?
Yeah, we were going to take out a few utility lines and put the tunnel in, and it all seemed to fit okay.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to declare a potential conflict of interest.
Please state your conflict.
If this project goes forward, they're going to bury the utility lines that are in the view shed from my home, thus most likely increasing its value. So I think it'd probably be inappropriate for me to participate in the deliberation on this matter.
Given that, Mr. Flynn, I will declare that you do have a conflict and will excuse you from deliberating on this matter. Dr. Selkirk, you're next in the queue.
I'm just wondering if Ms. Fleischer has a comment about this, since I don't think most of us know much about this. Could you?
Has it been seconded?
Has it been? I will second it.
Okay. Thank you. Microphone.
Please come to the microphone.
Could we ask staff?
Yep, that's fine. Yes, Laney Fleischer. And I worked on the original bike trail plan many years ago. This has been a desire from the beginning, but now it will be an important connection for the park strip. And our idea with the park strip plan is to connect the park strip to Fairview and then the park strip, and that would give access then to the coastal trail, and it would be a really wonderful thing for downtown, for tourists, for the park strip, for everybody in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask if staff has a comment?
Through the chair, Dr. Selkirk, we had studied this a number of years ago, and it basically adds another connection to the coastal trail in between the lagoon and Elderberry Park. So it's one of those things that as the city grows, we need more connections, and it would hook right into the bicycle network.
Why wasn't it included?
It was felt to be more recreational, so we left it off, but I can see both sides. We hit some fine lines.
Thank you, Dr. Selkirk. Is that all? Ms. Osiander.
There have been a number of projects that have come up that I think for the first time we're dividing our trail plan into 3 segments, as I hope we're all aware of now: sidewalks, bikes, and trails. There have been a number of projects that have come up, I know from my district, certainly Northeast Community Council, that could fit in either one. And I, for instance, have already talked both to Dr. Selkirk and to Northeast Community Council about my support for including that connection up to the Glen that goes along the Muldoon fence. And I would just urge you, particularly now because this has gone through a whole lot of discussion, to not bring additional amendments now, but certainly I will commit to, when we get to the trail plan, to include them there. I'm going to work on the Muldoon one for the trail plan. But it's hard to get significant amendments at this late hour when this document, we've had a really good work session on it. It's been out in the street for a while. I would have preferred if we'd hashed this out some time ago, personally.
Thank you, Ms. Osiander. Dr. Selkirk.
I'm in agreement. There are some important pieces that aren't in this plan that I think do tie to trails, and I think this particular one is a good example. It's going to be used as walking. It's not the same as a commuter connection. So I'll come and I won't be on the assembly. I'll come testify for it.
Seeing no one else in...
Does that mean you're withdrawing your motion?
I didn't make the motion.
Oh.
Would you like me to withdraw the motion?
No, don't withdraw.
Well, then maybe we should vote it down.
No one else is in the queue, so with respect to the amendment, is there objection to the amendment? Is there any support for the amendment? Yes? So, all right. So we'll go ahead and vote.
Who's supporting it? I don't know.
A yes vote puts the amendment in the plan, a no vote keeps it out. I don't have the voting screen. Oh. All right, that amendment fails. A vote of 9-1 with 1 recused, and Mr. Flynn is on his way back. We shall wait for his return, and then we'll have the main motion before us.
Actually, while he's coming back, I'll make a motion.
What's your motion?
I think it's on needed assistance from the planning staff, but it's the one to take out that little section off of Arrow.
Yeah. Definitely.
That was requested by the Turnagain Community Council.
Through the chair, Mr. Clayman. No, yes, sorry.
I'm Clayman, he's Flynn.
I'm sorry.
He's made a motion. We don't have a second yet, so.
I would second that. It's on page 60, near the top. The table 6, Arrow Drive.
It's actually the same in both, Mr. Coffey. It's the same in both, page 60.
And it would just be to delete that one trail from the plan for the reasons that were stated by Ms. Gleason when she testified.
Actually,
Staff?
no, it wasn't page 60, though. It was page 65, I believe.
I don't know. Arrow Drive on page 60 on mine.
John? Yea or nay?
Page 62.
Yeah.
Why did the numbers
delete
Same one.
or don't
It's the same in both.
keep it in? Mr. Chairman, while we're looking, could we ask staff to comment on the amendment?
By all means.
Thank you. Please do.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Osiander. The reason that we had identified this is there is a road right-of-way. It would be a pathway. It would not be attached to a road. Through the years, we've had quite good experience putting trails and pathways on wetlands. The Corps of Engineers feels more favorable to pathways and pedestrian facilities than roadways. This is, although it's not part of the core route, it does connect a neighborhood, and so that's why we had identified it to be included.
But your recommendation is to leave it in?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
It is page 60. It's not page 62. It's Arrow Drive on page 60.
Okay. Dr. Selkirk, you're in the queue.
Just looking, I haven't been out there, but looking at it, it's a pathway that gives people access to the lake. So it seems like a kind of a useful connection.
Mr. Clayman.
The problem which the community council identified is that you're actually having to fill a Class A wetlands to get there, and that's the reason the community council, I believe, unanimously supported taking it out.
Thank you, Mr. Clayman. Mr. Coffey.
Just like the railroad right-of-way, you know, it's Class A wetlands. I mean, maybe sometime in the near future we can fill it in.
Quite brilliantly made, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
There's a absolutely beautiful walk around Baxter Bog. It's a Class A wetland, and it's got wooden bridges, and it's a really wonderful, and people bike on it. So, I mean, the thing is it depends on how it's done, and it might be a real asset to the neighborhood.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, the amendment would be to remove the Arrow Drive project, Lakeshore Drive to Cosmos Drive. If you vote for the amendment, it comes out. If you vote against it, it stays in. Please proceed to vote. And so by a vote of 5 to 6, that amendment fails. It's still in. We now have the bike plan as amended and not amended back before us. Is there any further discussion before we proceed to a final vote?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Coffey.
What I appreciate about this is that someone has looked at this thing overall and comprehensively, and we seem to have a lot of understanding now about what it is that we might need to do. What I don't like about it is I'm fearful that we're just creating expectations which are very unrealistic. It says on the 57 of the amendments that we got here that in the short term we're going to spend $25,401,800. Our AMAT's allocation is, I think, around $30 million a year. About 10% of that goes to trails and sidewalks and amenities alongside of roads. And the short term is defined 5 years. So if you got $3 million a year for 5 years for that thing, you'd have $15 million. Now, if this plan recognized those constraints and those realities, it would be a better plan for that because we're not going to spend 25, or if we include Chagachi Eagle River, $27 million, and then in the intermediate term, another $70 million, and then in the long term, another $26 million. I don't care to focus on the intermediate or the long term, but the short term's 5 years. It's just, I don't know why we wouldn't conform a plan to the funding that might be available to us. So that's my only problem with it, folks. If we want to do this, then we ought to be realistic about it, and we're not being very realistic when we say this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey. Dr. Selkirk.
One of the reasons that I had created that soda pop tax was to look at things that we could come up with and really to broaden our tax base. And, I mean, there are other options than the way we're looking at it. Also, the money that Mr. Coffey just spoke about is just AMATs. We also have the possibility of state legislative grants. We have park bonds. We have GO road bonds. And actually, when you think about accessing those resources at a limited level, it begins to augment that AMATS money, and I think it's a doable plan. I don't think it's crazy or ambitious. And, I am appreciative of the fact that we are looking at less money and in terms of our budget next year, but I think that things like this may build some incentive in the community to talk about diversifying our tax base.
Thank you, Dr. Salkberg. Ms. Osiander.
I'd like to call the question. I'd like to get a little bit of work done besides this.
All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we start voting on, this is to pass the bike plan. My love motion. Very good. Mr. Gutierrez.
Mr. Chairman, I move to change the order of the day to take up items 14F and M. That would be Foxtrot and November.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Do I have a second? Push your button, please. Thank you very much. Is there objection to changing the order of the day? Seeing and hearing none, we have item 14F before us. Folks, I appreciate if you could keep it down to a dull order as you exit the chambers. Item 14F, Resolution AR 2010-51, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, approving the 79th Avenue, Hartselle to Petersburg water intertie.
Waive the reading.
Thank you. This is a project that would allow us to do a project for Anchorage water and wastewater utility. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, please come forward. Public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Been moved and seconded. Is there objection? Is there discussion or objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 14N. Resolution 2010-69, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating up to $200,000 from the Anchorage, Alaska Department of Public Safety as a grant, $4,275.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. This is to fund a sexual assault response team examinations to the Department of Health and Human Services. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Is there objection? That item is now approved. That brings us back to the regular order of the agenda. That next item is item 14C, Charlie. That's ordinance number AO 2010-16, an ordinance in Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Code Section 9.28.035, abatement of vehicles operated by delinquent offenders to allow a new defense to vehicle impoundment by. Ms. Opes? Yeah.
Move to approve.
Well, hold on. We have to have a public hearing first. If you wish to speak, this is the scofflaw ordinance and an amendment there too.
The chair of the Public Safety Committee has talked to me about postponing this until the next meeting, and I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Although I think procedurally we should open the hearing.
We do have to open the public hearing. If you wish to come speak to us, you may. However, please keep in mind the intent is to continue the public hearing to our next meeting on April 13, and there may be changes between now and then. If you speak to us now, you won't be able to speak to us then. With that, the public hearing is now open.
And Ms. Morris?
Hi, my name is Jenny Morris.
Ms. Morris?
And I have to say right away,
Ms. Morris?
yes.
I just want to let you know there's the proposed amendment to it, and part of the reason I wanted to postpone action is to give me a chance to meet with you to discuss the amendment before you testify.
It would have been nice, Matt, had you told me 4.5 hours ago, instead of sitting here waiting all night long before knowing that you guys were going to do this. I mean, I appreciate whatever work you want to put into it, but sitting here for that long for me physically does not feel good at all. And so it kind of upsets me that this, now that you're bringing this up now.
Go ahead. I apologize for not letting you know earlier, and I should have seen you there in the crowd, and I failed to do that. So please accept my apology. Go ahead.
Well, I gave you all a letter. I don't know if you guys have seen them or not. I just know that the program is working, and it's such a small little program. I've been told that 1% is all it is. And to have that touched, to have it fiddled with, just scares me to no end. Because every car that has been impounded, I feel, has put our public at a safer place. Whether it's just for a couple of hours, these people are off our roads. And that, to me, is what's important. Not the lenders, not the problem they're going through, because when I attended the Public Safety Committee meeting, I was extremely impressed with the law department. I didn't realize how much work they put into this, or how much they knew about it, or how much they cared about it. But if a lender has a viable reason feeling they do not owe the fees, they can take it to the law department and they will review it. And I believe that they're doing that. They've said they've already waived some fees. So there's no reason why we need to change it. If you make any changes to it and put a loophole in, criminals are not very intelligent people, but they find ways to get through loopholes. And they will find a way to do this. All I know is that I am trying to protect someone from going through what I've been through. I don't know what else to say, but it is working, and I really hope it's not fiddled with, not touched. So I would like to meet with you if that's, so that's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morris.
Thanks.
Mr. Clayman has a follow-up question.
I will contact you, and we'll schedule a time to meet.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Everybody else who wishes to come speak to us on this matter? Hearing none, Mr. Starr?
No, it's on another matter.
Okay.
Move to continue to the next meeting.
The 13th? Okay.
Second.
Is that all right, Mr. Clayman?
If you kindly
Continue the public hearing is the motion?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
Would you
you.
kindly press your button, Ms. Osiander?
I can do that.
Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded. Is there objection to continuing the public hearing? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is now continued till our meeting on April 13. Mr. Gutierrez. Oh, sorry, Mr. Starr?
Well, I had a question about changing the order today to take up 14G. I don't think there's any opposition to it, and as a business owner, I'd like to do that. So move to change the order today to take up 14G.
Second.
Thank you very much. Is there objection to taking that matter up? Seeing and hearing none, item 14G is before us. This is Resolution AR 2010-93, a resolution of Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcoholic beverages conditional use permit for a beverage dispensary.
Waive reading.
Thank you very much. This is for Ginger Restaurant in the downtown area. If you wish to speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Mr. Powers, welcome.
Thank you. Yes. Folks that are working liquor stores, they know their clientele normally. They know if they're old enough. I don't believe they need to be carded every single time. I think it's an infringement. So I would hope that we would not adopt this kind of ruling here.
I think you're speaking about different matters for this.
Oh, this isn't the...
Nope. We already took care of that one.
Pardon me?
No problem. We appreciate you coming down anyway. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak to us about a conditional use permit for the Ginger Restaurant on, I believe it's 6th Avenue? 5th Avenue. 5th Avenue. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
You got to get us clear.
It's already done.
Sorry. Oh, you guys are too quick. Okay, very good. Motion is before us. Ms. Johnston. You're in the queue? No. Okay. All right. It's been moved and seconded. Is there a discussion? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is adopted. That brings us back to the regular agenda. We're on item 14D, Delta. Ordinance number AO 2010-25, an ordinance to Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 6.40, reports and audits to provide waive reading. Thank you very much. This is the cleanup of our financial reporting statute. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, the public hearing is now open. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
You can't.
Is that a motion to approve, Ms. Osiander?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
Thank you very much, Ms. Osiander. You're in the queue.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Done. Is there further discussion on this matter? Is there an objection to this matter?
Actually, I want to speak very briefly.
Please.
This is a code change that I worked with carefully with the Department of Law, and Ms. Osiander was involved from the beginning, and I should have kept her on as a co-sponsor all along, and that was just my error. This is an effort the biggest part of this is to make sure that rather than getting kind of a report, 2 or 3 different reports every month, that we just get the report and not an executive summary. The big feature is this, is every month we will get an executive summary that compiles all the reports that month. So not only do we have the individual reports to look at, but we have a summary that tells us what the CFO thinks are the highlights that we should really be paying attention to. I think that's going to help us do our job better. It also imposes a responsibility on the mayor that if we have a budget shortfall, that he's got a 21-day period to report that to us, or a revenue shortfall, I should say, to us. And I think that will increase the transparency of how the city government works and how we, as an assembly, can perform our role as the legislative body. So I'd encourage support.
Seeing no one else in the queue, is there objection to this item? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to item 14E, AO 2010-21, an ordinance authorizing retention of a tax foreclosed property, Lot 21, Block 11 of Laurel Acres subdivision for public purpose pursuant to Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is a piece of property in the Laurel Acres subdivision. If you wish to come speak to us on this matter, please come on down. Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Items are moved and second. Is there discussion? Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, that item is approved. That brings us to, we'll skip 14H. We already did postpone that one. Item 14I, an ordinance 2010-20, an ordinance for the Anchorage Assembly amending the zoning map and providing for the rezoning.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This is a rezone on Raspberry Road and Jewel Lake behind the Holiday Store, if I recall correctly. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I'm as tired as you are, so I'm going to have to read my notes now. But my name is Brent Williams with Debenham Properties, and this is with regards to a rezone of lots that we rezoned 2 years ago. And we purchased this property, 3 lots, in April of 2007 from the Calvary Church, contingent upon our being able to consolidate the lots under one zoning. We wanted to change 2 of the lots from BBSL to ROSL because it was our intention to do a residential development with some buildings that would house something called the Big House, something that we found would be very attractive and new to Anchorage. Unfortunately, due to some architectural flaws, we weren't able to get all the units that we needed on the property to make it pencil out. So we went to the condo idea, and about that time the financial markets started going south, and we weren't able to obtain financing for the condo development. Shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2008, Holiday Stores informed us that they were going to build a driveway across the northern half of our property due to a right that they claimed to have. And of course, we said they didn't have this right, and litigation. We've been in litigation with them since. So for the past almost 3 years, we've been trying to develop this property. It being in litigation, of course, the past year and a half, we haven't been able to do that. So we have tried to. We still have a desire to develop half the property into residential, but we've decided that it might be beneficial, or would be beneficial to us, and perhaps Holiday and others involved, that we try and get the property back, the northern half, back to where it was before, and get it back to BBSL. And anyway, we went back to the Salt Lake Community Council to see if we get a resolution of their support, which they did give us. We did meet with the planning department and did receive their support as well. It does meet with the original Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan. It conforms to the land use classification map, etc. We originally went to the Planning and Zoning Commission confident that it would pass, and unfortunately there was a short commission. Only 5 members were there. One We've used a personal bias in that she believed it should have been used for residential purposes, and so she did not vote for us, and therefore we have to bring this before you. So I'll be happy to answer questions.
We've got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Ms. Ray Jackson?
Really quick, I don't have a question. I just wanted to say I got your phone call. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to return it, but thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez?
Looking through the planning and zoning documents, and they turned you down, but it was sort of unusual circumstances. They didn't have a lot of members available and present. In fact, there were only 5 who were able to vote that night, and 5 is a majority.
Right.
It was your choice to go ahead on that night, given those circumstances. Is it a possibility of, because I'm hesitant to overturn the will of the Planning and Zoning Commission, is it possible for you to go back before that body with a full vote of the board, and would you expect things to be different then?
It's not. Actually, we explored that possibility. We misjudged, obviously. We were confident. We did have the resolution from the San Luis Community Council. We had the planning department behind us, and so anyway, we were overly confident, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Selcraig?
Wondering if Mr. Weaver can make a comment on this.
We'll get to that after we're done with the public testimony. Ms. Osiander?
Move to extend just to deal with this one matter.
Move to extend. Is there objection? Seeing, hearing none, we'll extend to finish this matter. Thank you very much, sir. If we have further questions,
Thank
we'll
you.
be back. Welcome, sir. Sorry you had to sit so long tonight.
That's quite all right. My name is Brian Burke. I wanted just to make my views known. I own the property that would, off of Timothy Street, the first street north, that would come abut right up to the property that's in question. And after obviously being very concerned what might happen with that property and talking to Mr. Debenham and the company, I just wanted the Assembly to know that from what I have seen, from what he has promised, the special limitations, I'm all for it. And there's nobody that's going to be more impacted by this than I am. So I just wanted to say that I'm all for the rezoning if obviously if it makes any difference or not.
Well, it does, sir. Thank you for coming down. I saw a couple of comments in here, if you don't mind, from some other neighbors who didn't like this. Mr. Clough and Mr. Ms. Logan. Are you familiar with that?
I believe some of those were of the original rezone that I believe was sent out in error. It was going to be rezoned as I guess whatever you call a business other than yeah, so wide open to anything.
Okay.
Nobody was for that on the street.
Okay, so with the current restrictions, you're comfortable?
I am comfortable with it. That is correct.
Thank you for that, sir. I appreciate your time coming down tonight. Mr. Powers.
Yes, Billy Ray Powers. I know there's been a tremendous amount of work on this Title 21, and it's, I mean, it is an overblown bureaucracy that's expensive. And Houston, Texas doesn't have any.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is not a Title 21 issue, and so Mr. Powers is not on point in terms of this reason.
Okay, not Title 21. It's a zoning issue. Let the man do what he wants with his property. He owns it.
Thank you.
Well, he rents it from the city.
Point taken, Mr. Powers. Thank you very much for coming down. Is there anybody else who wishes to talk to us about this rezone? Seeing and hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? It's been moved and seconded. Is there any?
I just wanted to hear a comment from Mr. Weaver regarding this project.
Mr. Weaver?
Mr. Chair, Dr. Selcraig, basically the department supported this request when it was before the Planning Commission because it was reverting back to the same zoning district that it was rezoned to about 2 years ago from, they rezoned it from B1B to ROSL. The SLs that are proposed in the B1B in this ordinance are similar to the previous B1B SLs. There are provisions in there for mitigation of lighting and setbacks and height, so it's a rezoning that comports to the comprehensive plan, and we support the rezoning.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Mr. Gutierrez.
Just want to say I intend to support this, given the staff support. his neighbor's support, which is pretty significant, the community council's support, and the very unusual circumstances at the Planning and Zoning Commission that evening. Normally don't like going against what their recommendations are, but I think in this case it's warranted.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Mr. Klayman.
I just want to speak in support. This is, I know, very frustrating for the developer, and it's an example of how the market has more to do with what develops in Anchorage than the zoning. We originally had this zone one way, that they went through a rezone, and then as a product of somebody developing a filling station, which no one really wanted to have their residential property right next to the filling station, they realized their best use would be to go back to the zoning it was before. They spent, I think, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars through this process, and so I'm pleased to go back to the original status, and only sorry that you've spent so much money going through the process, and hope good luck with the next development.
Ms. Drummond.
Thank you. I met with Mr. Debenham a couple of months ago, and I have no problem with this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, do you provide a frequent rezoner discount? Never mind, sorry. Question, is there any objection to this item? Seeing and hearing none, this item is approved. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:58 p.m.
Move to adjourn.
Is there objection? Seeing and hearing none, we are adjourned.
Thank you very much.